Oh, he's going to hear all of those footsteps. If he peeks.
It's ambitious. And actually, Nodius will get the first. Quickly traded by Chris, but Farley's missed shot enables the escape. Voxic did not miss onto Refresh. The second time, though, it is a success, and he's got another. Carrigan, how on earth does Farley find him there? They'll drop to the low site. Who is going to be rotating down?
No one right now, Alex, is actually completely open. Robs is beneath the heaven position, and it's Farley again. The only rounds they're really winning at this point is when he finds multiple kills and runs away with it.
Did they plan for him? He's coming through ramp. If he goes down here, this is on.
Yeah, and Robs is so smart. He will check it and finds it. Farley falls. Voxic will upgrade to the AK, and it is certainly an upgrade for this retake because they're going for it. They got utility on Voxic. No smoke, though. Worth mentioning. The pressure is on the Mousesport's boys here, and they're just running out of time. They've just got none left. They will find this kill. They need to get on it now, and Voxic going down is enough to confirm it for Nodius. He has done it, and Robs won't preserve a thing. 10 for Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, yeah. Look at them.
It hurts them so much, doesn't it? The fact that they did that wasn't to win the round necessarily. Just guarantee those two players went down. Because Mousesports, they've got a ton of money here, and they should be comfortably buying. We'll see maybe a couple of compromises, but generally speaking, they're going to have a much better buy after losing the round. Copenhagen Flames post their double digits, but Galil's purchased in pairs here. Tech 9 for Farley.
Look what they've done.
Did they even get an AK? They don't. They just won the last round.
They need something right now, a set piece, some form of strategy here to rattle Mouse, because this type of buy, it's not good enough. They just don't have enough pennies to go around here. Early utility exchange towards Hut.
I feel like this is one of those rounds. You're definitely calling a tactical timeout, right? Just to discuss the options. This is awful. You've got no AKs after winning a round and up against a pretty much fully equipped Mousesports. Fortunately, Chris J only has the Deagle. Hooksy with the Circus moves out towards the T-roof.
That molly was intended for Frozen had he gone for an aggressive position towards that red container.
That gives them some room yard, right? That gives them at least something to work with here. And it looks like they're setting up the secret smoke. So if they can force out a rotation, at least they've found themselves in the right place. They've gambled incorrectly here, though, because of that forward secret spot. Mousesports know. They know there's nothing yard.
It makes it even more difficult, and they've got the compromise buy. You can see Chris J's plan. With only the Desert Eagle, he intends to just go ahead and start clicking as fast as his fingers can. As they start leaving this hut position, a flash will catch him perfectly, though, and he will be just staring at the wall. He doesn't get to contribute. Now dropping into the low side, Voxic's gone. It's working for them, but not yet. No. Finally, Carrigan's gone down, and so with Rops, nothing he can do. The bomb will be planted. It looks like they might throw that over to Refresh, but he is planting vulnerable. If Rops wants this, he'll have to get through that. A shot from Nodius, and a retreat now from Robs.
Now their money is actually pretty low. This is a remarkable round for the Flames to pick up at this stage. Farley, he knows he's locked Robs in as well. His only option is to go towards lobby. And in terms of loss bonus, they will be getting $1,900 into the next round. Bear in mind, they actually won the previous round. Mousesports, that is. But Copenhagen Flames are 4 surviving here. They've got a much better buy. M4's picked up, recovered from the corpses of the CTs. Robs will make himself known and drop down towards lower. I don't think this is worth the hunt at all.
Maybe with a Mac 10? Oh, they don't have one anymore, so yeah.
Oh, he's nailed it.
He has. Oh, spotted and hunted. Nice. He will go down. Well played by the Flames in the end. And, oh, unfortunate. Refresh doesn't get to keep hold of his weapon. He does have enough cash to splash. And he is the most impactful player of that round.
Now, do they force it, Chad?
I want to remind you of round number 3. Do we all remember round number 3?
Not specifically.
Well, the guys from Copenhagen Flames convert pistol, they steady against the force buy, and then they lose to the limp-in buy that we saw in round number 3, which was Deagles, which was Rops in the lower bomb site, being able to turn things around, picking up an AK-47. They need to avoid that, and this time there's not as much, well, in terms of danger on the field, but they still have to worry about a ramp stack. So the wrong call could see the undoing of Copenhagen Flames still come through here. They've done so much. They've been able to stabilize their economy. They're back on track. They're definitely headed in the right direction. But all it's going to take is Chris J hitting an absolutely huge shot, and the round can fall apart.
Chris J will be at the secret steps right now, and he'll have Carrigan in tow, just fitting himself in one of those spots that is commonly overlooked. So Chris J just wants to take as much aggro, maybe get one kill, and knife out and suggest he's run away. Setting up for his in-game leader, but it would have to take a few miracles to align to see him really do much with it.
Yeah, so Copenhagen Flames, if you're wondering what they've been doing for the last 20 seconds, is waiting for a lobby crunch, right? If you're on a weird buy, CTs can opt for just charge and pincer in from Hut, Squeaky, and that trophy room. Suddenly it gets very hot, can get nasty, and, well, things heating up for Chris as he's given a nice little campfire to warm his Desert Eagle up. Refresh will eventually be arriving on main if this top site hit does go out. Wow, it's thorough as hell. 2 flashes, a Molotov for CT vents as well. A third, and Refresh given the responsibility of containing Secret, which is a perfect spot.
Well, it will be the upper bomb site under that remap, but here comes Refresh, just looking to mow them down, and I feel like he heavily committed to that kill. And it will be Chris J to recover. It looks to be the AK-47, and now
it's a flash. And he's got armor.
Are they going to try and protect him, or save the weapon? It looks like the latter.
I thought, considering the way Mousesports look in these situations, they might even give it a crack, but this is even too tough for them at this point. We'll have to concede round number 12. Copenhagen Flames looking dangerous now. I can't believe they converted that Tech 9 Mac 10 round.
Mac 10s, Galils, and not much else. And here we are. They managed to get 2 in a row from it. Now 3. Boxer makes his way through, and Queenix will take him down. Robs does have a Desert Eagle, but no shots landing, and he'll get dropped with the bomb as well. Not a big deal, but only $4,000. And with Chris J's AK, to be fair, he'll be more than happy to give that over to someone else. You'd ideally give it to Robs because he's the ramp player by yourself, and it means you can go for 1 taps, and that means his job's a lot easier.
Oh, he didn't drop the gun. Chris is actually
he's normally trying to get rid of the guns.
Screw you guys, I'm keeping this one.
All right, I like it, Chris. You've got the second most kills on your team right now, so this makes sense. Let's see if Mousesports have anything to say. They are on the CT side. They're still in the driver's seat. They've got the round advantage. They get this one. It's looking likely they will take us to the third, which will be Train. That is the home map for Mousesports. Sure, in recent times, their home, well, it felt like it hasn't had a ceiling, but they still live inside. Another execute, another set piece on the cards.
So, Farley has found 30. He's on for a nifty, and we'll see him make his way towards outside. Queenix, joined by Farley, looking towards Secret, wondering if Chris J will rear his head once again. And this is very patient, just waiting for any reactions. There's no AWP available, bear in mind, for Voxic, so they can cross relative ease, but Chris J with that AK, great positioning, good timing, takes care of Nodius.
And they will cross with the distraction. It's enough to get the main player looking at them, right? They can hear the steps, though. Frozen can. The Molotov didn't quite reach his target, so they can go down. That's a little better, though. They'll stop Robs from having a look, and a smoke as well. Good use of utility. They've bought themselves space, and Hoopsy, he's taking it from Mouse. Just the first, it's something. And now only 3 remaining for this after plan.
They have got a Molotov and 5 flashbangs here. Chris J on a terror round. That AK-47 looking very efficient in his hands, I have to say. Refresh, no doubt smoke's about to go down. Flashbangs are delivered. Out to Queenix now, needs at least 2 kills. They know exactly where he is, and now he's in a 3 versus 1. He should have no business winning this whatsoever. Now an incendiary lands at his front door, and Frozen converts the round. It is going to be 40-12 here. 3 players survive for Mousesports, and the money will be pretty decent considering the bomb down and $1,900 loss bonus here. So Copenhagen Flames will have about 6k per player.
I can tell you guys a bit of a fairy tale right now if you want to buy into one. So right now with the 3 individuals remaining right there, they need to drop across guns. They need to make it work on that Mousesports buy. But for Copenhagen Flames, if they steal this one back, if they're able to convert this and make sure that Mousesports don't hold on to any of those weapons, they're going to reset them back down to the $1,900 loss bonus. That means they have an opportunity to convert, get to 14-14, and the buy still won't be great for Mouse going into what could be the 15th round for either team. So if they can get this one done here, there's still a chance.
But Robs is trying to be a rascal again. Into the smoke, and nobody's the wiser. He's holding the gap as well. Queenix is about to get humiliated. Look at that. Robs is becoming a master of the ramp craft. And finding that frag already makes things very awkward for Nodius and co. He's got to worry about Hut. Show presence there. There is always the chance that Robs fancies his chances again on the aggression, but it isn't coming through.
Yeah, it doesn't look good here for the Flames. 5-on-4 and Mousesports Just need one round to get map point. And Farley, of course, just looking fantastic again. He's got another one.
Why?
Frozen. He drops the ball there in more ways than one. That's opening up a lot of ground. And Farley, he snuck down the vent with the AWP as well. That changes everything.
He is.
The bomb's in lobby still, but he suggested they could be getting towards lower. And you can see him just working down there against Rops. But the bomb, that'll be heading towards it. And you can see Farley just doing a great job here, Chad. You've got to be enjoying this.
He's just selling it so well. Rops has to go. Looking, and that looked like it was bang on to me. Good try. 3 versus 3 then. Where are they going? Carrigan asking the same question we are. They're heading to ramp. Rops back turned.
Oh,
If he moonwalks into this, he should get a free one, yeah.
Oh, they're not together. Refresh. We've been with the boys there. This would be looking much better. Oh, okay. Back into it. That's a big kill. Carrigan will rotate down towards the double door position. Does he swing? Oh, it's not the cleanest. He does get a dink.
There's no time.
And there's no time, you're right. Oh, the kill could be on...
Oh, he saw the arm.
He did, but Woxy can play it now. My God, that was just down to a centimetre. Nodius shakes his mouse in distaste and dissatisfaction because it certainly does look like a third map. Let's see it again from Farley. Every time we jump to his POV, he's winning a round for Copenhagen Games with multi-kills. This time, T-side AWPing from Squeaky. Frozen caught, he heard the sound cue on refresh. He wanted to throw out a smoke of his own, but now just 3 rounds left of regulation, and it seems that Movie Star Riders are just 1 round away from taking Vertigo.
Oh. Well, Godsend have already qualified in the top 4, but this is definitely going to hamper their chances of getting a top 2 finish. Movie Star Riders, they still had a bit of fight in them. They impressed us within the earlier stages when we were covering their games. We had some upsets. We saw they were spraying the FaZe players' bodies at some point. They definitely didn't like that one.
No, certainly not. And Copenhagen Flames probably won't be liking the outcome of this round. It's map points to Mouseesport, looking to take us to Train, which is looking incredibly likely here. Mac 10s, Desert Eagles, Tech 9s, and a couple of rifles here. We have Refresh in the AK-47. Farley just a Tech 9 though. He's been the saving grace, but Mousesports just need one more, and this could be a good a chance of any just to close things out right here, right now.
On the fly, clear out that smoke wall. Does completely lock out Voxic, and he has nothing to report. They stay silent. So now we're getting back to the Copenhagen Flames we've grown to identify. Silence across the map. This time their smoke was perfect, so there's nothing the Mousesports can do other than rotate 1 down there, and it is, look at the spot he's going for here. Just jumping, banging his head, and getting a little bit of info. Throw out the nade when spotted. Solid camera work again from Rush, and good nade from Chris J.
Chris has looked great on Nuke so far. He's got a solid understanding of how to handle this situation. He hasn't gone for a quick kill. He gets solid information, drops a good nade on them, tucks himself in, and with 40 seconds, that could be enough. Can they close things out in round number 28?
Jumping out of the window room, it's definitely not going to be their first check, but now it's awkward. Rops needs a multi-kill, he's already catching Dinks, and Farley from long range will catch it with a Tech 9. He had the bomb on his back to risk, and now Carrigan's gone down as well. Perhaps a Jansen is extended. Refresh, the only rifle they had, and now just 1 man.
There will be no money, and Voxic won't be winning this. I think he knows it, but at this stage, it looks like he's committed. Where's it? I would say you have to save this all, but I don't think he'll be getting away with it. Runs towards the bomb here. Going to go for somewhat of a defuse, just try and keep players inside the bomb site, I'd imagine. And now they have $1,400. He, in my book, Chad, should have saved the AWP. Considering this, they might still win the round with a Voxicorp, right?
Yeah, I feel that you were bang on. He was in 2 minds, right?
Yeah.
You could see he was, I've committed too far. Can I get back? Maybe I'll take away as many guns as I can. Let's make the best of a bad situation. And then, unfortunately, he doesn't get either. And that puts Mouse in a very precarious position right now. If they opt to save, they're only going to get 1,900. That's not enough for a
It
buy.
might be guaranteeing overtime. Just there and then. Just because they, as you mentioned, they'll only get 900 next round, and they're in a force buy territory at this stage as well. So you either full eco and get $1,900 on top of 15, which won't really give you much. That means you buy nothing right now.
Well, the lean game leader just bought himself a Kevlar vest, so that might be indicative of where we're going.
Must be going for it.
2 armored pistols to defend it.
It is
Yeah,
worth
it is. He's right. It's like, you're not going to be able to do much with his full eco. It gives him a round. He might as well try and close it out now. If he does go to overtime, at least you'll start on the CT side, right? That's something to look at.
Plus, round 3, we'll bring it up yet again. They've already won with a bye exactly like this, so there's no reason that they can't do it again and take us to train.
I'll remind you that it was a Copenhagen Flames tactical timeout, though. They have probably just had the same conversation we did as to what the option is presented to Mousesports and to what is the most likely strategy to pull them apart. Smoke for the cross. Refresh just knifing out the whole way. He's got a... Oh, Henry, he's gone for a green setup. Green gloves, green AK, green knife.
It's lovely. I'm a big fan of the green, but it is going to be Nodia's going down. He's had a rough one, 11 and 21. Down towards lower, and no one there in terms of CT presence. So, sure, they've lost the first pick. Chris J continues to impress with that deagle. He's got a kit as well, bear that in mind. But as soon as the bomb goes down, I don't think there'll be much more to be said. And they're going to open the door any second. And in they go. They're making a lot of noise. They've confirmed it's clear. That should be it if the bomb gets down safely.
Yeah, Molotov, smoke on top of it, so now everybody is locked out and the bomb can be planted safely. Question of those after-plant positions, they know it's deagles.
They might as well save. Look for AKs on the exit. No reason to go for it, though, if you've got an AK up already.
This is the team that says always a chance, though.
Yeah, that's true. It's just like with the armor they already have a 1900 at the end, it actually looked pretty good, but this isn't bad. 3 players remaining. Decent crack at it, and just Rob's remaining now. He hasn't got that diffuse kit, but he'll be able to pick it up. He needs to grab it first, and, well, there was a lot of moving parts to that situation. So it is going to be 15-14, and as I mentioned, Alex, if they'd have saved those, look at Voxic's cash here, would have had a few more guns out there with the 1900, but still, he'll have the AWP, and the rest of them, deagle armor. Voxic on the AWP, though, enough to win a round on its own.
It certainly is, and he'll be bringing that out now with a little glimmer in his eye that says he can do it. Queenix, I assume, has got some weapons that to be arriving a little late, and now we are off to what will be the final round of regulation overtime if Copenhagen Flames can continue. Mousesport's looking to take us to train. Was that 7? I just saw next to Farley's name now. 37. Bloody hell.
Outside smokes to be deployed. Copenhagen Flames. We'll see if they can fend off the likes of Frozen. Oh, you can tell he's been a real nuisance here. Sits in the smoke. It's difficult to flush him out. Looking for that third map. Mousesport's going to get there on this round, but it would take something pretty special from the AWP and Deagle combo, but certainly not impossible.
Sound cue from Frozen, and it enables Refresh to get the first. A panic smoke. Chris J, he wants to keep the Wolf at the door, and it works. That's great. Buys him some time. Nice Molotov will make things awkward for Chris. He can't play the same lines, but back turn and 3 body shots. Voxic's already got 1 with the AWP. Mousesports train 3 frags away for them, and Carrigan's got another one. This is it. Low sight will be the finish. Copenhagen Flames have got enough time to get that bomb down, but with low HP on Hooksy, it comes down to Queenix.
And this AWP shot from Voxic. He's got 8 HP. Already picked up a kill, and you can see him aware of the possibility of being pushed forward. He'll wait for his teammates to be in position. They have got a kit for Ops as well. It's looking great for Mousesports. Getting up to the halfway point as well, and Voxic still hasn't made a sound.
And it pays off for him. Queenix just couldn't handle it. The pressure was too high. They're coming from Decon. Voxic's missed a shot, and oh my goodness, there was a world where 1 more bullet found them. Instead, we're going to train. 16-14, Mousesports. They'll pick up the defuse, and they'll pick up the second map. we're heading to 3 maps, folks, in our second series of day 16 on the ESL's road to Rio. Copenhagen Flames so close, but not quite across the finish line yet. It was Mouseesport who managed to pull it out on the 30th round with Desert Eagles and Kevlar vests.
Yeah, absolutely. And still, it was looking so good for the Flames as well until that third round of the second half, and that's when the doors are blown off. And Chad, you look a little bit confused over there. You working things out?
It's a bloody mess.
Yeah.
It's a mess. I'm trying to work out here what the most likely scenarios are, but obviously with this game right here, still in limbo, North versus G2 going to 3.
Right.
We have to finish our series. If you remember when you tuned in, Contact could only come last. Well, they've come last. FaZe could only come first.
Yeah.
They've come first. Movistar Riders, they can't qualify, but they can still be in a different slot for more points.
Godsent losing map 2.
It still guarantees them a spot in the playoffs, right? But they either will now probably finish in a 3rd or 4th slot, and then the 3 teams that we care about, Copenhagen Flames, the game we're focusing on, and then North versus G2. So we can still cover all of that action as we move forward. But that game, that bloody game of Counter-Strike that we just watched, it delivered. That was an entertaining game. It had everything that we wanted, and Farley, what a monster.
We got to start like a Zywu Simple level performance. He lost, and he dropped 37 frags. That's pretty much the candidacy for a star player right there.
Now he has to do it forever.
Yeah, let's do that for another 2-3 months straight, and we can start that conversation. Here's some highlights from the match in question, and yeah, just spotting all over the place. We had hero moments for everyone involved. This was the 3rd round of that second half we were referring to. Rops getting that AK, and, well, losing the bomb in vents was, and has been actually, we've seen a lot of teams recently, losing the bomb in those crucial moments. It cost Copenhagen twice. That hot death for Hooksy as well from Chris J, who managed to get a 2nd with a USP after fumbling the weapon switch. There were so many rounds where Copenhagen Flames, the Wolves, obviously. The Copenhagen somethings, either way. Chad, I've joined you.
Yeah, it's okay. We can call them at this point, at this hour, because I think we're meant to be starting right now the match between, what was it?
Yeah, 10 p.m. normally.
And Genji.
That's it.
That's what's meant to be on. So we're actually not meant to be here right now. So if you call them Copenhagen Games, that's okay.
I'm allowed to.
You can call them Copenhagen Games.
And I can even call the C stream up if I wanted to.
Let's do
because
that.
Apparently we can bring up that if I wiggle my fingers correctly and stare deeply and intently down the lens.
And look at the people at home into their soul. Look at the people at home, Alex. There
we go. I knew it would happen.
Oh, they're up.
Yeah, 4-0 in fact, as it's going to be Jumpy with the sickest of saves.
Yeah, I like the jiggle Jumpy. I wonder how much Counter-Strike he played as soon as he knew that he was going to have to fill in for Kirby full time.
I'm sure.
This is one of the things as a coach, right, where you have to play a decent level of CS just in case, because at the major tournaments, those people who aren't too familiar with what happens, if somebody gets sick, which has actually happened a lot, a coach has to step on in and fill that role because they are signed up as not only the coach but the 6th player. I don't know why, guys. If I could give you the answer on why Valve think that's a good idea, I would. I just have to go along with it. But hopefully in the future that can change. And there's a reason that might change is because we're seeing teams like Astralis now potentially signing a 7th man of Yugi. I don't know if you guys are catching that in the news.
I did. I'm not really sure what that's about, but I like it.
It's different. That's a Kazoon type. Is that what they say in Germany?
I think they do.
Yeah,
and I heard that a lot. A lot of sneezing today. But feeling good now. Ready for a final map. Just bring it on.
I'm so glad. We're going to give Henry a little bit of a hiatus just to get his final sneezes in, but we will be coming back after our break to bring you all of that 3rd map goodness. Will it be Copenhagen Flames flying with as best as they can to the playoffs of Road to Rio? We'll find out.
On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Explain to me what it's all about. Explain to me what it's all about. Had to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
You know I gotta shine, raise your hands for a good time.
Night until the morning, sleep.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Flames versus Mouseesport. It's the third map, and we're getting into it. I can hear the theme tune of only one thing, and that is a third map banger. That's usually what that sound effect means, and I'm joined by my friends. I know you're good attempt.
Watch out!
Whoa! Nearly got it. It's a wild one. But Chad and Henry G joining myself, Machine. Sanity at an all-time low. Snakes are inflated. Flamingo's fully inflated.
Yes.
What happens to the bigger flamingo, though, Chad?
I don't. My lung capacity is not big enough to blow it up, and we don't have a pump. So maybe if we get a pump, we can sort it out right there. Look, we all wanted a third. We got. I
want the knife round while we talk. That's what I want. So let's quickly get that running.
It's an important one.
Yeah, we got to work out who's starting where.
Now, look, this map here, you've heard us a million times talk about Mousesport's T-side. I can do it again, and I'll do it for the last time.
Give us a TLDR.
I won't be doing it again after today.
No?
Well, Mousesports are out, so I
touche.
definitely won't be doing it. They throw the 5 and E-box smokes. Carrigan or Chris J, usually depending on the spawn, will run straight out main to the Olaf position, putting a Molotov down towards the back of Green Train, then using their own smokes to lurk. They also do fakes off of that, as we see Rops here in a 1-on-2 situation with the knife. Can he get it done? Faking them, baiting them, getting it done, and now being a bit of a cheeky...
Oh, you know...
Oh, come on, Rops.
I'm angry just watching this.
Come on,
he's running away, he's spraying, he's got 3 kills already.
Let's
come on, man.
power this one up, shall we?
Come on, man.
Either way, like we said, it's an important knife, so...
Tis.
I guess he wants to guarantee that CT start. They're both one stab actually casting a knife round. What's going on here?
Yeah. Just finish it now.
Well, let's just
May
get
as
it over,
well.
shall we?
Yeah, going for the stab. And, after all of that, I'm happy to see it. Nice work. Copenhagen Flames get their choice of side. Don't run away. Stand and fight.
Yeah, and I've been crossing all the red ones out,
yes.
Henry. Red means bad. Red is bad. Bad
Okay.
cannot happen anymore. Only the good. So, if G2 beat North...
Hang on, let me follow along with my notes.
It's okay.
Here.
If G2 beat North,
Yeah,
Movie
me
Star
too.
Riders did beat Godsend, right? I want you guys to give me a thumbs up.
Yep.
Got it.
And if Copenhagen beat Mousesports here, that means G2 will come second, Godsend will come third, and Copenhagen Flames will come fourth. You guys got that?
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
Yep.
In the next option, G2 still beat North, Movie Star Riders have still beaten Godsend.
Sorry, where are we at North
Still on
now?
the same page. Still on the same page.
Oh, good.
And you get Copenhagen Flames losing to Mousesports. The Flames can still make it through in fourth.
Yep, that's all checks out.
Wow, so they can lose and still make it.
Yeah, if I can tell you about
my
the North,
calculations at least.
Yeah, mine too.
So the North stuff, if North win, that's when it gets a little bit more prickly. We'll get to that later. Don't you guys worry about that. But now we've got you.
Snake.
You guys happy?
Yeah.
All right. I'm glad everyone's up to date. GG better got the odds on screen.
And who are they favouring? It will be Mousesports, and it makes sense. It's one of the best maps for the team, right?
I don't know if they've been watching today, but Farley's in the server.
He is.
It's a Orpa's Paradise, and we're now moving on to the CT side of Train.
Yeah, so the fact that Copenhagen Flames get that CT start, I think bodes really well for them. The fact that they're going up against what they will have prepared for more, right? You were talking about it on Overpass. I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. Prepare to watch a team that has studied Mousesports. If you're expecting to go into a best of 3 for your chance to get to the playoffs of a major league tournament, I think the first thing you do is take a look at Mousesports Train. And this one is going to start with a defense for the Danes, 40th in the world and ESL World Rankings. They continue to start their climb, and a different look. Going to be seeing a smoke connector, a Molotov to the bomb train, and flying their players out of Pop Dog. Look how good that smoke is. Carrigan's going to enable perhaps even a fast plant here. Frozen's already getting it down.
It's looking pretty good in that respect. Refresh does pull one back, but still, the bomb down extra's an extra man here, I would say. But Farley continues to impress. A beautiful shot, and Hooksy, he's worked out exactly where Carrigan is. He'll relay that information to his teammates. They have got a kit and a smoke here, and they're finding every single kill en route towards the C4 here. Frozen, last player remaining. He won't be winning this round as the defuse is already coming in. Does find potentially a couple of frags here, but the defuse will be confirmed, and it will be Farley to pick up 3 kills as well.
Now, boys, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to come for a trip down memory lane with me. Just the other day, we had the pleasure of casting FaZe Clan taking on Copenhagen Flames. And the third and final map there was Train as well. FaZe Clan, they picked that one up 16-10. But there was a bit of a dry spell as far as rounds were concerned. I think we had a 6-round trot from FaZe to kick off their campaign against Copenhagen Flames. And then once the double orbs came out in the hands of
there I am.
and Farley, that's when they turned it around and started to look a bit more competitive here. So let's see if that's early in the game plan, if they want to bring the... Well, hold up. They got the AWP out in the second round.
They have pulled an AWP out in the second round, and the T's have pulled an AK out in the second round. It was Carrigan that dropped it. You can see the $50 and the Glock.
Yeah, Farley defused the bomb and got 3 kills, so he actually gets an extra 300 of using the C4 itself, so he can just about avoid the AWP and Kevlar. It does make him super susceptible to the Glocks, of course, if he does get dinked, but he's hoping that doesn't happen. This is more for the next round, if anything.
So spots one pop. Frozen, that's a rifle, and it works. AK will open up the site. Queenix has only got an MP9, and he spots Carrigan towards that sandwich spot. Will finish off the job nice, neat, and tidy. Frozen's the point man, though. keep your eyes on him and his progress, because Hooksy flashed off and already Frozen's found another nearly 3. Hooksy continues to make this, oh my goodness, Woxy's caught him off.
And remember, Farley with no helmet as well. This is really down to Nodius, who will spot one towards Pop Dog, but he has got to deal with Voxy. They actually had the man advantage here. Chris J on the AK-47, always reliable to purchase the Kevlar as well. So he's got a fighting chance here. Farley probably regretting his AWP decision at this stage. It does allow him to hold towards in-up, and that's exactly what Mouseesport want. That's why they put the brakes on, because they have a lack of information on the CT side. It segregates them.
That's bomb spotted though, and now down. Nodius finds a crucial frag in this comeback. I can't believe it. Mousesport's getting pretty damn far. They do need to plant, and Chris just railguns him. And looking to retrieve the bomb. Farley...
Oh, he saw the bomb?
Yeah, he did. And now he's got the chance to hit the shot. Oh, man. Now he's losing his chances fast. The bomb will be planted safely. A wiggle from Chris J for safety as well. Oh, hello. I know where you both are, and I've taken the first. Rob spotted, and he misses it. This time dancing around the train. He's on 35 HP. The USP is a valid option here. He doesn't have that information, though, and no armor. It's worth reiterating that. There's the info, and there's the shot from Robs. He'll take an AWP over to the T side round 3.
Big round from Robs. It's Frozen, though, with the heavy lifting with the AK-47. He cracked things open towards Ivy here. Glocks, 1 Deagle, and an AK-47. Leads into a plant and round victory as well as Robs close things out. Chris J contributing heavily as well. Fantastic shot towards Nodius. And we all have 1-1 confirmed. And there's a force in response. 2 scouts, 3 Deagles.
Carrigan heading straight out of main, or at least getting that nade there. Gives a little bit of a tickle to Farley, but he lives on to tell the tale. Robs looks like he's lining up an Ivy smoke there.
He still has the opportunity to go, ooh, okay. Bullet rattles off. They've been put on notice that scouts are out to play right now. Another near miss. If they win this one back, they can actually upgrade into AKs and get their AWP right back here. So Copenhagen Flames, they're not done just yet, but it will need some magnificent shots from their individuals here.
Robs against Refresh. Robs is certainly a specialist on trade. Refresh with Deagle and armor here. It's going to be the smoke going down. He'll find the first. Another player up there as well. Can't grab the AK just yet. But he does find the head of Chris J. This is looking fantastic. Damage inflicted towards Frozen as well. The Deagles have been set up nicely. And we will see them convert. There it is. The damage from Queenix from that scout. It certainly is converted. 2-1 as Copenhagen Flames survive with 4. They'll recover the AK-47s and an AWP.
Oh, they get there just in time. We cut away just before he caught it. But there was the shot from Voxic that actually ended up in his demise. To be fair, look at this play from Refresh. He just adjusts his position by a fraction to avoid that flash entirely, and that's a fully armored AK that he can just easily collect. Farley, great shots.
Oh dear, this one has some legs to it,
cool,
that's for sure. Okay, they're calling,
replay.
yeah, they're definitely calling for a technical timeout being needed here, and there won't be any dramas. The round had just started, no damage was done, no grenades were thrown. Copenhagen Flames don't even know what buy they were going up against, so just give it a moment and we
What's Carrigan holding? Look at that, he's got a mysterious sandwich, an invisible sandwich he plans to take a bite out of.
We got some problems going on over on the other game as well with North versus G2 Esports. Their game appears to be stuck as well, so...
Yes, good call. So, some gremlins in the system it would seem, but we have got a restart and we'll be back underway momentarily.
Yeah, I don't know, Carrigan's disappeared. I was expecting to see that. There it is, the disappearing act completes.
Oh no.
What? Don't say it.
Why are you making those sounds?
Well, if the North guy's internet's all gone out, and
Carrigan's
internet's
it could
gone
be a
out.
Copenhagen thing.
Yeah, but they're Copenhagen Flames, and they're still in the server, besides...
Little do you know, right? Copenhagen Flames, all apart from Hooksy, don't live in Copenhagen.
That's possible.
Yeah,
I've been to Denmark. It's big, even though it looks small, so there's a high probability that the internet has gone out in Copenhagen.
Oh, man.
That's not what we needed.
So, Carrigan...
to be honest.
Well, see.
Not tonight of all nights.
That's not. Anyone.
Green, are you there? Hello. Can you give us a specific update as to what's going on the server?
Yeah, so I went down into the Ethernet room.
Okay, perfect. That's where the Ethernet's kept, right? Yeah.
Everywhere. Perfect. I'm going to be speaking to some people because it's a mess, and I think this is what's caused this issue right now.
Okay.
Do you want to tell us what's actually happening?
He just told us the
I know you can read the chat.
All right,
so
let me actually look at the chat here. Carrigan crashed. Hooksy crashed as well.
Okay, it crashes.
Probably same internet provider.
And Northern crashed.
Okay, I assume it will come back, but there is a chance it won't. There is a slight chance, I suppose.
Let's live in a world where it does.
Are there any updates in the chat? I hear a lot of text scrolling past.
I think a lot of it's team chat, so I actually can't see a lot
it's like
of that.
sad faces and
probably something like that. I'm guessing.
Can we check in with the other?
Well, the other ones,
maybe. Are there any playing right now? Or is everything dead? Oh, that was the only other stream going on.
Yeah, so the other two games are finished. The Movie Star Riders took down Godsent, and obviously FaZe took down Contact. Sorry, not Content. I'm thinking of Content.
We're trying to create something.
Yeah. All right. Should we just go podcast mode? I don't even know if I have podcast mode in me right now.
Guys, to be fair, man, I mean, like, you know, day 16, map 3,
Day 17.
game 2, game 17.
Just want to correct you now.
That's really important, actually. Yeah, sorry, 17. I think the podcast mode, it doesn't have to be activated. I think that requires a lot of energy that is absent in the room right now. I will say that that's a cool graffiti. There you go.
Okay, let's...
That's like a B, and...
Rush, if the three of us close our eyes, and we count to 5, and you fly somewhere on the map, and then you can, like, be really close in, and we'll try and guess where it is. So we're all going to close our eyes.
Okay, play along at home as well.
You're going to trust us.
Close your eyes.
We're going to count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right?
Rate us. Oh, it doesn't give it away. We're good. That's going to be a bomb site somewhere, right?
Bomb train, right? Yeah.
Oh, come on,
he's got
Let's do a harder one, shall we? Let's do a more difficult one.
Well,
All right,
give him longer. Give him longer.
All right,
give him
10
7
seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, we're inside at the coils.
Well, that was a fun game.
I thought this would be a good idea,
It was
but
pretty good.
Apparently we know the map too well.
I want to give it one more try, because I'm actually kind of having fun, and we've got nothing better to do.
Alright, I'm closing my eyes. I'm not counting this time. Rush, go.
You can just tell us, Green. Can you just tell us when we can look?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Lining
Think
something
about this one,
crazy up here. Just give me a bit more time, alright?
Yeah, dude. Just tell us when.
Oh, Lord. Everything's so obvious.
No, it's not, though. If you look like in areas that are like above the normal places that people run, and so I can tell you that there is
a ladder. I have it in my mind as well.
Yep. There's a ladder
you
never expected.
I bet you can't find it.
It's above, as you're coming up into white walls.
Alright, this is a hard. Wait. Okay, go now.
Alright.
Yeah, figure that out.
That's a fence. That fence is towards Ivy.
What? You're not closing your eyes. We need to get a camera on these guys.
My eyes were closed. There is cameras. There's 3 of them. I can see them.
There's 3 looking at us all the time.
Alright.
You got a camera for a camera there?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
You got a camera.
I don't know why I made it, but it's kind
of like atmospheric.
I have one on the overpass like this too, and it's better because there's a little red light and it gives off like a bloom effect. It's very nice.
Oh, that is cool. You know what might be cooler is the fact that I can tell you that this game's getting back underway in about 30 seconds. So a whole lot of fun had, and much love to Green, otherwise known as
If you can think
Rush.
of any other CSGO mini games we can play like that, but let us know.
It was kind of like Mario Party, but for Counter-Strike. It's fun.
It's pretty much exactly the same, really.
Right?
Yeah.
I think so. I haven't played it myself, but I feel confident making that comparison.
You're dead on.
Yeah.
It is going to be the next round here.
Oh dear. I'll let one of them slip out.
Oh no.
Chris J with the AK 47. Remember, they lost the previous round. This is the third and final map. You're just joining us. It was actually Copenhagen Flames who won the pistol. Mouseesport second round forced by Copenhagen. Third round forced by. We're into round number 4. That's the update, and we have got a full investment from Mouseesport here. Chris J with the AK-47 is flung out of main entrance. Forced to by the Flames, and we'll see Carrigan taken down. Lovely shot from a fresh out now. Scout Chris J just sending it to the moon here, and it will cost him his life.
Yeah, that was the rifle. That's a lot of problems now for Mouse. Rob's trying to dig him out of a pit. And with the first, perhaps the rifle, but Hooks, he's been boosted up on top of the Ivy boxes, and he's managed to find both of them.
Oh, that never pays off. I can't believe he converted 2 frags from there.
Was that over a smoke at the time as well?
It must have been.
Yeah, perfection. Damage inflicted by the investment from Mouse, but they've got nothing to show for this. Voxic with the AK and nice control of his spray, but Farley, with 2 HP, he peeks into the line and keeps hold of not only his AWP, but takes Voxic's rifle away. So 3-2, let me try again, 3-1.
It's better.
Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I've been in the future. I know that Mousesports win this pistol round somehow.
Yeah, with the Glocks, it's going to be a difficult one, but I believe in it. So here's Hooksy getting it done there from the boosted Ivy position. 3-1, Mousesports with pretty much a full eco, but honestly, they make these work most of the time. They'll at least make it competitive. Fantastic aim from the likes of Robs to that Deagle.
Well, if these boys keep this up, they might get a chance on Australis' C squad, so... There we go, it landed. It got there.
It was pretty good.
You got an exhale out of my nose.
Yeah, nose laugh.
That's something. Oh, and Robs has got more than something. I told you, I can see into the future because Frozen's caught a refresh. And with just Glocks, now only 2 remain for Copenhagen Flames. Of course. Hang on. Maybe. Yep, the tip of Ahoy's head was visible only for a second. No way Hooksy was looking there. So now with the bomb ticking away, first will be found on this retake, but Nodius paid quite the price. A Deagle bullet now lodged within his chest, and he's lost his teammate as well. It's Frozen who just goes off, and he's going to find the final frag unless Nodius does decide to retreat. He's decided he's had enough of that, and, well, I guess I've kind of revealed my superpowers to the world now.
Well, I'm sure you would have used it at least more recently for some trying issues, but I'm glad that it's come out now. I'm glad that you've been able to help us as per the power of Mousesports and the pistols.
Wow.
Can't you, do world peace or something, Alex? Can't you use your power to help?
It's a very specific power, Chad. Unfortunately, I can only control and see into the future of CS games that are within the first 5 rounds.
So what happens now?
Well, like I said, the first 5. So this is actually the round 6. Unfortunately, unfortunately, it's all over now. It's all ogre now.
This is Robs with the fantastic shot to open things up. It was the massive catalyst to their success.
Ooh.
Second one especially beautiful.
He could have found a third.
Deagle, no armor, and a few Glocks around him, enough to win a round once they recover those rifles, and no force in response. They've finally broken serve. Copenhagen Flames will tap out and take the eco here. Couple of pistols out. Deagle and Tech 9 refreshed down to 28.
Oh, I love this. This is so nerdy. What a cool way to deal with Carrigan's move. They're using an individual on the ladder. Nodius is standing on his head so he can actually shoot accurately.
On the smoke, yeah.
That is so nerdy. I love it.
There's plenty of it. I love that they've managed to find an original approach to dealing with the inner, or rather, a yard fast from Carrigan. It doesn't actually come out on those smokes, but they clearly have laid some plans. To winner. Hooksy, aggressive, waited for by Chris J with a full rifle as in this one.
Sliding down the Pop Dog ladder. M4 save. And there will be Queenix taken out of the round here. Lovely work from Mousesports so far, looking to tie things up at 3-3 on the third and final map. Totem drop coming from Pop Dog here, and this is actually looking promising.
They could get shot from behind here.
Yes.
And Farley, he will get that frag, so Voxic's gone down.
And an AK.
An AK, he's taking it through inner. Bomb's already down, no kits as we know, so it's a good bit of damage. It might just be the preservation of that rifle now the refresh will go down. That was an AWP on his back for a second. Maybe Hooksy wants to try and get himself over there, but yeah, spotted now, and nearly an impossible task to get back into this one. Farley still fancies his chances though with this long rotate. All the way from Pop now to find Chris, and he knows it. He's worked it out. He will find Chris J. Impressive stuff, and Hooksy's Deagle's now found Carrigan. Suddenly, that 10-second defuse, it will not go down, but Copenhagen Flames have managed to make this one incredibly costly.
Yeah, they certainly did. Impressive scenes here. They certainly keep up with Mousesports if this series is anything to be judged by, and money will be okay. I said a bated breath. Farley will have to have glass cannon into this particular round. That's fine on trade. It's one of the most forgiving in that sense for the AWPer. Certainly not what they want, but it will do. Frozen close things out in that 1 versus 1, no problem at all. 3-3. Copenhagen Flames back into the gun round here with no kits, no helmets, fortunately no SMGs. Carrigan looks like he's going for his maneuver here, and we'll see whether he can make it. And he's nailed the first kill.
Just like that. 4 of them are up on green train, and he's actually spotted 1, but he's not got anything to show for it. Queenix not going to like the way he went down there. Farley's under a lot of scrutiny. Let's not forget his glass cannon, but he actually pops up and collects ROPS. There's still something to be said about the Flames here.
3-on-2. Carrigan with a hat trick already. Bit of a trained specialist, it would seem, as Chris J confirms the round, and it'll be Carrigan to find 4 kills within it. His manoeuvre, apparently not going to be counted just yet. Very well done. 373 damage in the round as well. That's huge. And it's ruined the money of the Copenhagen Flames as well. So round 8, bit of a gimme for Mouseesport here. And we'll have a look at the old G2 North situation. What have we got going on here?
11 frags for Jumpy and a 10-7 lead. It does look like G2 have forced the T's, though, to swallow their pride on a full Glock eco.
Surely G2 don't lose to another coach, man. I don't know if they'd come back from that.
Oh, God, you're right. The whole Summit situation. Yeah, that's going to be a real horrible one to recover. Either way, we'll focus on here for now. Copenhagen Flames trying to topple Mousesports, who can't make it to the next stage of the playoffs here on the road to Rio. But they have got an interesting approach. They actually pushed 5 players.
Hello.
One for Chris, and a whole lot more to follow. It's just a ticket, isn't it? Walk 6-1 screaming. Everybody, I've got a party in Maine. You're all invited.
Just a little detail for everybody there who might be curious. Why were they all running on the far wall? Why were they all lined up as they were pushing Ivy? Your footsteps can be heard if players are in all-off or in the held position. If you are running, they were trying to enable their quickest flank possible while mitigating as much noise as possible.
Interesting, so hugging that far right wall.
It won't save you in all circumstances, but it makes it a little bit less noisy.
Yeah, that's always something that is less talked about, so always happy to learn a new trick. Good flash. Stops Woxic from advancing any faster, any earlier towards the Brown Horse position, but it's not that Nodius plans on contesting. He's just the inner player for now. Refresh really in a hot spot. They are sending someone, in fact a partnership, towards this Ivy position. If Frozen is still there now, he could... Oh, the timing is unreal. He actually just tucks himself back out of it, and Farley's going for the Ivy flank. They're going inner. This is wild.
Oh, it's the incendiary play here. He doesn't even get a chance to deploy it, so the bomb's going down before the CTs can even say anything about it here. So this is looking wonderful for Mousesports. In terms of other players, Frozen towards main entrance. Carrigan pushing down towards upper ramp, and he was thinking about checking it. It cost him his life. There comes the aforementioned flank, and Frozen, he'll be dropped. They've actually got the man advantage here. 3 versus 5. But Ross can still save the day, but looks like his efforts being thwarted.
Yeah, so Chris J's managed to catch one on that flank, and he's got his position perfect to find another. Farley down. Not a 2 versus...
There's no kit.
5, no kit, a perfect flash, but he just pulls the trigger, and they're doing it. Just one, it's down to Queenix. And he hasn't really got the time, he hasn't got the kit, he'll get the frag, he'll grab the AWP, and he'll get the hell out of dodge. It will be 6 for Mousesports.
Big round. Managing to head towards inner, and we can see there was one player in the form of Hooksy who had the, or Nodius I think it was, with the incendiary there. He was spotting for information. They busted through though, just as he was looking away. He couldn't even deploy the incendiary. Managed to get the opening kill, but the bomb was already down, and those 5-on-5 retakes are always going to be so rare for the CTs to pick up. Round 10, 6-3 is looking like it's looking very good for Mousesports. In terms of the buy, partial investment with an AWP in towards the hands of Farley. Haven't seen him really kick off here on train, focusing towards Ivy once again as he encroaches on the server.
Footstep might be enough just to hold them in place at Ivy. No risk being taken. No need to push for them if they are so close to you. But Frozen, he's actually fallen all the way back now. You can see he has the job of covering off towards main and Ivy just in case of any pushes. The remainder of his team all up in the box halls. Studying if they want to have a shower, maybe at the vending machine. There's a kitchen in here.
Grab some kitchen towel.
I wouldn't want to work there. It doesn't look like the place gets cleaned.
Yeah, this whole place, I mean, it's a war zone, really. See what I did there? Because they're shooting each other, and Queenix takes main. 3 of them waiting on the other side of that. Voxic has been staring at Ivy now for a good 10 seconds. I wonder if Farley is going to fall and succumb to the temptation. He doesn't need to. His mission here is to maintain Ivy control. Anything more is unnecessary. He actually did have a look, and he went for a safe one. Queenix, he manages to take Frozen down. That's very effective. Farley's going to disrespect the smoke. He's actually going to go straight up on green. It's a perfect angle. A hard shot. and falls out. Now the Deagle of Hooksy's tested by Chris. Numbers do continue to favour Mouse.
There was a moment there when Farley had the AWP, the Deagle shots being fired off, and damage was inflicted. Then maybe this could have been a closely contested round. It still can be, but this is where Farley needs to shine, and he always nails those close-range shots here, and they might be able to do something with this now. The Desert Eagle, it's working out for a couple. Robs will be left in a 2 versus 1, and he's towards a connector right now. Of course, they have no kits, but do they have the smoke? They got nothing, and Robs will have full vision of the bomb, and of course, Farley takes him down.
He's got a molly.
And an AWP remaining at oh, it actually misses. Okay, that might block him out. Either way, with no kit, I don't think he can do anything.
Oh, if Nodius had held it, my goodness, you'd have had something there. Fakes again. Rob's tucking himself in, he knows.
Stun.
No kit. And a very precise shot. Well, great cleanup from Robs. It looked fantastic from Nodius for a second there. Gets 2 in quick succession on the Deagle. Farley again thriving in these close duels.
Yeah, he looks like he's up for it, but he's finding, 2 kills almost every single round. It's still not enough. You can only ask so much of him. Nodius did manage to get a great double Deagle sequence, but the flank from Robs just shut it all down.
Is it the double AWPs now?
I think
before.
Definitely. This is the moment. 100% you'll see the double AWPs. Going to put my reputation on the line here. And it's worked out. There we go. Hoaxy and Farley. And it's actually working out for that first frag. Down goes Voxic.
Oh, okay. Carrigan's just stops that pop push in its tracks, which means Queenix has got a lot to deal with. He knows Carrigan's there. Chris J1, a second perhaps. No. Robs decides that's not a possibility, and Carrigan has sent Farley back down to hell.
So just 1 player remaining, and this is not getting any better for Copenhagen Flames. Starting to drop off now. This is alarm bells going off. They are not on the T side. They're on the more favoured CT forces. And this is probably the best map for Mouseesport. Maybe not right now, but historically speaking, it's going to be just the 1 kill brought back and almost 0 chance of winning this. But with the time remaining, if you can get a quick pick, you never know. He has got a smoke available as well. So he kills play on the bomb site, gets the smoke down. Could be onto something there. A couple of different outcomes, but the most likely one will be brought forward. Picking up the AWP, will be chucked over to Vox, I'd imagine, as Robs is absolutely killing it right now. Last couple of rounds has been huge for him. 1 versus 3 clutch. Wins out with a couple of kills there as well to deny anything being brought over to the follow-up round of number 12. First tactical timeout for the Flames.
A moment of reflection.
They don't really have many decisions to make. This is a partial buy. Can't really invest fully into this. And let's have a look. North. Oh God. So what does this mean? If North do win, Chad, what goes on there?
I'm just taking a look at that right now. So if North win in 2-1 fashion over G2, the Movistar Riders over Godsent, which we've already confirmed, and then Mousesports are able to take out Copenhagen Flames, that would mean G2, well, they would still somehow get the 2nd slot in the group. Godsent would go down to 3rd, and that would put North in 4th. Copenhagen Flames would miss out in that circumstance right there.
Oof, so this next 45 minutes, Copenhagen's Flame could be put out.
Yeah, so he did that. I liked it.
Wow, what a shot from Carrigan. He's only going to get 1 though. Very quick on the trigger was Hoaxy, and I like the Mag 7. Something's telling me the jumping Mag 7 actually gets 1.
That's kind of a sick position for him. You break it down, but this is actually working out for Copenhagen Flames. They've got a 3-on-2 lead. Queenix with the scout now, but Voxip and Frozen pull 1 back each, and all the hype subsides for a moment, but still a chance. Queenix no armor, but if he hits one of these tags, maybe he's onto something. It has to be a headshot to get the quick kill, and unfortunately doesn't work out. And any of those variables going to be 9-3. Mousesports look like they're in cruise control, chaps.
It does feel that way. Feels like the Mousesports that just pulled it across the line on Nuke are starting to really find their comfort zone. It is Train, of course it's their comfort zone. And let's not forget the veto. Copenhagen Flames, they started this all the way on Overpass with another close affair. Mousesports were throwing caution to the wind in a lot of those rounds. Not a map they're particularly set up for. But the next 2, Nuke again, close, and Copenhagen Flames to have their playoff chances pulled from them. Over the course of this last few hours, it's intense, it really is. Carrigan's trying the same again, and this time the frags do favour the CTs.
Yeah, it's looking a bit better out there, but Chris J does at least get 1, and we've got Robs on the AWP this time. Here we touched a little bit by the Flames there, in more ways than one. Voxic, very fast, but this time not connecting. So, Allows us to get frozen out of Ivy. He had a 2-second window there, couldn't quite jump through it. And now Robs will be left with Voxic. Both of the sniper rifles here. That shot doesn't connect, but it's still got a minute. And the 1 versus 4.
Voxic does tend to have quite the habit of putting on a show, but this time, no show at all. Copenhagen Flames, they'll find their 4th. This is on the CT side. It's less than required. It's a necessity. It really is. Let's see this one again from Farley. So Frozen, he was staring at him. He had the AWPer in his tracks. Caught off before he could pull the trigger.
There's still a way that they can get back into this. 9-6, it's not the worst CT side in the world. It's obviously not the best, but Copenhagen Flames, this is going to be monumental if these youngsters are able to turn around against Mouseesport, who are currently just destroying them here. The force by bout in those early first 5 rounds, well, Mouseesport ended up coming out on top of that, and that's where the round stopped for the Flames.
So last couple here. Double up set up for Farley and Hooksy, of course, and Frozen, he'll be towards the end of Ivy. He's all a bit of a ruse, as you can see. He sets up the utility you'd expect to deny vision, and hopefully keep these players towards outside. The bombs are brown horse right now. A boost towards inner. Oh, it's going to work. Oh, no!
Oh, that's such a killer. They might ask for the reboot.
Yeah, get back up there. Let's go.
It's still going to work out. That is perfect. The boost catching the safe angle that nobody considers, and well, this is Mouse's round. The only person that can really contest it's Hooksy, who's about to try and pass in the smoke.
Hiya.
Oh, hello there. My name's Frozen, and I plan on winning this round.
Queenix will oblige, but not be happy about it. Gets 1 kill and upgrades to the AWP. I'll have to save that now. Double digits on the T side. It looks like they might be out of luck here, the old Flames here, Chad.
Yeah, look, running out of gas, and you can't cook with a flame if you... Well, you could have coals. I don't know. Do they use coals in Denmark, you reckon?
I think they probably have done at some point.
Yeah, probably
Not
a while
sure about
ago.
traditionally, to be honest with you.
I'm just liaising with League Ops now as we speak.
What's the conversation?
Graham is busy. But that circumstance that we were looking at, North winning in a 2-1 fashion, here we have it on screen right here, this could be the last round.
It's never the last round, Chad.
There's always more rounds.
There's always more rounds. That's one thing I've learned.
It has been updated, so I have an updated one here with those results going the way that we were talking about. North winning 2-1, everything going as planned. G2 would be 2nd, North would be 3rd, and Godsent would be 4th. So the only change there from what I read out earlier was the Godsent and North positions just swapping around.
Cool. Last round.
That was my line. I had that all lined up. Working on it.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
I've been crafting that.
Saving that one for a while.
And we'll see the double orbs once again. 10-5 a necessity here. I'm just going to say it. It's a controversial comment, I know, but they need 5.
How dare you?
I know. It was too much, actually.
Crazy.
So, 120. Molotov towards Bob Dog, trying to flush them out. Queenix will extinguish the flames and leave. So they're not sure whether he's there. You can see Rob's just tentatively exposing his ankles. Big round here. Huge difference in 11-4 and 10-5. Especially on train.
That's really nice from Refresh. Takes his chance. He knows that Carrigan's on the retreat. And we'll punish him for it. Farley's staring at Pop, but only for a moment. So this play from Robs as 3 of them rotate. Odious will catch them on the inner. Now with the bomb loose, Robs tries to strike, but Queenix was so prepared. He knows how Robs likes to play. Chris, however, does start to make space. That bomb can be planted now by Voxic, and suddenly a 2v4 doesn't sound that far from the realms of possibility.
And Chris J and Voxic, with the bomb down, they can make this work. It looks impossible right now, I appreciate that, but with the pressure on, this smoke play coming in as well. Hi, here we go, we're off to it. And it will be Chris J setting up Voxic here. That's the shot that had to connect though, and it is going to be Copenhagen Flames defusing the bomb, taking the final round here, and putting 5 on the board in total. I'm going to say that's not enough, but I'm being proven wrong plenty of times today. The results never seem to make sense. I'm sure they've still got some life left in the tank. We'll take a break and be back with the second half very shortly indeed. Do not go anywhere.
Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor, all is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know. Still feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, you feel like home. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, Copenhagen Flames and Mousesport's third map, second half of the road to Rio. Copenhagen Flames, the fate hinges on their success in this second half, and they're at quite a disadvantage. They did manage to find the fifth. 10-5, sounding a whole lot better than 11-4, in the words of Mr. Greer.
Yeah, the odds don't look too great, though, for the likes of Copenhagen Flames, I'll say that much. They're brought to you by GG.bet, and we'll get into the most important pistol. Third and final map, 10-5. A disastrous score. Opening kill for Carrigan, and it looks great for them. Bomb goes down any second, round over.
Absolutely.
Nothing to diagnose there, nothing to break apart. They tried it, didn't work out.
Mousesports have been doing the two individuals stacking towards the inner bomb site or connected with nades for like the last 6 months, and they do it again, and it works again. That's 11 on the board. Now, boys, I'm actually looking at the screen directly behind Alex's head. If this looks like North are going to close, you might hear me starting to go mental. So just letting you know, I'm just warning you.
Yeah, and actually we have a tweet here from Godsent Devilwalk. He's the coach of Godsent.
Yes.
And he says, next time we play G2 Esports, I will bench one player and play. I think it's a valid strategy.
Respect the jumpy there. Like, that's a lot of pressure to actually potentially win. He's got 15 kills.
Yeah, he is. He's keeping up. He's like right there alongside Gade at Bob.
6 assists as well. Like, not the crispest aim, but he's doing damage.
He certainly is. We'll check in with that in a second. For now, just the clocks. In fact, why don't we just check in with it now? No point watching Glocks waste time.
What are they doing?
Can we bring it up picture in picture? We can watch these Glocks run around while we watch the end of that game. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Oh, and a timeout. Poo. But still, we can still walk through where the situation is. Okay, G2 have got enough cash for the rest of regulation.
Are they going to run back? If they run all the way box holes and then run back, I love these guys. Do it.
Why would they?
Do it.
Oh.
Do it.
Oh.
Around the world. That's a Daft Punk song for those kids out there. They did this music on computers,
and nobody cared about them until they put on the mask.
And that's hey, maybe that's something that we should all do.
These rascals are going brown holes. No, Ivy, then brown holes, then Ivy. It has managed to get the CTs as far away from them as possible, and Moxie just looked away. So if they keep walking down Ivy, they are actually, believe it or not, going to take quite a lot of space.
If they win this round.
I mean, no. One. But very easy frags for Carrigan. He can't believe his luck. They all come storming into his crosshair, and a Glock on top of the green train to conclude. So Mousesports, that's 12 now. Heading into the third round of our second half of our third map of the second series of our 17th day here at ESL 1's Road to Rio. Chad's still staring intently at the screen, which means we're back into that 29th round on the C stream.
Jumpy's just released a smoke. It's going over towards the top of heaven. They've got some secret control right here. It's a 5v5. There's a minute left on the clock, and we're back underway with our game. The bye will come out from Copenhagen Flames. It's just as important that they win this one as it is for North. So if you're a Dane right now and you're watching, well, you can't have both of them, so you better pick a favourite.
Oof, wow. Big damage. Carrigan feeling the heat. Queenix encroaching his position. Looks like a guaranteed frag. A little bit flashed as well by Farley. And now, opening advantage. Copenhagen Flames don't have to commit, but Chris J has. That's going to be the scout towards main entrance as it completely destroys the skull of Queenix. They're going to try and sneak it towards inside. And they wait at the precipice of the bomb site here. Robs rotates in, 8 kills. And Uxie just walking across it, brave to do so with no health.
And he done it. Oh, don't overextend. And now caught in the open, he will go down. Traded by Nodius. If he finds Chris, which he has spotted, he could enable this bomb plant to go down safely. A nice smoke towards the Z that might contain Frozen, but he doesn't know where all three are. And a great shot. It was actually Farley not only getting that bomb down, but now find another frag. Copenhagen Flames set for success here.
Oh, these flanks, this is what they did on Overpass. Refresh, he was a prime candidate for stealing away some clutch scenarios here, and, well, the fact he's doing it again, that is going to bring back some wounds.
There it is, Refresh to close things out. The long con for him, he was at Ivy the entire round, comes in for the late flank, and they'll get their first round here. Number 3, here's the C-Stream. G2 have pulled yet another round back, and the money is low for North now. Kulils and a UMP doesn't look good for Jumpy and co.
So your highlight was G2 is safe no matter what right now, Chad, after the results we've already confirmed. It's a question of Copenhagen Flames. Their fate hinges on North, correct?
Yeah, so right now it's just between what happens if North are able to convert versus G2, and if Copenhagen Flames are able to pick up the victory here. Both looking, well, more and more unlikely as every round passes.
This one should be should be a kill. No, not for Rops. He's not interested in conceding.
Ooh, that footstep is everything. Carrigan now knows his presence on the other side. Refresh, though, still relatively fine. It's Farley, so fast. Crossout is too precise, and he'll take Carrigan down. No problem at all.
How does he make that look so easy?
It's mad, isn't it?
Left eye, no issue. Look at Robs, staring at the floor. You should have gone there, Rush. I wouldn't have had a clue.
4v4 right now, I can tell you that much.
Oh dear.
Actually, I blinked and now it's a 2v4.
Indeed. Doesn't look good for the North boys here. Jumpy and easy to clutch.
Mouse, you definitely can never doubt their faith in Voxic, because so much of their decision making is driven by him.
He is the X factor, right? As an individual, as a player, you can see that his emotions are always very high, but what he can do in the server, there's not many out there who you can throw up and say, oh, that's a play that they're able to pull off. Woxic, his high sensitivity, his ability with the AWP to get multi-frags. We've seen it before. He just can carry Mousesports across the line here. Only sitting on 10 kills, so he might need to start finding some of that form right here, right now, if they want to close this one out quickly. Has a chance.
Oh, you see he was on the railing? Just to make sure he wouldn't be spotted. Farley, little touch of detail to him there.
They've got lots of creative boosts and different ways of operating here. You can see them silently dismounting. As we'll see them now set up for the execution towards in-up. Flashbang for Queenix, so he's bounced off towards low. I love that. That's perfect. That's a sick little flash.
It looks great.
Yeah.
Chris J obviously couldn't see a thing.
Have to save the orb now. There's no point going for this round, and if you have the pistols and the smokes, you might as well just sit on the outskirts of the bomb site, either protecting Woxic or making sure that you can maybe grab yourself an AK-47 in the fray of this one here. We will be waiting these 40 seconds as the bomb has just been planted, and considering Copenhagen Flames haven't built up too much of a bank just yet, I'd say they won't be too keen on saving, and the radar tells the same story. Just have a look at the top left. All 5 players still neatly tucked on the inner bomb site, just cleaning all the corridors or the corners. Don't want to go down to a last second defuse. We know that Mouse, we've casted some of their games in the past. Frozen had several attempts going for late diffusers with kids and 2-on-4 situations. They have to be very, very thorough.
That's going to be 3 in a row for the Flames here. Well. Let's have a look at the setup now. It's all led to this moment, but the money still a little wrecked here. They might have to bring out more of the same, another partial setup.
When have we seen a Mouse fall by on the CT side? We saw one so far.
First gun round, right?
First gun round, and then it's just been that force around the orb. And this time they will just have to weather the storm of one more.
That's all they can do. Vox can still win these rounds. He'll go towards the connector at the start, but fires off a shot, no one there. And Hooksy down towards Pop Dog already. He's got a decent position. It's confirmed there's no CT presence close.
It's not as easy to do a clean execute, get bomb site control as what we just saw them do towards inner. And if Chris J continues to push here, he might be met with a chance. Waiting on the other side. Oh, Farley, he lands the shot. It's a good kill to make. Woxic, he won't move just yet. He's going to keep the orb trained over towards the teammate position. They've got 2 individuals backing up from inner now. They've completely given up on the B bomb site. It's very, very patient stuff here from Copenhagen Flames, hoping that there is more aggression for the CTs.
They just stand and prepare to deliver. So it seems around that 40-second mark, we've seen the usual smokes lined up. And flashes over the top as well. But look at that, the knee-jerk reaction is actually to pull back. Perhaps they were starting an inner rotate, but now the smokes start to bloom.
Oh, here he is, the big man, looking to find multiple kills. Doesn't get a single one, but there he is, Robs. He erupts with the Desert Eagle here, and Frozen recovers the orb. He still has armor, and Carrigan with the PT-50 towards main. Hooks is going to check this angle. Pre-fire, presumably the dink. Oh, it's just frustrating for Carrigan there. Couldn't have done more of it. The first bullet hits his head.
The snapping turtle. The 5-7. He can do damage just like that.
HP?
He's so low. They'll make the call. He switches to it. 11 bullets still. He hasn't needed to reload. There's a lot available to him. And now Hooksy walks in and Frozen. He'll pick up a phenomenal 1v3. Another clutch on this map for his squad.
Well, there it is. The 5-7 delivers on all fronts there. That was an eco essentially for Mousesports. Barely even a partial buy. And they'll have a ton of money going forward. Robbed with a double deagle destruction from heaven. I'd love to see that replay, see what he was up to there. It was looking good for Voxic. He misses the shot, but it sets him up for the round regardless. It's going to be 13-8. He's Frozen with that 5-7. He's in a 3-on-1, bear in mind. Just a pistol. Both double kills here with that aforementioned snapping turtle. And then Hooksy, 2 HP. Down he goes, and a 3-on-1 victory on an eco.
If they didn't lose the 2-on-5 to Woxic and Chris J on their CT half and then didn't give up that one right there, Copenhagen Flames are right in this game, but now it feels like the energy might be getting sucked out of the room. They have to turn it around quickly, and Hooksy, he can't land the shots here.
Oh, he really was set up for that as well. ahead of the Molotov. Carrigan's going to get that deep smoke set up, and that's going to be enough to completely and totally lock out Copenhagen Flames for at least 15. He doesn't even need to be there anymore. The presence and the angle of that smoke was enough to know.
It's been a long all day Counter-Strike here, but Mousesports, they might have done enough. 13-8. A lot of damage inflicted here. But there's a player that snuck through Refresh, and his snappy aim does take down Carrigan.
We get away. They have to worry about the backlines here.
You know, is the call. Rops, you know he plays it, and he's handled the first with great ease. Frozen in the meantime catching that loose thread, so Refresh is gone as well. Now dead, and Moxic will be able to extinguish that smoke, so they continue to apply pressure to this bomb plan. It will not go down, and Farley will.
That's
40.
so beautiful from Robs there. That's like a textbook inside hold. The anchor delivering, making sure he's nimble, he's moving position. They can't comment exactly he is. He's getting calling for flashbangs from his teammates as well. Look at his movement. One frag, then he knows exactly what he has to do at this point. Gets that one, nails it. Flashbang from his teammate, swings out, gets a third, denies the plant. And now Mousesports. They've actually done enough to potentially break the money here. We'll have a look at the G2 setup. North are back in the lead here, boys. They're on the CT side.
Jumpy!
Go on, Jumpy!
He's got two!
Oh, it's on stream as well. Love that.
Oh,
huge. Colossal.
They're only one round away, assuming Kenny doesn't win a 1-on-4 situation. They're only one round away right now from doing it again.
Yeah.
They can still do it. This is great for North, because if Copenhagen Flames lose, North, they can get themselves a slot in the top 4.
The top 4 is pretty much like mission accomplished as well. Like, there's a lot of extra points to be played for, sure, but just getting top 4 itself, with the sacrifice of having to continue to play out the rest of their games with their coach Jumpy, it would be such a huge... I mean, I reckon, if anyone, I hope Messioso, if he's in the room, he's recording, you know, as that victory would come in, because I'm sure there'd be a lot of passion. Jumpy's definitely going to go up a couple of notches in the team's appreciation books. Next time the coach makes a call, you're like, well, that is the guy that helped us get to the playoffs. With the mouse and keyboard.
Ooh, Voxic, this is the round that might decide it. They'll have no money going forward. It'll be $2,400 loss bonus. And now 5 versus 4. They've got barely any utility. Voxic scoops up the second kill of the round as well. And it's this double up setup that's looking so powerful. Carrigan will have the orc towards Ivy. They would be their round to lose at this stage. Hearing the footsteps, Frozen calls there, maybe coordinating their players towards inside. But it's actually Ivy we're getting most of the attention here now.
Fresh and his late Ivy pushes. Carrigan clearly prepared for it. And the duel is won. Carrigan picks up a crucial frag, and the penultimate one is found by Voxic.
It's over.
Does look like it's over. North have actually picked it up. 19-16. North are off to the playoffs of Road to Rio.
Well, that's assuming that the Flames here aren't able to turn things around. If the Flames now are able to mount back into this, they're going to concede 15 here. They'll have to do it in overtime themselves. That's their only lifeline. That's all that's left for them.
Wow.
They have to win.
Copenhagen Flames now, their playoff spot on the line versus Mousesports. And with all of that additional context we're now getting from the other games, you can't help but reflect over the 2 30-round games to start off this series. Copenhagen Flames, they definitely had their chances. It seems that perhaps they'll get just one more. It's going to be with Deagle, Tech 9, and a good slew of nades. A couple of early smokes. Looks like they might want to try and get some bodies out early, but that is what they intend it to look like. Instead, they'll just be waiting around to see any CT pushes.
One more round would do it. Tech 9, Deagles, bare bones utility, surely no chance.
Here it comes.
The execution would have to be a thing of beauty at this point, and the first kill might be dead. Voxic down 28, but Frozen looking for the triple kill. He'll find 2. Bomb down. Looks like we're done here. 4 versus 2. Nodius and Farley remain.
Just the 2 of them. They had previously made some very phenomenal rounds work. Farley was a big part of that, and now with a recovered AK to do it all, just to save the Copenhagen Flames playoff chances, and first found very precise into Carrigan. Unfortunately, he's caught a bullet to the thigh, and there's 2 more AWPs where that came from. Nade won't find him, Voxic likely too, though. He's worming his way around, trying to find the open space. He's doing well to get this far. Spots Chris J. Now if he finds Robs, my goodness, Farley, something's telling me he's got a chance in this one. Another great shot, and off to winner. What a play!
It's unreal. Farley might have a chance in this one. So smart. He had 13 HP this entire 1v3, and Voxer with the AWP, he actually has the advantage now. We've got another round here.
Wow.
He doesn't even know what's going on.
It's certainly not done yet. Farley still has to put the bullet into Voxic, and around his own smoke. Voxic will wait. Okay, Farley looking good, and he hits the shot. Spectacular! Up against the ropes. It's match point. It's elimination if they concede, and with 13 HP, he clutches up a new lifeline for the squad.
Yeah, he certainly is going to be a star of the future. So calm under this pressure. What an amazing play. That's world class, Chad. You've got to say that.
That is absolutely insane. I am speechless at this point. This kid.
I've never really noticed him before the road to Rio. We've discovered so much new talent on our journey here. A lot of Counter-Strike, but certainly some great players discovered. And Farley, he might be top of the list at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
if Astralis need another man, if they need a 10th player or something, I feel like he could be the next candidate.
Certainly, he's turning heads, popping heads, and that was with the AK. He is the author of the squad. This run boost looks very safe, and he bangs his head, and Voxic makes him dead. That's the star of the show with his signature weapon now lying idle. It'll be refreshed to pick it up. But all that Clutch could have done was delay the inevitable. Now Farley falls. It's a lot of pressure on the remaining 4.
Well, they have got 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, and 2 flashbangs. AWP for Refresh, but not known to be an AWPer. It's Farley normally taking that responsibility. A minute remaining, and I have no idea how they finish up here. They've got 2 a pot dog, 2 a main. Molotov down for now. Just hoping they get a pick. They take a bit of damage to the Totem drop there. Nodius and Hooksy with the bomb. Need a pick. Refresh can't find it yet.
Wow, okay, now we're cooking. At least the stove is on. Refresh wants to add another one to the shopping list before we can get too excited. Not gonna happen. First and Frozen, Chris J with 2, and that's the end of that. From the grave, Queenix strikes, it's all in vain. And Copenhagen Flames will not see the playoffs. Mousesports, they take another scalp before they're eliminated as well.
So far, but so far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about.
Well, after all that, Mousesports do manage to take themselves one final victory from Road to Rio. Unfortunately, will not manifest into a playoffs spot. The Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel post-match, and I'm Yashin. I'll pop my collar because I have lost the plot.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's a strong look.
Thanks. I think these were supposed to be undone, but now it's like kind of muscle memoried its way. There we go. That's a bit better. Now I look like an aggressive tennis.
What was your question, sorry?
I didn't have one, to be honest.
That was a good game.
Yeah, I have a few things that I want to get out there, especially because we were talking a lot about Farley, right? We were singing his praises throughout.
Sure.
And he went plus 40. He had a fantastic series, but it was definitely a team effort, and I want to make that clear. These guys have worked very hard. We could see in their executes down to the details with their pop flashes and their timings and their understanding of one another, even though they've lost here, and even though you might have people out there who are going to cite online Counter-Strike, go for bloody gold, because what these guys just showed was hard work. You know, you can sit there and you can say, oh, they're comfortable, they're at home, they're doing whatever. Of course, you all are. That's all we can do right now, and this is the best Counter-Strike that they can put out there.
That's a massive point people are forgetting. It's the same for everyone. Like, there's some discrepancies in pings, etc.
Sure.
But it's not like it's all been built for Copenhagen Flames to perform much higher than everyone else. They're just a good little team, and sure, they'll have a bit more confidence, but it's not. I don't think you can say every time, oh, the only reason they're winning is X, Y, Z.
Yeah, you can only play the teams in front of you, and you can only play with the circumstances we have. And this is where we are right here, and this is the standings for everybody at home.
For the foreseeable future, so you better get used to it, and you better get comfortable, especially the teams that are getting these surprise losses. You know, these teams are finding big victories, and a couple of them make it through to the next stage of competition. You can see the state of affairs for Group A, and even rolling that into Group B as well. Dignitas did not end positively, but Group B, an undefeated spree. FaZe loving it.
That's massive, considering the bumpy nature of their journey at EPL, and this is much better for them. Still got to move on to the playoffs, so great stuff to get through here, and they're going to bye for the first round, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I've got more than just the groups. I've even got the brackets.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah,
No
this is
way.
exciting. This is actually what you want to see. This is going to be the playoff bracket, I assume.
Yeah, it should be, and I think I should be able to walk everybody through this because we have an upper and a lower bracket. This is the upper bracket right here. Astralis will be taking on G2, and FaZe Clan will be taking on NIP. But there's a whole lower bracket scenario that will be going on down there. Vitality and Heretics have already found themselves down there, and North and Godsent as well. So this one here, it's going to go all next week, so make sure you're tuning in as of Tuesday. We'll be bringing you all the action from then. But there's some big names in here. I can't wait to see more from Heretics. They were one of those names that are turning heads. And if Godsent can continue this form.
And just to be clear, Jumpy will have to play for that period of the playoff as well.
So they could sacrifice a percentage of points to bring Kirby back in.
It's a large percentage,
so that's a decision that they're going to have to make, and obviously something we'll keep our eyes on. Look, personally, I'm not a huge fan of the way that rule set plays, but that's just as the same we just were saying about these conditions. That's just the way the chips lie.
I mean, it was oh so long ago, but remember Cologne? Remember Dupree having to get his appendix out
They
mid-tournament?
still made it top 8.
They did, but it was Sonic all the way, and that's unfortunately the rule set that continues here in 2020. Conversation for another time, though, because we better get the hell out of here. We've got another one coming up. It's time to venture to America, and we get to see Furia Genji in their finals. Trace and Sorrentis will be steering this ship with Harry and Hugo on the portcullis. That's a castle, not a ship. Poop. See ya.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GGBet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL 1 Road to Rio. It's time for a grand final. We've got Furia on one side and Jinji in the other, and both of them have fought their way through these ESL 1 Rio brackets all the way to the very end, and this is the conclusion. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Trace. I've got Harry and Hugo with me. We're ready to lock this one down, ready to get things started. Also, I might want to tell you that we also have a third, fourth place decider going on, Cloud9 Liquid, which we'll begin to check out in just a second, so don't worry about that. But for the time being, guys, action-packed day in front of us.
Yeah, games. That's all we want. Counter-Strike on every stream. And we've had the EU side of things come to a conclusion. Things have shaped up over there, and we know how the groups are going to be ending as well, with FaZe looking pretty good. Mousesport's finally closing that series versus Copenhagen Flames. It took some time, Trace, but it's at least set us up now for this series.
That it has. Harry, what do you think we get this out of here? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree, man.
Done with that. It just looked too much like my jacket, so I just got...
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, right? Like, you've come dressed as a snake today as well, Trace.
Nice. I've never been complimented so much. Thank you so much, Harry. But anyway, on our hands, Jinji, Furia. Yesterday we got a taste of what Furia had to offer. What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, you know, Furia, they're looking really good here at the Road to Rio, right? And that's like a sentiment that's being shared by pretty much everyone watching at home. And even if you take a look at, you know, like how they've actually matched up against a lot of teams here, they've dropped 2 maps thus far total in the entire of the Road to Rio North American division. So that is unreal. You know, you put that into perspective, that includes 2 2-0 series versus Team Liquid, right? Like, that's phenomenal for the Furia side. And so here, now trying to stack up against Gen G, I think for a lot of people, they're going to be looking at Furia as the pretty heavy favorites heading into this series.
Yeah, and let's not forget some of the stuff that we saw yesterday. In fact, with our highlights, we're going to see some of those plays. We just got to relive the whole thing with K Serrato somehow shutting Liquid down on their comeback on Overpass. It was wild scenes all day.
Yeah, Furia have really impressed us with the map pool here that they've shown us at the Road to Rio, right? Pretty much absolutely no fear in where they can go, and that's why, you know, I'm excited to see if we get more Vertigo today. They beat Liquid on it not once, but twice, even though it got a little bit closer the last time they took them on. And yeah, Furia leaps and bounds ahead of everyone in their group right now. Like you said, dropping 2 maps, but I think what's important is to remember that, you know, no series would drop. Those 2 maps, they drop a separate.
Yeah,
so 5-0 inside of the group, that's incredible for Furia. It got them straight to the semi-finals. They beat Liquid again and go straight to the grand finals here. Gen G, now of course they found a similar face. They did also top their group 4-1, losing to just Cloud9, I think, and going straight to the semi-finals as well. They managed to beat Cloud9 there in a rematch and head to the grand finals as well. So that's the stories, that's a picture of how both these teams got here. And now I think definitely the top 2 teams, given the performances that we've seen throughout this season.
Well, that was the kind of the word I was looking for. Cloud9. Speaking of which, that third to fourth place decider, which is going on right behind me. We're going to check in and take a look real quick. Now, Cloud9 versus Liquid. Liquid had Furia yesterday, and they proved to just be too much for Liquid to even put a handle around. So now they found themselves in this third, fourth place decider, and after winning the first map, Liquid looked to take that one convincingly.
Yeah, you know, and here, right, you see it's like pretty close, and that's the thing. I do think this Cloud9 squad can give Liquid a bit of a run for their money, right? Especially if we get a same-looking Team Liquid as we did the other day in that Furia game, right?
Yeah.
And I do think with them already taking the first map, my worries of them having another slow start is kind of off the cards, right? But that Inferno game feeling pretty down to the wire right now, so I guess we're just going to have to keep on looking that way as the results come in, Trace.
Yeah, we might just do that. Here's another one of your friends, Harry. Let's just go ahead and give you that right there.
Cheers, man. Thank you, dude.
Yes, Cloud9, and we do have Liquid over here, but for the time being, I want to talk about what our grand final is, and I want to go over the map vetoes. Now, we could go ahead and spoil this whole thing. I feel like we're getting a Vertigo whether we like it or not today, and also a little bit of Train.
Yeah, and you know we like it, Trace. That's the key. And I think Train's such an interesting point, right? Because Furia, this is a team we've talked about having 2 insta-bans in a way, or at least 2 maps that they haven't played frequently. Train being one of them. So they go straight for the Dust ban. Gen G's insta-ban is Furia's pretty much best map, given what we've seen from them on Overpass. Pass, given that Liquid game yesterday. So standard bans here. The Vertigo pick from Furia, of course, but I think Train is so cool. It's such a cool map here in this series. It's a good one for Gen G. It's one we've only seen twice from Furia, but of course you've got to remember, you can't sleep on this team. The 2 games they played on it, one of them was a 16-14 versus EG. They just fell short, but they put up a fight against EG on one of their best maps, so I'm sure Furia are going to be fine on Train regardless, and Inferno to finish it. What a great way to end a best-of-3 grand final.
Train, Vertigo, Inferno. Yeah, that Inferno pick just always seems to slip in as that third map, doesn't it, Harry?
Yeah, right. I mean, that's just because it's like it's a lot of teams map that they feel comfortable on, right? But not one that you're going to look at and be like, yeah, this is hands down our best. You know, like it is just a good middle ground map a lot of the time. And I have to agree. I think the most interesting map in this series is that Train one as a result of this kind of 5-map pool for Furia, kind of leaning away from Train a lot of the time, right? You knew that Dust 2 would be the first map to get removed. It is the permaban of this Furia squad, and it is one that Gen G elect to play. But this is where Gen G, being a bit of a team on Train, is something that could really hurt Furia, or at least potentially guarantee this being a 3-map series.
Yeah, I mean that's also true, but I want to say as well quickly, like I don't think that this is a map. This is an insta-ban for Furia. They never insta-ban this map. They always second.
No, they always float.
So they're fine with playing it, right? You're not going to only rehearse 5 maps. Furia have got this in their back pocket. They even 16 forward MIBR in that crazy series we had in the Pro League. I'm sure you remember that one as well. So yeah, they're going to be fine on Train, but Gen G certainly favoured on that map.
Well, MIBR are not the Brazilians featured today. In fact, it's going to be that of Furia, and with, of course, Gen G on the other side. That leads us to our predictions. Now, I want to know what you have out there in the real world. And using hashtag ESL1, use that across all of Twitter and let us know who's going to win. Now, for Hugo, though, this is a little bit different. Who do you got?
I'm going the way of Furia. They've really impressed me. They've not dropped a series in this entire road to Rio, and they want to make it to the major on home soil. Trace, they're here, and they're going to take it in 3.
I agree with Hugo on this one, and it doesn't happen a lot, but it has happened this time around. We're both going to be siding with Furia. I've been really impressed by them, especially, I've loved watching Art, right? Like, hands down, I think he's one of the most exciting players to watch right now, and I think more than ever, in this iteration of Furia and with how they're playing right now, I feel like we see the impact he's having in the server so consistently, right? Because it used to be the case that with Furia, sometimes you'd have these games from Art, and the hyper-aggressive decisions you would be left like scratching your head at a bit, but it feels like he's really like refined it to the point now where it's like it just works time and time again. So I love watching him. I'm picking Furia on this one. Trace, where are you lying your hat this time around?
Lying my hat. You know, it sounds a lot worse than it really is, but I think you're right. I'm going to have to side with Furia too. It does pain me not to pick this side of Gen G. I do love the project that they have going on there. I do love that Bentet is getting some good reps in with this lineup, but overall, just a powerhouse that we saw from Furia yesterday. They showed us just about everything that we need. Of course, Bastion's going to chime in with some Furia as well. That means a house undivided, which ultimately means it's time to get into the game. We got the music playing, we've got everything going, all the knobs, the bells and whistles, everything has been adjusted to just the appropriate settings to provide maximum Peppa Jammers.
What a grand final we have this evening for you, ladies and gentlemen. Furia Gen G. This is going to be a hell of a battle. The desk may be leaning the way of Furia, but Gen G have certainly been one rising through the ranks ever since forming this team coming into 2020. They even have beaten Furia in 2 out of 3 of the last BO3s played. Furia haven't beaten this team since Finland in October or September. So fast B play for Gen G in this pistol round. It's going to be a quick couple of kills coming through for Bentet and Kusta. The P250s, these raid bosses, do boss Gen G out into the site and set Furia up for a retake.
Yeah, Kesarao and Henny, the 2 players with this very tall task of retaking the B-bomb site. And one that might prove to be a little bit difficult here for the Furious side. Kesarao, often good in these clutch scenarios. We always say step-ups if and when Furia need him. He does deal with Kusta, but that is Furia deciding to write this round off. They're going to give it up, they're going to hold on to this weaponry, the defuse kit, the smoke, the armor. And they'll take it with them into round number 2, but it's not really much to write home about here for the Furious squad. At least Henny not getting tagged means that, you know, him being the AWPer in this squad, it kind of gives him a bit more freedom to have an investment here in a round where you imagine Furia are going to take this force by.
Yeah, that's pretty common, especially on the CT side of pretty much every map right now. I love PT50 armor, nothing more exciting to see on a pistol round. I would love to just see like a default player every round buy 2 P250s and a flashbang. That's what you do, Harry, when we play. It works excellently. You keep one of them, and you throw one over to me. And
shout out to everyone out there in the MM games and the ESCA games, dropping those P250s over in pistol rounds. It's not like the greatest roll ever, but my word, are you doing a lot for the team? So big love to my P250 friends out there. Now, Som getting aggressive in towards outside, and he has already bypassed Vinny, who's not aware that he's gotten this deep. There are still players trying to keep an eye on it, but trying is kind of the operative word there, as Henny does get caught by the aggressive Som. He's very, very deep. But you'll note, it's only him and Daps here at the A bomb site. This is drawn very, very heavy rotations over towards A. And amongst all of this, Daps is trying to go on a bit of a run down towards CT. And while all this is going on, Gen.G are getting into this B bomb site where there's only currently Yuri for the side of Furia. His Deagle puts up one, but he does get dealt with pretty swiftly by Kooster up here on the rafters. Art trying to deny this bomb plant, not able to get there in time, so Automatic does just get those numbers plugged on in. This wrap from Daps deals with K-Serato, and Art in a very rough spot, 1v3. That bomb ticking away. He heard a man on the ladder, and he is looking for Som, but Som actually went down. He faked coming back up, snuck down the ladder, and Art, I think he's kind of pieced this one together, what's gone on, but I don't know if he survives the drop if he goes for it. Yeah. Even though Som's low, right? Not a guaranteed kill. So a second on the board for Gen.G. They find this conversion with an A fake that forces these rotations away. And they get this second round on the board, keeping it pretty clean as well.
K-Serato throws a really cool grenade from Bomb Train that lands in the windows above Pop Dog. And the reason that's available is because Art is inside. And I feel like we don't see that enough from teams. Art can calm the footsteps, and he can tell K-Serato when it's a good time to throw that grenade, when someone is above and messing with him or making footsteps, jumping across the gap like teams often do. So, yeah, K-Serato throws an nade, lobs it in, does 45 damage. Great work. Really softens up the targets. It's still, of course, a Gen.G round off the back of a heavy B split, but that's just a little detail that I'd like to see more of. Furia have 3 grenades in this round, but they're going to be throwing them towards T-Con off of spawn. No damage found. Gen.G are avoiding these early A rushes, and I feel like, you know, if anything, that shows that Gen.G at least have some depth on this map, right? Not just defaulting to what is standard and what is expected, just running out of main with fast flashes and then E-box and sandwich smoke. They will look elsewhere. They will try and split this out of sight. Far safer way of dealing with these pistols than pushing into what could be a stacked bomb site. Right now there is a stack, but it's not where Gen.G think. It's on the B bomb site. 4 players inner with Deegs and USPs. We of course still have Art in the Pop Dog with that armor, but Gen.G with such deep positioning towards Ivy, Automatic's going to have plenty of info. He might even spot Art if he decides to leave this position as well, so a bit of a worry here for Furia as they decide to rotate at least Vinny to the outer yard, and he's going to get that information just a little bit before his teammates.
They do find an Ivy presence. They've had to put their belt on, and they've had to strap it in tight. Now Art left the Deagle here, just some pistols. Furia have nowhere to run. And really no way to regain control of this site from Gen.G. That bomb gets planted on the outside. We're going to see these Galils and AKs certainly be afforded into the next round. Well, maybe Furia can come up with something special here. One smoke, but I don't forecast that they're going to be winning this one.
More about exits, right? Trying to get AKs out of the hands of Gen.G. You don't want them to profit too much, but like said, right, Gen.G buying rifles, they don't want to hunt too much. They're going to throw Automatic at the problem, but you can see how patient he's being, and that's because Gen.G would rather their full rifles make it till the next round. If you have SMGs, you're going to feel a little more eager to hunt. Daps swoops in, but spots nothing. They get hounded. K-Serato gets a kill with P2K. Oh dear. That might be a gun given. The bomb can blow it his way as well, and it does, just a little bit closer. He picks it up and gets out of there to free Galil. Take it if you can, if you're Furia. They've still got money though. So K-Serato going to throw that gun over, someone else takes it, takes the hit into this round. But, I mean, I wouldn't say there's a huge difference between the Galil and the M4. Obviously the M4 is better, but considering you're saving $3,000 here, you're going to take that menial, you know, lack of firepower, I guess. 3-0 for Gen.G, looking comfortable on the T side so far. Automatic back in with the AWP, and we've got 2 for Furia to fight back.
Oh, Henny going to open this round up with a kill onto Kusta, no less. There was a few more shots getting spammed through this smoke, and Som doesn't want to find himself in harm's way. He tries to go up and over, but Vinny does make quick work of him. These rifles have come out for Furia, and they've come in swinging to this round. A two-man advantage as it stands right now. Vinny's even upgraded off of that Galil. He's gotten out of here and now finds himself with an AK. This leaves Daps and Automatic in a 2v5, and they are a long way away from making this round feel at all doable. They've lost all map control over towards the A bomb site. They've grouped up over here outside of B. Even then though, right, they just lost Buntet down here towards this site, and so as they start to creep on up, they've got no idea where these players are, where they can be hiding inside of this bomb site. They get Automatic to spot over towards Connected, didn't see anything. And they might just, I mean, they don't really have anything to get them into B, right? Like, you don't have the smoke for getting down ramp or upper. You're very much relying on Automatic finding this opening kill, and he's not able to do that. So this leaves Daps now all alone, probably just a formality at this point in time, right? Looking like he wants to hold on to the AWP, and that actually makes a lot of sense for him. He's not going to have any money in the next round. Gez does now look a little bit tempted after Yuri offers that kill up, and maybe he can find a bomb plant here. Serrano, yeah, wrapping him. How's that round dead to rights? And Furia, the rifles come out. The first round appears on the board for the Brazilians.
Now, Serrano yesterday was one of those forces. Not even so much as a driving force, but maybe like a Jedi force. Because this guy, he was doing all sorts of stuff in the server that really didn't calculate or make any sense.
He was legendary, winning a lot of crucial clutches for Fury that kept them in that series, and multiple spray downs up against 14 on both maps. So, yeah, really good player. I think Yuri actually had an excellent day yesterday versus Liquid as well. He really was good at finding, 2 kills, playing that anchor spot, and getting traded and just setting his team up for a retake. Right now on Inner, he's been at least taking a player down with him every single time. So good trading at bare minimum from Yuri. But once we hit these rifle rounds, these fast B approaches, you're going to want to try and get multi-kills. A trade early on towards A. It's Art down and Daps to follow. So I'm finding that trade. The tech jiggling, spotting towards this pop dog position. We'll get fired back at by Vinny. Not giving anything up for free here are Furia. I like it when you see teams at least contest for this area of the pop dot, because it puts pressure on these above B players who know that they can't take their eyes off this. It's not just someone holding on to the bottom of pop. It's someone that wants to actively flank when you go for your N execute. So you always need to remain aware, and that can detract from you hitting B. So Gen.G, they want to focus with getting Vinny dealt with, and if nades the pop dog won't do a whole lot. The smoke for Vinny, and another grenade. He's still standing though, 30 health, bit of a problem, but Gen.G still haven't killed him. They've still got to be worried of that spot. A re-smoke back in main. They're setting up util here, but at the 40-second mark, time is going to be the biggest issue here for Gen.G. Vinny has repositioned. They are going to work that one out once Buntek comes through the pop dog, but where has he gone is the big question.
Yeah, this is actually the perfect timing, right, for Vinny to fall back into the bomb site. Henny holding for this push out from main. Does get traded by Automatic, but 15 seconds left on this clock. Gen.G, they've got to get this bomb down, and Vinny is still here, still a threat. And they might regret that they didn't deal with him earlier on, because he's doubled up. This leaves Buntet now in a 1v3, and Serrano in the back line, able to pluck him out from the round. Furia a second on the board. Convincingly so. They wreck the economy of Gen.G on the back of it.
They keep the double ops. So things are looking back upward here from Furia's side.
What's really nice about that pullback from Vinny is he realizes they're about to go for an outer exec, and he had a one-on-one in Pop Dog. There's an argument that he could have won that versus Buntet, but the reason he backs off that's smart is because once Gen.G get out of T-Con, they can pinch him, right? They can trap him in that position. They can Molotov him. They can nade him as well with more players. And so yeah, there is a timer on that Pop Dog position, and Vinny times it to perfection. Good push from Yuri in this round. It's only an eco for Gen.G, but they aren't getting far at all. Dear oh dear, it's a mop up, it's a mow down, and it's a third round for Furia.
It's like Serrano sat back and waited for him to run out of ammo and then got involved, but good stuff. Yuri, also one of those players yesterday that had a stellar performance on Overpass in a game that was very weird.
Mate, one of the things that's so nuts about Serrano is that he is like the second highest ranked player for lowest deaths per round,
yes,
right?
True. Below Jame, obviously.
Which, yeah, he finishes below Jame, but when you think about, like, the precedent that Jame has set and, like, you know, the memes that have come with it, the fact that he's so prolifically known for saving, whereas it feels like Cesarato always steps up in every series, and in every clutch, he's there, like, to offer something up. So he does find impact in these 1vx's to contribute to that statistic, which is so wild when you think about it. Like,
yeah, well, a weird thing about that is a lot of people view players as like baity if they're always in clutch roles. Like, you know, someone like Coldzera, people have called baity. I don't think it's an apt word for it. But Cesarato is undoubtedly not fitting into that role, right? He is always at the front line. He's always putting up numbers, and he's not. While he's often last alive, it's not off of him, you know, not having impact in the round. You see, he's the first to fall here as a smoke push comes through. As a ballsy call from Gen G, but it's excellent. They could have lined up against the AWP, but instead they find it. Set Furia up for a retake. 2-man disadvantage. Just a spray transfer that almost finds 2 kills. Kusta down to 10, and it might just send Furia out of this round. Wow, I love that call from Gen G. Rushing through the top smoke. They know that no one's going to be, you know, looking towards it. They're looking for the drop, and that's exactly what Cesarato was, or had his eyes on. So, nice little ingenuity there from Daps and the crew. Gen G are going to be off to a 4th on this T side, holding the lead by the skin of their teeth.
Now, there was a sweet wall bang that I think you hit here the other night, Harry. Maybe even last night.
Yeah, it was last night. You see where Kusta's looking right there at that plant pot? If you get up on top of it and you line up with where, like, I mean, it's a bit specific for me to just say, yeah. Right? But there's like a spot where these 2 leaves change color, and if you wall bang through the wall there, you can hit a guy at back green. It's actually kind of nuts.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that was the brainchild of Trace Stunner Sarantas. We sometimes executed that in the server to devastating effect the other day.
In an official. First rifle round. I mean, we only had half the tick rate, of course, but as to be expected. Actually, the wall bang goes exactly where Automatic was looking with his crosshair, so check that out if you want to. Meanwhile, this is a guy yesterday was praised for having style and making it his own. Someone who didn't necessarily receive praise early on for the way he approached the game, but he has been one of the influential factors here for the side of Furia. 3 versus 3 as we look at the later part of this round, and there's still plenty of time left on the clock.
That was a mess towards main. Buntek gets pushed out by Molly. Furia were ready for it, but then Gen G flashed Buntek, and they lose complete track of that fight. Buntek gets away with a kill that he really shouldn't have, and he trades, but he can't escape. He can't live to tell the tale. Furia have sent a player inner. It's Yuri back to his standard position here at the B-bomb site. Praised him for... Well, he's going down with the fight here. Will that continue in this round? Gen G are being very, very patient and spacing well. You want to make sure that you are able to trade quickly and effectively. So don't want anyone running out on their lonesome. Gen G utilising the shift button. All together. Nice and close. Smoke's coming in now. Molotov's on the site. It's up to Yuri. He's got another rotate. Henny's here in time, but he has been cut off by the utility. Watching his upper rail instead, but they're already pushing towards oil, and it's a missed shot from Henny. Yuri falls. Henny does trade. He keeps his round alive for Furia. His teammate on a late rotation. The bomb getting planted, but Automatic has the cover.
Oh, it's actually Som to get that with a quick flick up from the bomb. Cesarato now. 1v2 in this clutch. Automatic over at the back of the bomb train. Hidden away, not giving anything up. Cesarato. Up in the retake. Never ideal. And he might just have to back away and save. Relinquishes this round and puts a 5th in the cards for Gen G. As they're able to make that round a reality there with the B play. Cesarato at least gets away with the AWP, right, Gen G? Aren't in the mood to go hunting with just 2 players surviving. They've got just as much to lose. So there's still a bye for Furia in the next round, but already this is looking like a nice T side for Gen G. And what I really want from this series is for it to be competitive, right? Because, like, Furia versus Liquid yesterday was a great series, but I was a little bit upset that we didn't get all 3. This one, I think, really does have the legs to go all 3, especially with this train first map being a good one for Gen G, and one that Furia don't elect to play all that much. I do think, you know, like, especially if this scoreline keeps going in favour of Gen G, that's where, you know, the playbook maybe starts to run a little thin for Furia.
Yeah, I think if Gen G take this map, then it's a series going as it should be, and it sets us up for a 3-mapper you know, without a doubt, Vertigo has been a mainstay for Furia, and it certainly hasn't been good for Gen G as of late. So let's just remember that Cloud9 game from the other day where Cloud9 pulled a 9-round T-side comeback in a row full of A executes.
Speaking of Cloud9, over there in our third, fourth place decider, somehow Cloud9 have found the lead over Liquid in the second map. Liquid having won the first, it's now 10-9 on Inferno. That's ESL_CSGO B if you are interested in that game. But this is the grand final, and this is where everybody would rather be, I think.
Yeah, I think that's definitely right, Trace. Yuri, I don't know if he wants to be here. That smoke's going to fade, and he could get sprayed. Art's going to come join him for double the power. Let's see if they get double the profit. As the smoke fades, Kusta's not even looking at it, and Art's going to get a kill and just scamper away. What a funny way to find a frag for Furia. Bit of alliteration in the mix. Even Vinny going up the pop dog. This is mental. This is mad. He's got a gap in the smoke. He can see if anyone's above him. And right now, he sees nothing.
And I've seen players approach it like this before, but not necessarily with the smoke. You can sit just enough of an angle that you can really catch off the tees off guard right there. And he's not going to get the fight that he's looking for, but certainly the outside is going to get that attention to spray through the floor. Bintet comes out the lesser, and here's Henny. What can he do? Nothing against AWP against Henny.
Yeah, I like that from Vinny, right? He doesn't commit, he doesn't go through with it, but he at least gets the information, and that information is valuable for Fury. He can tell them, okay, no one's above pop, watch your outer, watch for a B play, but, you know, Gen G just filtering through main into the AWP, and Henny having a really great round with that as well. No problemo for Furia. 5-4 for Gen G, though. The money coming to a close. They've got a buy here, but it will be their last unless they can find a bare minimum of plant, but really, Gen G are looking for rounds. It's all 2 AKs.
Yeah, Kusta on a Tech 9 here, and his teammates with AKs and ops. Strange scene, nonetheless. They're going to get mopped up, and when I say they, I mean Kusta. He gets absolutely wrecked out of Team A. Now Vinny finds himself in a precarious situation where he's getting split from both ladder and mid.
Wow. Not able to answer the call when he gets rushed by both positions, and Quesaro does fall shortly after. Henny trying to deliver over here towards back green. There is a flank coming in as well from Yuri. That's something to bear in mind. But he's taken the long way round. He's bypassing Pop Dog, and that is the right decision to make. Buntet floating around in this position, keeping an eye on it. Automatic has gotten inside of the bomb site in the meantime, but they're still looking for Henny. They're still trying to find the whereabouts of this Brazilian AWPer. And all this time that's been not necessarily wasted, but spent trying to clear, allowed for this wrap to come in from Yuri, but Automatic was ready for it. Turns around, catches him in main, and now for Furia and Henny rather, as they've waited all round for that flank to come in. Well, it really didn't give them the results they were hoping for. Henny is now left in a 1v2. Bomb plant comes in, Henny making some noise here, and the player at E-Box has that round dead to rights. It's Buntet delivering 3 kills there to put a 6th round on the board for Gen G.
Good awareness from Automatic, man. He has been really good on the AWP, and I mean, you know, last time we saw this guy AWP, went TSM, like, it's a real throwback, so it's nice to see it back in his hands, and he's actually been surprisingly effective with it, you know. Not that I didn't think he'd be good, but he's really exceeded some of our expectations here. And good awareness to check for the back main flank when Furia try and pull away from the site to play for retake. They don't get away with it. Now they're broken themselves. That was a low economy round for Gen G. Furia with nothing. That one shotgun was the only gun they really had in this round, and Art has already been ridden of it. One thing Furia have been doing a lot on the CT side, which does get them a kill in that previous round on Kusta, was this deep main Molotov that forces Gen G out into the open. They're comboing it with aggressive E-Box positioning. So when we see more utility for Furia, I imagine they'll go back to that. But we'll have to wait and see right now, as the Eco has left Gen G a man up, and with the B site in their mind, Vinny, if he goes up, oh, he doesn't have a mind anymore. It's been taken away, and Gen G can just commit towards B here. Furia are running, but are they gunning?
Oh, flash. Mines being left on the wall there. It's just Yuri with an AK that he recovered from Ivy. He's only good for 1 to take down Daps. Kusta's going to make sure that that round doesn't get out of control for Gen G, and they put a 7th on the board here in our grand final. ESL 1 Road to Rio. Very much a global situation. Oceania all the way to EU, and A is where we find ourselves now. little bit of everything sprinkled in between.
All the regions. And many more. 7-4 right now. We got Furia buying back up, but this is not a pretty one at all. We got an MP9 in play, two Molotovs in the round. Luckily, Gen.G don't run out of main, so Fury don't feel the pressure to get one down early, and they actually take the control away. Smoke down, Daps, if he wants to fight, he's got to go up against an SMG in close quarters, a bit of a risk, and he won't be interested.
He's thought better of that, a little bit wiser of that. Surely could have exposed himself there if he decided to push that smoke. Vinny's going to continue his pressure in the Pop Dog. Meanwhile, Automatic and company have taken Ivy, and there's not a member of Furia in sight. Which does pose a big problem. Furia like to play super up close in this round, trying to make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Gen.G, who have found all the freedom of movement that they could possibly ask for.
They finally find a solution for the Pop Dog player as well, right? Fury have been all over it. Gen.G have struggled to get a player out of there, so they molly the exit, and they know that that does two things. That either forces the player to leave and take the molly damage, or they have to play right below the ladder, and Gen.G can take a straight-up fight. Vinny still trades 1-for-1, which is good, considering the position, but it's going to leave Gen.G not having to worry about that flank, at least for now.
Now look at how they've decided to split this up. They've got 2 inner, 2 in T-Con, and for Gen.G, it's 2 out Ivy and 2 towards Pop Dog. So this is going to be an outer split, rather, at the end of the day. Som just quietly making his way through this outside bomb site. Maybe Tim Todd has an idea. Might just be on the cards as to he knows where Fury is.
Dear. Oh, Automatic not able to get away. That's now an AWP in the hands of Art. And that's not a good thing for Gen.G. Thankfully, Som is ready up in the heavens, and he does deal with him. At the first sign of trouble, Daps even wrapping onto Henny over here in main. And for Furia, it might just have to be this save again for K Serato and Yuri. They do have Yuri deep within the site, but Som's position in heaven is so frustrating to deal with, right? At this point in time, he doesn't have to take any more fights, and he can just serve as a bit of a distraction. And while Yuri was so fixated on dealing with the man in heaven, Bentet swings on out. So Gen.G gonna find an 8th round on the board here. K Serato might not even get away with this AWP. Daps is able to shut him down. And that's a bit of a disaster now for Furia, as it's another eco loaded in the chamber here for the Brazilian squad. And that might be enough, and it should be enough to put a 9th round on the board for Gen.G.
Yeah, the AWP in the hands of K Serato can be lethal. For him not to be able to take it in this next round, that is very painful. You are right, Harry.
He's had a couple of whiffs here and there, which doesn't really bode well for Furia. Luckily, Henny is the main AWP for this team. Vinny, oh baby, he's gone for it. He's pulled out the R8 into a rifle round against Gen.G. Let's see what he can do with it. No armor here. It's not the best of weapons, but back towards green, he can pre-aim and pre-fire. That's really all you can do with that gun. But with 2 down towards B, and that might just mean this revolver doesn't see the light of day. Gen.G are already moving players in towards the box halls, and he's desperately looking for a fight, but nothing's presented.
And now, I'm just doing...
Oh! He hit Gustav.
All right. Okay, Vinny. Fair enough, mate. We get it. You're pretty good with the R8. Jeez. I was going to say, right, like, we watched Furia quite a lot over these last few days. You see them on a lot of maps, and as you said, they don't play Train a hell of a lot. All the memories of me seeing Vinny with the R8 have been on Train, and I can't think of another time where I've seen him with it on any other map, so I'm almost wondering if it's, like, map-dependent for him at this point.
Yeah, because remember, you have to equip it over the Deagle. Like, that's a big deal. The Deagle's really good right now, so I think most people won't really want to do that. That's my biggest hold-up with ever using the R8.
Oh, no.
What? That's going to completely throw a spanner in the works. Luckily, Gen.G, this was an out of play from the get-go. They just wanted to hit inner for a kill. Look at Daps lurking. I think Gen.G actually did want B, but they were going to have Daps coming on the connector. Instead, it's the A play, and the missed shot from the AWP does buy more time for Furia. And this backline flank from Yuri coming in behind. He's dropped one, and the bomb. He's found them both. AWP secured and an eco win, all off of the back of Yuri. 4 kills in that one.
Let's also, not negate the R8 kill. That did get a kill.
Yeah, that happened, sure.
And the R8 is very, like, boisterously loud, too. And you know that fear you get when you're Russian nuke upper and someone's just playing top of hut with an auto shotgun? I want to know, like, is that vibe sort of the same with the R8? Or are we just declassifying it as just trash?
Well, so that's the thing, right? As I was kind of saying, it feels like I only see Vinny using the R8 here on train, and I think there could actually be some merit to that madness, right? Like, because it is kind of like a budget scout. That's how I look at like a gun like the R8. It puts down like similar kind of damage, right? Nowhere near as mobile because of the wind-up time on this gun, but for the amount that it costs, you know, you can do some good damage, especially at these longer ranges where you're not just going to get deleted on the first peak, right?
What's great as well is, like, even just a solo shot, even if you don't get the kill, you're going to do like 80 damage to an armored player in the chest. Like, that's amazing. That's huge damage. A grenade or even a USP can finish that off with ease. So I think that is such an attractive point of this weapon. It's just the high damage at the low cost. That's why people like the Deagle, but obviously the Deagle's just a little less random, a little less RNG. Vinny, this is a bit of a risk. Oh my, he can see. I'm going to need to download this demo and find out the smoke. Is he just right-clicking it on top of the ladder, or is this a set smoke? I don't know. You can see the smoke, the cartridge. It's in the same position as last time, so it's definitely looking like a lineup for Vinny. He's found a kill from it. Kusa couldn't even see him. And now Fury are back in a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Som's going to get out towards Ivy, and it's looking like another one of these inner splits with a CT lurk. This time, Som will have Vinny ready and waiting, though, to deal with him. And that throws a bit of a spanner in the works as the rest of Gen G try and flow out of upper. They get put to a pretty abrupt close here in this round. Daps left in a 1v4. It's not going to happen. 6 on the board for Furia.
I love that from Vinny. He's in pop, he gets a kill. 3 seconds later, he's in CT spawn, he gets a kill. Like, Gen G are probably like, how the heck, wait, what? Wasn't he on the ladder? What? Yeah, look at this. You can barely even see the outline of Kusa. You see what Vinny's going off of. Okay, yeah, you know, ladder shots aren't accurate, but, you know, you have time to just fire off 5-10 bullets there, and no one's going to see you, no one's going to react. Kusa's been quite unlucky there. He's been killed by that. He's been killed by the smoke fade art play on ramp. So, unfortunate stuff. But a fast play from Gen G. They want to end this half with a bang.
And they will. K-Sara's going to have the first bang in the round. They're going to have to run through his Molotov to commit to the site. Yuri chiming in from upper and somehow isn't able to get the kill down onto Som, who will be getting the bomb planted on the inner site. 3v3 on the retake here for Furia. Automatic pushing up close on the sidewalk. Doesn't want to let Furia get out and contaminate this bomb site, but Henny not able to bring his crosshair over the top of automatic. That's going to make a big problem. Now just Vinny, 1v2. Som very low. Daps also on the case. Som stuck in the site with the CZ and AWP. Vinny creeps around. He knows that the bomb is planted for upper. Potentially find a player there, and Som easy does it. Now he's just got to worry about where Daps is coming from. Is it upper? Is it lower? Did he go in the back of the train yard? He sees him at the very last second, but ultimately the time has run out. That is the half, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Gen G. They put up a night to the 6 of Furia. We go to a break. We come back with the second half of play.
You put me in the perfect light for, and that's when you can see all my flaws. And I could tell you don't mind that all. Oh no. You said come a little closer. Come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. which way I gotta go. Here and I can show you. Show me everything I need to know. Came a little closer. Tell me which way I gotta go. I'll show you why I love you.
The action is here, and the grand final is on like Donkey Kong. We do have a grand final featuring Gen.G versus Furia. Now, if I do tell you what's going on over there in our third, fourth place decider, it's Cloud9 taking on Team Liquid, even. And would you believe it, that Cloud9 are up 15-12 on the second map of the series after Liquid pick up the first. So that one's looking like it's going to be going all three, Liquid having just picked up a round. That's on the B stream. For us, though, all of our attention, all of our efforts are focused here on Train, where it is that of Gen.G that get off to a little bit hotter of a start than the red-hot Fury we saw yesterday. It's Gen.G leading 9-6 at half. And currently, Yuri, 15-9 over on the Furious side.
Yeah, he's looking good, of course, but for Gen.G, it's been he is a bit of a beast right now. 3-0 in opening duels, 11 kills, top of the scoreboard, and Bentet always a pleasure to watch in the server, especially over here in North America. We had him on for an interview the other night after Gen.G beat Cloud9. He's enjoying his time in the States. His English is in very good form as well, and Gen.G as a team are looking good, but 3 up at the end of the half. We'll see who's going to take the pistol. It's going to be Furia on the T side.
And the GG bet odds still show, I think it was Furia as sort of leading this one. But then again, maths, we all know how that goes. Yuri all the way out to Olaf so far. This looks like an outside split right from the get-go here from Furia. And they have applied so much pressure to this outside site. They forced Gen.G back. Daps with the first kill of the round. And not the last, that's for sure. Automatic's going to find one. It looks like we could be getting a bomb plan here with a bit of a push from Automatic that could have been thwarted. It's just simply not quick enough. K-Serato a little bit quicker on the trigger. And it doesn't matter, albeit at the end of the day, Gen.G are going to get this defused with ease. 3 members remain alive in the form of Vintet, Daps, and Som. 10-6 for the North American side.
Yeah, that pistol can be really hard to win if you're Furia, but it's certainly made more difficult when Daps just one-taps your bomb player through a smoke as they're walking onto site. Like, that's just so unfortunate. Furia with that plan, they're hoping for a plant, and they're hoping for someone to overextend from Gen.G on the site so they can actually take an advantage. Without it, Gen.G do a really good job and just fall back, play passive, and play retake. Not really losing anyone, not having many casualties or difficulties. And 10-6, they are in full control of Train right now. Furia on a force off the back of the bomb plant. They've got a couple of AKs in play. They will definitely need to be doing the heavy lifting here. Daps to the re-smoke down on B. No early A pressure, so Gen.G going to rotate double inner. I like this call. They've read it well. They know it's a force of Fury. It's so common to see these guys buy up in the second, no matter how that pistol went. It's going to get dinged through a smoke immediately by Bentet. Automatic is here as well to stay. Bomb's been dropped by Daps. He does get away, goes back in for more though, and gets punished for it. It's Bentet with his second of the round before the trade is in, and Yuri has to do it all. He's been great in this game. 1 kill to his name, but 3 more to find.
Yeah, right here would be a crucial point for him to do it too. They're going to drop a grenade on him. He's got 47 HP. As the bomb has been planted default. Now he's got to win this first duel with Automatic to even have a chance in this round, but Tim Ta is pushed up close. Almost personal. The timing couldn't have been worse for Kusta. Look at this. Yuri had the read on it, but it's Automatic. He's already just so close to solving the problem that he just goes ahead and does it himself. And we see an 11th on the board for Gen.G and an important conversion at that.
Yeah, luckily in all those peaks Yuri's going for, he doesn't actually see that Automatic is on the bomb train the entire time, just holding for a push. And then the second Automatic moves, Yuri pushes and kills his teammate behind him. Like, very unfortunate timing, but if anything, it plays in the favor of Gen.G, right? You lose a player, but you win the round, and that's what's the most important. 11-6. 2 alive is just fine for Gen.G, and Furia, they're buying? What a surprise. The joke is, it's not a surprise. Furia love investing, and they've gone for an AK in this one. Art with a hero gun, often a mainstay of this Furia T side, just sending Art in on a heroic venture, and the pistols are right behind him. He's going to run towards B. Look again at the pace being set by Furia. Dax is going to call for rotations, but Art's going to go right through this smoke. They're actually not flashing him, so he will go elsewhere, looking towards upper. Once again, Gen.G have moved another player on the inner bomb site. Kusta's come for support. It's not that double rotation because Furia are playing slower, but this play is just about to come through the ramp. Art lurking up on his own.
Art being forced out. That Molotov's going to force him to a fight he just simply wasn't ready for with that angle. Meanwhile, Yuri shows his face out here on the bomb site with the bomb planted somehow, some way, sort of like a hero play even there. But it's all the house of cards for the side of Fury. They're falling apart, just hitting in a 1v4. The bomb is planted. But you can imagine, all avenues of approach are covered. Kusta, at the top of the ladder, is going to make noise doing it.
And, okay, so you can see how the AK doesn't get a kill there, and you could argue, oh, it's useless, it's a waste of time, but it's about the result of the round. It's about what you get out of it. And Furia do get a bomb pot there, and so they can rebuy. Art doesn't have to worry, and that's why Furia love going for these investments, because having that rifle, usually it does more than that, but it can put enough disarray, it can put enough pressure on the bomb site that Furia are able to get the bomb plant, and then afford in this round. On top of that, not only can they afford if they lose, but there's a chance they win, right? We've seen those rounds where Art just W's into a site and gets 3 kills, and those are the ones that Furia are waiting for. They've yet to come. This T-side has been empty of rounds for Furia. 3 in a row for Gen G, but we've got guns in the hands firmly for Furia. They love this inner site right now. They're going to go back to it again. Will Gen G make the read once more? They've been double rotating every single round. They've always had 2 players in this site before Furia come through the ramp.
Well, Daps and Automatic, they're going to have a lot on their shoulders any second now. Daps, oh dear, there's a bit of a pile-up on the upper rafters, and Daps has afforded a kill on the back of it. Now they're lost in this smoke, and Daps is just still fighting, finally. Vinny will come in from ramp to deal the killing blow, but Buntet on this wraparound, coming in on a pop blank, catches all of Furia by surprise, and one by one, they get toppled. Gen G, 13 on the board. Buntet's flank yields some massive results in that round there. And now it's going to be Furia who suddenly have to take into account this pop blank, something that they were doing a hell of a lot back in their CT side.
Harry, something we were actually talking about in the green room was how Furia often come into these games seeming so warmed up, so ready individually, and we feel like that was maybe part of the problem that Liquid experienced yesterday. They didn't really feel that, right? They got 12-3 in the first half, and Furia always warmed up. Well, Gen G, they have really met their maker here. They've shown them. They're not the only boys who know how to join a deathmatch server. Gen G are looking crisp, and Som, through the smoke, finding a first frag. Art doesn't realise that Som swapped position. If he continues here, he's going to walk right into him. Unbeknownst to Art, Som is pushed, and he's got another kill with the AK. One by one, Furia fall in this round. Som's got a third, and dear, oh dear, this game is crumbling for Furia.
Yeah, they haven't even been able to ignite the fire, at least what we got a taste of yesterday versus Liquid. It just seems like Gen G have been there every step of the way with the right turn, ultimately eluding Furia. Now, well, gonna find themselves down 14-6. Now let's see, though. I say that Vinny doesn't necessarily have anybody hanging out with him just yet, and the bomb is on the other side of the map. It would take about a whole minute to get all 5 of these kills, I think. And that's just about what we have.
Yeah, I just don't see a world in which Vinny's able to find anything, right? Because Gen G, they're not the kind of team that are going to throw away any of these kills in a 5v1, hunting down this one player for Furia. They don't have to, like the pressure isn't on them. The pressure is on Furia right now, and even stripping this gun away wouldn't really serve much of a purpose for Gen G in the grand scheme of things, right? Furia, they're going to have to partial buy in this next round, up against 14. I think the more likely scenario is that they just fully invest everything, right? And even with this AK held forward, that's pretty much the bulk of what Furia are going to have to work with in this coming round. And I think, honestly, if you're Gen G, them holding onto this AK just solidifies that force even further, right? Yeah. You really don't want to just partial buy around it and then have Vinny with nothing heading into what could be your last round on this map. So yeah, they stick a decent bit of money into this investment. Maybe going to leave a bit of residual cash in those bank accounts, right? With the loss bonus maxed out, they can look to take advantage of that.
I'm kind of surprised at Furia's game plan in this one, in this T side, especially after having a rough first half, was just to hit in at every round. Like, that's their first A round, and now they're up against 14. They haven't even really had time to feel out the A site, to get a grip of how Gen G are playing. And now, up against 14, because of these B rushes, Gen G are already double stacked. They're already prepared. But Tez pushed up, but we've got another player here, but he will fall to the first hurdle. But Tez got to pick up the P pieces, and he's done that at least. But one player pushed deep, dropped by Kusta on a rotation. And talking of rotation, Furia, they found one as well. They're running right back down the pop dog.
Yeah, but Gen G haven't put themselves out of earshot of this outside bomb train. And playing close is going to be automatic. They're going to smoke him off, rightfully so. He does have the AWP. Sam watching on from Ivy. And I'm pretty sure Gen G have figured out, like, hey, you know what? There's no way they fully committed to this after the, just the fire we put down upon them as they attempted to get inside. Nice. Now, the boost from automatic is not going to yield the result desired. It's Yuri there with the AK. He fakes a plant, draws out a grenade, almost costs him his life. And then eventually it does. Henny, 1v3, Deagle in hands. Can't land the first shot on the Som. That's going to be the end of that. 6-15. Gen G are in full control in this grand final.
Keep on keeping Som. He is looking great right now. And a couple of multi-kill rounds on this IV position when Fury have gone outer. But, I mean, that's all we've really seen. 2 outer rounds, one of them in a 2-on-5. The other one, they don't do a single point of damage, and Vinny saves. So, pretty unsuccessful stuff for Furia. Again, do remember, okay, while this is a grand final, this is not a map that Furia frequent. It was what we kind of expected. I think Vertigo is going to be a lot more competitive, especially considering Furia have shown us, great playbook on that map. That will be coming up next, but let's see if Gen G can get us there first. And with how dominant this has been, if Gen G have done their homework on how Furia like to approach Vertigo, which I'm sure they have, knowing that would come through in this series, there is still a world where Gen G can 2-0 this one. They are outclassing them individually right now. We'll see what the game plan is for Gen G on their next map, though. This is not what I expected.
Nah, this is rather flat from the side of Furia.
Yeah, I expected Gen G to take this map, and I think that's a sentiment shared by all of us here on the desk, right? But I think it's how one-sided it's felt that's really taken us by surprise. Furia desperately trying to make this one a little bit competitive before it all draws to a close, and they're hoping this Ivy play will be the solution required. There's a deep smoke thrown on over. It's going to try and assist them in getting out, and they do trade onto Som there. Kusta's playing close to the smoke, and Serato going to catch Buntet over towards main. That molly burning Kusta sends him into the smoke, but they've heard it. However, somehow, some way, he's still able to put that kill up on the board, and this leaves a 2-on-2 now for Gen G. Some real praise has to go Kusta's way for somehow getting one out of that situation. I don't think he ever should have. Daps has actually removed Serato, and this leaves Henny in a very hot seat indeed. 1v2 to keep Train alive for the Furious side. Bomb ticking away, that's the only thing, and Automatic did just see him there. He will finish the job. The defuse coming on through, and Gen G, they're going to take this first map 16-6 in their favor. Their map pick going their way, but with Vertigo on the horizon, the map pick of Furia, this series could still have some legs on it yet, so stick around.
It's Gingy with all of the answers and ultimately all the routes mapped out on Train. They're able to get in the boxcar and just ride it on out to the end. 16-6 over Furia, and Brazilians around the world hate to see it. I hate to see it. I know what Furia brought in the server yesterday. Perhaps we'll get a glimpse of that as we look into the second map. But for the time being, it's time to talk about Train and why this was one-sided. And to talk about it, it's going to be here in Hugo.
Yeah, you know, that was like a really, really good showing from Gen G, right? And I'm glad that they came into the server today with their best faces on, right? They showed us a great first map. Everyone was on the same page. We had some great performance from a number of players on the Gen G side. I think one that really did start to stand out was like a guy like Buntet, right? Especially over towards Pop Dog. He had such a good read on how to play that position CT side, right? And we saw him just constantly being a nuisance. Even in rounds where like he wasn't necessarily getting away with a crazy amount of kills, it was like the pressure he was able to apply in this position was stellar. And, you know, the rest of the gang all falling into place around him. I think Automatic, even though he wasn't like a mad fragger in the server, certainly was finding a lot of impact on that AWP. It felt like all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place for Gen G, and for Furia, they did leave us wanting a little bit here on Trade.
And here's the thing for Hansel Ferdinand. He sits 19 and 13 in this series so far, or at least in that first map of play. This is a guy that was all over the map. This was a guy that had an answer, again, for Furia.
Yeah, and 5-0 in opening duels as well, right? If you could contrast that with Furia and their opening duels, they did not go well. Yuri was 2-0. He was the only positive player, and that's, I imagine, the 2-0 only off of his B defense kills, right? On that CT side where, you know, we saw a lot of B hits from the likes of Gen G. He would often get a kill, then get traded, you know, going about standard stuff, but the AWPs on rotation weren't really there for Furia on the CT side. We didn't really see much out of Keserato and Henny. A few whiff shots from Keserato, which is uncharacteristic of him, especially considering, you know, what we've seen from him in the Road to Rio so far. That being said, uncomfortable map for Furia. It's one we know they don't play alongside Dust 2 as well, so we can write it off.
The one thing I will say though is like whenever we out of like the limited pool of them on Train, whenever we have seen them play, usually they have fared a lot better than what we just saw there, right? And I think that's important to bear in mind because like I think it makes this comeback, if they are able to get it done, that much more impressive from the Furia side. After having a reasonably slow start to the day, if they are able to bounce back heading into Vertigo, then all the more praises to go their way, because this Gen G squad is not one to be sleeping on right now. They've shown up looking like they're hitting shots in the server, Trace.
They look like they're ready to play, and we are going to continue with our play here. First of all, I need to forewarn you about the news I'm about to drop, and you guys might want to ready your ears as well. Liquid, Cloud9, B-Stream. Cloud9 wins the second map, and now they go to the third map of Vertigo, kind of where we find ourselves going into this series. So, weird stuff altogether. Again, that is the third, fourth place decider on twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOB. But for us, though, I mean, if we at least look at this best of three right in front of us, this third, fourth place decider, I think easily when you start the season, you say, okay, well, this could be a Liquid in the finals for sure. Didn't happen. We've got Gen G, Furia has risen to the occasion across the entirety of this season, and now we look at it and they haven't stopped.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing as well. It's not like, you know, we're going, oh yeah, Liquid should be good, and we're basing that off of, oh yeah, they were good last year on LAN and all these big events. No, Liquid won Pro League. They looked really good. 10 days before the road to Rio, they had a great performance there, and then they go 3-2 in the group. They just about go through those playoffs. They lose in the semi-final. They're playing a consolidation match, and they're 3-0 down, Trace. I'm not getting ahead of things, but that is still a losable game. If Liquid lose to Cloud9, shambles, to be honest.
God, not like this. I just look back and my heart's kind of just tore between these two teams right here. Either way, it's not torn on the game that we need to be focused on. That's that grand final here for that ESL 1 Road to Rio North American component. We come back, we talk a little bit more about what's going on in the server right now. Looking ahead into Vertigo, we will BRB.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I am for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Hansel Ferdinand of Bintet fame. Now that is one of the gentlemen over here on the Gen G side. They find themselves situated in a grand final against Furia, where they have absolutely silenced this Brazilian side so far. Welcome back, everybody. This being the ESL1 Road to Rio. I'm Trace, that's Harry, that's Hugo, and we're ready to get this party back underway. And by party, I'm talking about on Vertigo, where all of our Simics are just a little bit churning right here. After what we saw that Furia have on this map yesterday versus Liquid, can they bring some of that same fight today?
You can assume, right? Like, you know, that first map wasn't great, but that isn't what Furia have to show. They have so much more in their playbook, and you can see the GG bet odds have flipped in favor of Gen G. I don't think this series is that convincing. I don't think it's done in the second map. Furia have been really, really good at this, but what else to go off of is Gen G on Vertigo, right? That's not a great map for them. They've only played it 4 times. We saw it the other day versus Cloud9, and what was the biggest problem for Gen G was the CT side. It was those A retakes. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't figure out how they wanted to play aggressive, passive, retake, no retake, forgetting kits. There were a few mistakes there in the midst of things, and Furia, they're going to punish those mistakes.
So, Harry, I want you to get your voice ready. You know what that sound means? That means that we have got to turn this thing up a little bit. The hype, the intensity, it just necessarily didn't feel all there on train, but boy, now it has to be there. If you're Furia, you want this map to go your way, and boy, do we want to see them in action here again. They really, really took it to Liquid yesterday, and now Gen G look to close them out here on the second map of this grand final. Harry, you know what to do.
Oh, I do, Trace. This isn't my first rodeo, but it might be my first road to Rio. Furia and Gen G, second map in this grand final series. Gen G already sat 1-0 up after taking their map pick of Train, and now we move here to the high old realm of Vertigo. Furia going to start this one up, grouping down here towards the bottom of B. They're going to assemble this little boost to get Vinny behind the plywood here. He jumps on over, he clears it. I don't actually know what type of wood it is, I just guessed. Let's see. Kusta has been spotted over at the back left of this site, but this position is a very, very tricky one to deal with, especially lacking the Molotovs here in this pistol round. Now, that's not so much a criticism as just a statement. Who on earth is buying Molotovs in a pistol round? Kusta does finally get dealt with over at the back left of the site, and Yuri was the man to deliver it. Now, while all this has been going down towards B, Case Lorato has gotten a little bit curious as to what the A site has in store for him, and he's gotten very, very deep. Automatic. Ooh, there they are, planted. And there he is. Oh my word, what is that? Buntet does get one of those kills, so it wasn't automatic with all 3, but my goodness, that is not how that was meant to come together for Furia. Automatic has just torn this whole round apart. Henny Now in a 1v3, and Gen G, they might be about to turn this pistol round on its head and pick it up.
I think Fury are expecting more of a rotation off of A there, and I don't blame them for that. They run into A, but Gen G still have automatic and Buntet inside of the site, and Furia, they aren't ready for the man up close who denies the plant, jumping on top of the boxes. Look at this play, and let's figure out which kills he got as well, right? Because one of them was not his. The bomb planter, certainly automatic, fires off. Buntet kills the lower play, automatic, takes the top. And that's Gen G finding a round. 3 in the round for automatic. Great work. Furia. Oh dear. This is the first time I've not seen Furia force in a second round in a while. Art's going to go for the buy on his own. Everyone else on blocks. And Art has already been removed, so his fast short play denied. We're going to see a lot of that from Art in this game. He loves to play the timings. He loves to beat CTs to the site. But Som was aware of it, does deal with the man at hand. Buntet with a pistol. Oh, it's getting close. They are low, and he'll drop a couple before he falls as well. It's another round for Gen G, just going about their business. 2-0. Furia can come in with a buy. Remember, Art Force in the last round, he's going to be lacking the money in this one. Mac 10 as a result, but it's not really a worry for Art as long as he was expecting that, and I'm sure he was not going to be throwing any utility. He's usually the dude to run in first anyway, so I'd see more of that from Art as he sets himself towards A in this round. Pacerato throwing the spawn smokes. This lands on short. This will deny Som going from the same peak that he got Art with in the previous round, so Furia going to at least want that one down.
Oh, Art's looking through the grates here, trying to spot automatic hidden over in this corner. Oh, he has seen him, he has. It was only a matter of time, and it's actually Art to deal with both players here at the top of ramp. Now, there is a secret yet to be unlocked, third man here behind the sandbags, and that is Buntet. Still lying in wait, and he's going to go unchecked. There are Molotovs for Furia, so they can throw this in to try and clear Buntet out, but he actually swings on his own accord, and he sends them packing from the ramp room. This was looking good for Furia. Moments ago, this was a 5-on-3, but Kuster and Buntet have turned it back on its head again for the Gen G side. And my word, Vinny and Art left in a 2-on-3. This one, well, that helps. But there's the flank from Daps. I say that, that's actually not that bad for Vinny. He now gets the information that there's a temporary 1v1 in the bomb site. Wasn't able to win it out, so I'm kind of glad I didn't get too ahead of myself and getting excited there. But Gen G, they will get that third round on the board.
And it's hard to find too, right? That looked like a lock-in round for Furia, but it's the little mistake of not clearing out ramp, not pushing up this position. They send everyone on short, and they don't molly sandbags. That's not a Furia-esque mistake. They're very good at doing the necessities, doing the boring stuff.
And that's also twice now that position just tucked behind the sight box where you are exposed to ramp but you're not exposed to short has come in to give some big results for Gen G, right? In the pistol, automatic, uses it to solidify the round, and then again, just then from Kuster. So yeah, we need to see some aggression over at the top of ramp, right? Because even if Kuster wasn't there, Buntet could have got so much done from his position at the sandbags. And these are normally things that you don't have to worry about with Furia. They go back towards catwalk in this round, over here towards short side as they creep on up. And this time, Gen G, they haven't had any contact at ramp, so they don't have these early rotations. It is just Som inside of the site to try and hold the fort.
Oh, they naded out, but he's moved out of position, so he will survive. The Molotov will stall the bomb plant out here for a second. That's good work from Gen G. Another molly as well, just really buying time. And you're getting a full picture of this round. That molly misses, though. It lands inside of the smoke, and so they can plant this time around. The flash is good, but it actually blinds Gen G, as well as their opponents. Oh dear, that's a kill from Art, but he gets grenaded on the box, and Henny picks up an AK, but he's low in the process. Orb scoped up on the player on the back of sandbags. Automatic hasn't pinned in, but he doesn't know it yet. Vinny going to go aggressive, not waiting around, but maybe he should have. Buntet finds him. Henny's running out of ammo on the site. Caserato, the last man standing with a deagle, and that's it. Gen G will retake, and this is a far better looking Gen G than that of, the one we saw against Cloud9. Obviously, that was an eco for Furia. They didn't have the weaponry, but Gen G make the right call to be patient on the retake. That's the hardest thing. Sometimes you just need to tuck in and wait out the utility before you go in for the retake. It kind of leaves Furia out on their islands, you know, someone's stuck in the site, they have nowhere to run. As long as that smoke is faded, they can't escape, they can't slip inside of it and hide for 10 seconds. So Gen.G makes sure there's nowhere that Furia can, you know, cheese them from, basically. They find the retake and they keep a lot alive. So AKs and Orps dragged forward, 4-0 lead. Furia do have the money from the bomb plant and they will be buying after this tactical pause.
Oh, well, take a look at the B stream. Liquid taking on Cloud9 in this third, fourth place decider match, and it's gone all three. Liquid sat narrowly in the lead in this game as it stands right now. And we'll be sure to keep you updated with this throughout the day as it comes on in. But our game is returning to being live here in round number 5. And it's just AKs out across the board here for Furia. Going to try and gain a bit of a foothold down here towards B ramp early on. Also players outside of A exchanging some words down through the smokes, but R gets caught trying to go aggressive. And a man advantage now taken for Gen.G. Yuri is quick with the pace to try and get that trade, but they've already eluded him. They've already fallen back. Gen.G are not going to give this one up easy. They're looking to hold on to this 5-on-4 for as long as they can.
Very close, right? But the issue is it's the sandbags. Yuri, he almost catches that player retreating who doesn't actually hear him because of all the noise. And the reason Yuri can't go further is because he's got a molly sandbags. Because think about the amount of times Fury have been punished from that position. So they don't want it to happen again. They will at least clear that out, so no more worries towards that position. But now, focusing on the A site once more, where Gen.G already have an advantage thanks to Som's aggressive start. Art found nothing off of this round. He walked through a smoke to his death. Som lining up utility for the bomb plant, but he's already been mollied out of the site. Furia trying to cross here. They're taking their sweet time. What is this molly? Middle click for Som, landing right over on the site. Gen.G, it's clear how much work has gone in since that Cloud9 game, because we didn't see any of these grenades really coming through for Gen.G, at least on the same lineups in that matchup, and they would have been very helpful. Now they're saving Gen.G in the grand final. Vinny's found one, but it's a retake in a 4-on-4 with great damage through the wall. Yuri's low, but he's got to kill anyway. He's doubled it. How is he doing this on such low health? No one's stopping him. Daps will finally put the nail in the coffin, but he is on his own, and he might have to run away with this orb.
Odds are looking against him going for this at any junction. Yeah. Wonder about his function. Well, it's not going to be in this round. His AWP backs away, tucks away. That's the first one on the board for the Brazilian side. And you got to start somewhere. And like Mel Gibson always used to say, aim small, miss small. In that Patriot movie, but never mind.
Trace with another North American reference that, unfortunately, the two Brits don't get.
Well, I mean,
I think it's just a film reference, right?
It is a film reference.
Oh, I heard Patriot. I thought it was sports related.
No, the Patriot, yes.
Oh, the Patriot. I heard.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there was these guys in these like red jackets, and they just kept like bullying a bunch of dudes in blue jackets, and the next thing you know, thing really boiled over.
Whoa!
And you guys, and
no
us.
way.
Anyway, catch up on that a little bit later. And with the first round on the board for Furia, they want to capitalize. They want to make it 2 in a row. Start to stabilize on the economy. That grenade that Ventet throws actually hits Art and then explodes next to Art.
Yeah.
But look at this by Vinny. A very aggressive angle here. Kusta somehow finds the frag. Just by the hair on his chin. Chin misses the flashbang a little bit. Not going to say that was on purpose, because I don't think it was. But meanwhile, the purposeful hit here is from Furia. Kusta's got all the answers.
Yeah, and he's got automatic here as well. Plus Daps. It's the 3-man setup inside of the site. Nowhere for Furia to go but the graveyard. And he's trying to push. He's found a gap. He's found a smoke, but that's going to begin to fade. So he climbs above. Ooh, Daps crosses. That's a kill. Henny with a chance here. He's spotted the orb. Kusa in the back of the site with his 3rd kill of the round. Great work from Kusa, but this grenade will take him out of it. Oh, it almost misses. Luckily enough, it's not a problem. And automatic will be the solution for this round. 2 kills off the orb. And 5-1 lead for Gen.G. No signs of stopping.
I kind of love the way that they're approaching this CT side with like a very heavy mid-lean early on with players that can rotate to B and A accordingly. And I think that's great because like, a lot of the solution right early on Vertigo was to try and challenge this ramp area, and I do think it works, but in some of these rounds, right, you see that Gen G will attempt it, but not every round, and then in the rounds where they're not, normally it's just Som or someone else back in this A bomb site holding it down solo, with the majority playing for that retake or the rotations based on how well it goes in the site. Buntet in this round is going for like a Furia-esque play, hanging around this smoke. However, Yuri is very, very used to being on the other side of that. He will deal with Buntet. It's a 3-on-3. Yeah, it's very awkward. Dueling at ramp always feels this way, and it normally takes an AWP to come in and chime in with a kill like this to maybe scare the opposition out of this angle, but Furia, they keep trying to power their way through. Feels a bit like running into a brick wall, though, at this point in time. They're not budging at the top of ramp, and now that they've got such a healthy lead, they completely concede it. They say, you know what, Yuri? You can have ramp. You know, you've put 4 players on the line to get it. And in a way, you've earned it. But what are you going to do now with this space that they've given you? A 1v3 required, both Gen G players falling back into the bomb site.
Yeah, and you see just how important the scaffolding is, just how long Som stood in that Molotov. It eventually gets him, but he gets the kill. So it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. There was no way he was getting out of that. Ooh. Now Yuri, 1v3 with Khalil. Faced up against Automatic's AWP, brings him down to half health. But still, so much to do and so little time to do it in. 30 seconds on the clock. Now there are 3 players that are fixated with the idea that this A-bomb site is compromised, and Kust on the push through B has proved to be that final blow, the knockout blow here in the round of 7. We move on to round 8.
What's excellent here for Gen G is how they're dealing with Art. When we talk about Fury on the T side of Vertigo, we talk about Art and his pace that he sets and some of the positions that he takes aggressively on his own, running up short. Every round we have seen Som or someone for Gen G aggress onto short, offering up a 1-for-1, offering up often, you know, a 4-on-4 straight away, but killing Art every single time. He's been dying at the start of all of these rounds, and that's because Gen G are putting so much focus, so many grenades into taking him down, and I love to see that. Won't be able to stop him on B this time, though.
Yeah, he needed that one. He's got it. It's 44 HP for Art. He's going to continue to try to barrel through this B site. And so far, only a little bit of resistance left. The rotation has come over. Daps was the first on the scene, but has caused them to go back. Now, Som, this is a player that can get very aggressive on his own. He's usually found himself on an extremity somewhere, just hanging out and being volatile. And this round seems to be no different.
Oh dear, but they are pressuring him, and he was not ready for those repeats to come so swiftly from Furia. He does at least like act as a bit of an early warning system, right? So now they know this A play is on the cards from the Furia side, and that's allowed for 2 very early rotations over here. Buntet bested almost immediately, though, and now Automatic in the firing line. Everyone creeping up from short side. Daps has won his fight out over at B, and Automatic still in with a chance of making this round competitive. Has boarded into a 2-on-2, but spammed through the smoke by Henny. Now leaves Daps all alone.
Has a smoke, has a kit, has an M4. Now he's just got to find out where these Furia players are hiding out. K-Serrat over there towards sandbags. And it's Henny that's gone all the way around controlling that scaffold side. Where will he use this smoke? He's going to have to use it eventually. I don't think K-Serrat saw him. No, neither one of them know where he is. But that thing is about to come to an end. Sweet, slick shot there from K-Serrat. Puts a second one on the board for Furia.
Takes the M4 over the AK. Not seen that one before. I wonder who's... No, he's going to run it. Fair enough. Maybe he wants it for the spray. Maybe he prefers control. Who knows? Replay of Arch running up B in this round. And look at this from Automatic. He could have probably, you know, won the round off Gen G if he didn't go back for more. He made the right decision when he took the kill and falls off into elevator. But it was re-aggression. It was the hunt for more that gets, you know, him killed. Henny spams the smoke and leaves Daps in that awkward 1v2. Really nice try from Automatic, though, and even though Fury rotate back, Gen G still make it costly. Obviously the problem is Som there. He gets a frag, but he switches to the grenade. You see that maybe the inexperience shining through there, right? Not expecting an entire full rotation from the T side, thinking he just got 1 kill and he had his chance to get out. Furia Well, they have good spacing too. They won't let you do that, so they push off the back of that Molotov getting thrown out. Gen.G still by here. They've got an AWP as well, but Som's on a pistol in this one. Let's see if he's going to still be able to put a stop to Art.
I felt like we got to see like some live problem solving from Art and the gang, right? That round there, they go towards B. Art gets that kill, and then he immediately runs back, calls for that A rotate. I think now realizing that if they're going to win this game, it's going to be by toying with these very, very fast Gen.G rotations, right? Because thus far, all right, Vinny's going to catch a man through the smoke. Yeah, thus far, you know, Gen.G have shown that they do just rotate immediately on this first bit of contact. And so that round there, they play with the timings. This round, Art plays with his food over his short side before he deals a double, the killing blow to this A-bomb site. This leaves Automatic in a 1v4, a hell of a lot to do here. And this man has been good in these kind of scenarios, but even this is asking probably a little too much of Automatic's AWP. They boost up on top of the boxes. He's not ready for it. And Furia, they will get this third round on the board, now breaking the economy of Gen.G as well.
Yeah, I think Furia coming alive here. They're warming into the game, right? It may have been a strong start for Gen.G on the CT side, but Furia, they've got the solutions. Couple of early B plays going back towards that late A. And now they've broken Gen.G. Eco round, P250 in a smoke, so I'm going to throw that towards the ramp, but I imagine Furia will be running right through it as they often do. Art with no fear, and this time he's actually armed for the job. Does deal with Som this time. Som even hits the dink. He hits 70 damage onto Art before that kill comes through, so good stuff, but not going to be anything for Gen.G in this one. They find an AK, but Furia have already taken the bomb into the A-bomb site. Gen.G are looking to save, and, well, Furia's entire round is about taking this gun away. You can see Caserato's looking to do that right now. Both players inside a B. The first contact will be that pistol, though, so there's going to be a warning sign for Daps if he wants to run away, but given the position, he's pretty much trapped, boxed into B, with enemies in CT spawn, he's looking to fight his way out.
Oh, Daps, is he able to hold on to this AK? He wasn't ready for Caserato to be coming in as well. And his defense, why would he? You know, like, why would there be two players coming from B? They really wanted to take that gun away. And they do exactly that. Now, the reinvestment's going to come through for Gen.G. They've still been able to build up a little pool of cash on the back of that eco, but it will be missing this AWP.
Yeah, this timeout, very crucial for Furia. You know, albeit you talk about the cash, plenty of it there, but continuing to stack rounds against Gen.G would prove to be something that they want to have done, as is the game of Counter-Strike. That timeout's drawing to a close now. Meanwhile, maybe we just take this timeout to give you an update over here on the Liquid Cloud9. Third, fourth place decider. It's currently 8-7 on a pistol round. Sonic in a 1v2 against Elige and Twist. And, well, finds the first kill on Elige, looks for the second one. It's going to be Twist that's giving him the fight. Interestingly enough, Twist hits him with a wall banger through the scaffold. Really clean shot there to end the round, but very competitive game on twitch.tv/ESL_CSGOB. That's the third and fourth place decider. This is the grand final. Big grenades, big Molotovs coming out there for the side of Furia early on in this round, but Bintet has got the better end of the smoke.
Ooh, good escape as well, right? He does have to go through a Molotov to do that, but he avoids getting traded. Oh, has hit a timing, but there's a player on the site watching for a good spot for Automatic. He's got the cover in front of him, which allows him to play a very typically risque angle, but luckily with two teammates in front of him, no worry, and he's got more as well. A second kill onto Caserato. A bit of a mess for Furia. They're trying to throw players at the problem, but instead, these players are becoming the problem. Henny looking for answers. He's found Bintet in the site, but there's just so many more waves of opponents. Kusta's killed the man on B. Henny may as well hang around here. He's got a second fight, but oh dear, the wall bang for Automatic, ready to find a three-piece in the round, and an AK upgrade as well. Automatic, the major winner, the champion, and he's showing up in the server today.
Speaking of Automatic, I love his positioning inside of that site. I love how they played that A site and approached it. They had Som spotting from the sandbags towards scaffolding. Automatic there on the bomb box itself, just playing a headshot angle. You can see it right here from his POV.
and even Bentet on the crane, right? You often see teams, especially at Gen G, they've leaned towards double short setups with automatic and Som. What that does is they don't need to play anyone short, they just play automatic boosted, and they can have a completely different setup with just as much defense and an off angle at best that Furia aren't going to be ready for.
They're going to wait out a Molotov here on B, Art Company. Trying to find some success that they found earlier against Kusta. That's going to be a big grenade. Does a good amount of damage to Vinny and Art. Kusta finishes him off right there. Easy as that. And another grenade coming out. And that's one of the real pitfalls of that side of the map, at least. You do get stuck out there, and you can continuously get Molotov to grenaded on your way into the B site.
Oh dear.
Bentet with the jump spot. Things do get a little sweaty for him. He backs away. And rightfully so. There's 3 players of Furia here on this side going up A ramp. Make it 4.
Yeah, but again, Art has been shut down early here for Furia, and that's creating so many problems. Automatic getting spammed. That could be a trade that Furia desperately need. Bentet wanting to push the perimeter. The mollies are coming in. He's going to decide to back out and play retake. This is a good call from Gen G. Look at how they're turtling. Look at how they're completely giving up the site. They want nothing to do with this. They don't even want a gunfight. They allow Furia to set up and hopefully get a bomb plant, and then we're going to be seeing them play retake. There's still a grenade that will land a bit of damage. Henny gets a plant though, and here's the retake from Gen G.
Yeah, these smokes have faded. Furia now having to just win these fights heads up. Once this smoke is gone, there are no more available to the Furia side. Gen G with 2 of their own. Where are they going to look to use these? You know, one's probably going to come in at top ramp, and it's the other that's a bit of a question mark. You can either use that to completely lock off ramp or throw in short side, and now they pick up the pace that these smokes have bloomed. They cut down the angles that Furia could be hiding in. Now this time is still ticked away. Someone's got to get on that bomb, and they are spraying in. Yuri trying to do what he can, but it's not enough. Daps has the back of Som on that bomb. And Gen G, 8 now on the board, continuing to pull ahead over on this CT side of Vertigo.
And I look at that and I say, K Serrato is the ace in the hole. He's hidden, he's got himself in this position, and certainly even the Molotov hasn't even flushed him out. He's getting there while the Molotov's still going on, but then they find him, and that right there pretty much spells the end of the round. Gen G, well, they put up 8, while Liquid put up 11-7 over Cloud9.
Yeah, that's a great position from K Serrato, but you need an immediate kill off of it. And what happens to him is he sprays when a player crosses behind the site, and then he just gets traded off in the second move around the corner. You know, gives away his position and gets nothing for it there. Finally, an advantage for Furia. They've been desperate for it. This T side has been lacking, and Vinny dead right after that kill. It's at least traded here towards B. That's not where the play's ending up. Furia again, keeping us on our toes, keeping things fast-paced, grouped up towards short with 4. This position has been shut out from by Gen G in this game. Som is now up in the spot that gave Automatic so many kills, and he's got an AK as well, even better for that headshot. Smoke down though, and he's going to get closer. Furia had been stalled out by the utility of Gen G. I like how Gen G saved smokes in the previous rounds, go for that NIP-esque retake, execute, but right now it's all about the fights. No more utility, boost up, dropped off, Bentet gets a kill for it. They're going to flash right through, they caught both players blinded, good spray, and K Serrato's got a double kill. That opens up the plant here for Furia.
It does. Automatic is stuck. He can back out towards the boost spot. Maybe just trying to pop Daps through, even though Daps is just going to walk right on through, and that creates a big problem. Somehow he doesn't win the duel. What on earth, Daps? K Serrato gets out ahead there, and that is just unfortunate turn of events. Gen G with 8, Furia put a 5th up.
I love the call from Gen G to like smoke stuff off and go for a mid-round boost, right? They realize they have no utility, they can't play retake, they need to take kills in that round. It's a different one to how they've been playing A, but Furia go for a classic Furia setup, right? Flies through a smoke, they kill him, and then Gen G think, then they're going to do that again, are they? Surely not. And then Furia pop flash 2 more through a smoke, and well, that works wonders. Gen G fully flashed out, and Furia, they get the kills to allow for the bomb plant. Gen G, without saved utility, no retake, no reality, and it's going to be 5 rounds on this T side. It's still a good half for Gen G though. They're making this more than competitive. Remember how many teams Furia have beaten on this map. Gen G not wanting to be one of them.
Not at this juncture either, considering this is the grand final. We are nearing the end of the first half here on our second map. Inferno will be the decider, should Furia want to push us there. But currently it's Gen G in this driver's seat. They've got their foot on the gas. Even though they had to pump the brakes in the last round, which is ultimately going to mean that they're on pistols here, saving for that last round of the half. And I'm kidding. They forced up for the last round of the half. What am I talking about?
Yeah, doubling down into the buy here for back-to-back rounds is a risk for Gen G, but they really didn't have much else. If they ecoed this, it would have been a pretty weak final round buy. So trying to make the best of what you've got, but right now holding a default off Furia for a change. Henny's watching middle, and he won't let Bentek get aggressive. Spot on a second player who does fall back. Art getting tagged by a Molotov and bullets. Actually, I think it was just the bullets. Flash in, but they actually beat Som to it, and Yuri gets ahead of the flashbang. Nice little grenade thrown over the window by Gen G, but Furia, they've got a 5-on-3. They've got the guns, they've got the kills, and they've got the ace sight.
Yeah, quick as that. Just Kusta. He's got a 5-7 and a kit. A little bit of armor and health, too. But I would not expect the world of the Kuster here. Gives it to Quesarado. Leaves him on 12. Still so far to go. If he takes some guns out of Furia's hands, it's a small success, albeit the last round of the half is upon us.
Oh.
What?
Oh, dear. Oh, playing a... I guess he could see through, like, the... I can't even think of what that would be stacked up on top of each other. Like sheets of...
It's
yeah.
sheetrock.
Okay, yeah. You can
it's like
see,
a plaster.
He can see through the different sheets, I guess, and has, like, a pixel of vision onto where Automatic was playing. I mean, it only did 2 damage, the shot he fired, so... Certainly feels like it, but a nice little round from Furia there. They hold that default knowing the money isn't good for Gen G, and they just work their way through the opposition slowly but surely. And they're going to go back to that again. You know with Gen G force buying in that round, money still isn't going to be good, but this time they've conceded an early kill to Automatic at ramp. And this now might have to spur Furia on to commit to this A bomb site, right? They've lost all ground over towards B. That entire side of the map is now a question mark. And so there's 2 ways you could go about it. You could try and regain that control and flush these players out, or you just take this as a sign to hit the A-bomb site, knowing that there were a lot of players over towards B. Problem is, the longer you spend waiting around, the more of a rotation is going to come through. Art wastes absolutely no time waiting around. It's just not in his vocabulary. He's up in the faces of the players at the A-bomb site. Quesarado and co. following his footsteps, and this leaves Bentet in a 1v3.
Does. As the last round of the half, there is going to be absolutely no save here today. Bentet trying to hold just a tight angle. Perhaps let someone walk to this firing line. Instead, he's going to give it to Quesarado. That's a big one to take out early on his retake, and I say that it all comes to a close. We go to a break. The half ends out 8-7. Gen G, 8 rounds on the board. Will it be enough? We'll find out when we come back.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge. Ain't gonna lie, go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place. Ain't gonna lie.
To a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. Cause baby, you feel like home.
Feel it's hopeless when you think that you lost. Oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean our up from the dust and clear my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our
At the end of the first half of play, it's Furia that's left feeling meh. And by that, I mean they're down 8-7 to Gen G, who did win the first map of the series in this grand final for the ESL 1 Road to Rio, North America. I want to welcome you all back. I also want to invite you to join us over there in the Twitter sphere and any of your social media platforms of choice by using hashtag ESL1. That's what it's going to take to potentially get your tweets up there on the screen. We've seen some setups yesterday. We've seen that you're watching multiple games at one time, but now we just want to know the inner workings of your mind, what you're thinking. And right now, of course, I want to know what Art's thinking. Look at this push.
Oh, they double up at the sandbags. There's a smoke on Vinny, and so Henny takes these fights, and if they deal with Henny, that's where Vinny comes into the picture. It's the ultimate bait and switch, but the bait never even needs to switch places with the second man, because Henny's done enough. This round comes to a crashing end for Gen G. Furia, a great pistol round in the bag. They go flawless. They don't even lose a single man in the process. And Gen G never even learned that that bait and switch was a thing. So not something that they were aware of. Maybe something that Furia can look to pull in further down the line.
Yeah, I like that idea there for Furia. And Gen G's certainly caught off guard, but it's going to be another one of them for Furia as they look to take the lead right back. Gen G on a full eco in the second round, not $1 of investment. And where do you rush with a full eco like this? Do you just spread out and hold for positions? That seems to be the game plan for Gen G. But I mean, more so you're talking about your next rifle round. You're trying to get a feel as to how and where Furia are playing this one. How much can Gen G get away with in mid is what they're wondering. So they'll move a couple of players into position before backing off and going down the ladder.
Oh. It looked cool, guys. It looked cool. Hart's going to be waiting for him. He's looking as well.
The old 1-2 punch to the left-right, good night.
A bit of an AUG action. Oh, there it is. The swing. Hart good for one, but it's Yuri there to clean up the rest of the mess. And Bintet will be the last one to fall. Yuri, right place, right time for a 4K. And I should also remind you that today is a day for Mountain Dew Hemp Game Fuel Power Play. So perhaps that's another excuse for you to use the hashtag ESL1.
9-8. Fury in the lead. This is the moment of truth here. I'm very excited to see where this one's going. Right? You know, what is Gen G's answer in this T side? How aggressive are Fury going to be in this second half? Now, especially that they're back in the lead and probably feeling confident because of it. Kusa setting up the flashbangs. He's got the short smoke. Gen G want that A site. They've thrown numbers at it. Aggression already at the bottom of B for Furia, but let's see where the fight's going. Som finding Yuri early. Art is pushed up as well, making it very clear as he fires off. They run through a smoke, and he's not ready. His gun not primed. Som with a double, and Gen G with an advantage.
And I'm just going to say it now. Som is a frontline player. He shows us time and time again that he has that, you know, that sort of momentum with his movement and with the pressure and aggressive style of play that he has that puts him right where he needs to be at least 75% of the time.
Yeah, CT and T-sided, and he's just fearless, and that's what we love from these young players.
Som's looking like he would fit into this Furia lineup, man, with how he's been playing, right? Like, it's very interesting to see. Now, the game plan here for Gen G, they're going to send Daps all the way back around towards this B-bomb site. I like this, because he's here, he's throwing in his utility, and if he gets into the site and learns that it's clear, they can rotate the bomb away with Daps already in this position. Now they know that Furia have stacked 3 players over at the A-bomb site. That bomb's going to start to rotate back around. They're probably going to leave a man to keep this lurk, and that's what Kusta was trying to do. Furia, they've got 3 players here. They hear the bomb rotating away, so this is where Furia probably go, okay, we maybe beat them to the punchline here. We can maybe get to B. But with Daps so deep already, he's got that locked down. So Gen G gonna find the bomb plant. Furia left in a 3-on-4, and this just might have to be the save.
Absolutely is the save. They don't go for it now. They hedge their bets towards the A site, and it looks like Gen G go up to 9.
And that's the thing, like, you think about, like, the other ways that could have gone down, right? Daps could have gone to B, he could have thrown that flash, someone could have responded by firing some shots his way, and then at that point, like, he's done his job enough. He then learns that there's only maximum 2 players inside of the A-bomb site. He might even force a rotation away at that point in time, and yeah, I mean, I just like that as a decision from Gen G. They don't get ahead of themselves, they don't overcommit towards a bomb site that maybe wouldn't have gone their way. And they use all that time that was left on the clock to their advantage.
And the reason that's such a good call is because, you know, on this A site, we often see those smokes go down for the T side, and then, if you know, the CTs will full rotate, and that will get drawn out for about a minute. You know, that whole engagement from making contact on ramp to planting and getting a retake or a round win if you're T-sided, you know, that'll take about a minute. So, you know Furia fully stacked on the site, you're pretty sure of it. Daps could have flanked and said, guys, stay A, I'm going to come in on the back line, but that's definitely the safer play of the 2, right? If Furia ever lurk and kill you, well, then they just know where you're going, right? So, good call from Gen G, 9-9. Throwing Spanner in the works. He's going to try and fight on the ramp. He was killed early last time, but this time he has support from Fury, and Gen G aren't running the gauntlet. They're taking their sweet time. Flash up, Som has a gap, but it's actually been 10 from above. He gets 1. Trade is imminent. Som does get flashed forward. He won't rush to get into position. He knows there was still an aggressive player in the form of Yuri, but he has since fallen back and gone back towards short side with his teammate. Hello.
Oh, Yuri put up on this boost. Someone's got to check it for Gen G. And some will, but it's as the rest of the gang are lining up utility, so that trade can't come through. Usually one of the things that's so risky about doing that boost is even if you get a kill, right, the amount of spam that starts to come through the moment they learn you're there, it's very easy to lose a player in that fashion, but not able to do that on the Gen G side because they get caught lining utility up, and this round might just fall apart on the back of it. Yuri's even pushing short side. He's got automatic in the bag. This leaves Kusta on a mid lurk. He's shortly put in the ground as well. So Fury are going to keep this one going in their favor. A 10th round on the board. No money. Well, sorry, I just said completely the wrong thing. There is money for Gen G, you know, kind of the same. It had the word money in it, but very different context. There is still an investment coming in for this Gen G side, but as I was going to say, this money is now at breaking point. And so this is where Furia can really look to slingshot themselves ahead towards the end of this map and look to take us to Inferno.
Do Gen G have any answers for that? We'll have to wait and see. The Molotov in mid from Furia keeps Gen G out of even standard positioning to start the round. Fighting back on ramp is Daps and Bentet, just trying to keep CTs here to at least free up some room for these players to move in middle. They're going to boost for this scaffolding position, but you can see Vinny is being very careful, very, very cautious, playing a pixel gap angle, not risking this fight. And of course, I imagine the second Vinny sees someone, takes a shot, and then falls off into B, and just watches scaffolding. So it's a double setup for Furia. He doesn't need to worry about it. Henny's there ready to swing if needed. But right now, Gen G aren't exactly putting pressure on. They are just waiting. They are just lining up the util. That's the elevator-sided smoke. Vinny drops his Molotov. Gen G going to try and move through it. Their smoke's actually landed on top of it as well. So, Kesara took the first kill down on B. The hunt is in. Vinny's dropped off like expected. He's found a kill and fallen safely into the site. This is a good setup from Furia. Everywhere Gen G go, they're walking into 2 players. Apart from this ramp position, but the AWP is eventually dropped. The mid-lurk's dead. And now it's down to Kusta and Daps to make this one happen.
Yeah, not an impossible round though. They do get into this site, but getting this bomb down is a bit of a tenuous subject. Daps has really got to have the back of Kusta, and he does fall short. The repeats are thick and fast in response from Furia. And now Gen.G with no bomb plant, no money, just going to have to be pistols here up against the 11 rounds going the way of Furia. A 12th more than likely on the horizon here for the Brazilian squad. Really starting to come into their own over on this CT side, and Gen.G have been brought to a bit of a screaming halt at this point. That lead that they once had, you know, you think about the fact that this game was once 5-1 in favour of Gen.G. Things were really looking good at the start of this for the Gen.G crew. Furia, they've resurged in a very, very big way.
I'm also impressed that grenade lands that cone back upright onto the ramp of B, I've got to say.
Cone flip.
I've seen some cone flips, I've seen some water bottle flips. Never inside of CSGO, and never together.
Oh, the old boost. Keserato isn't falling for that one. Even spams, just in case there's a second man there. There was about to be Gen.G instead, just want to run the gauntlet. And, well, it's never easy. It's never fun.
Getting it over at that point, the formality is there. Element of surprise isn't. We have a 12th on the board for Furia. They bounced back. Harry was right. It was Gen.G that led us to begin with, and now, well, certainly be the other way around for the Brazilian side.
Well, here it is, another rifle round with the AWP as well, something we've yet to see for Gen.G, so I think it's a good change here. There's no AWP for Furia. Som's running up towards A early. He will be abusing his spawn, but Molotovs will keep him cautious for now. Tagged, but he is hanging around on the ramp side of things, pushed up, as he often is with this front side smoke. He wants to fight with it. There's a big gap in that. I don't know if he realises he's got to be very careful. They can walk up close to him, but that grenade does good damage. Softens up some of these T's. They might throw in this boost as well. This is a perfect time to do it, but looking back towards short side instead. Gen.G are here, and they're being loud about it.
Use the Molotov off to force back some of this pressure on the scaffold side and maybe give them at least a fight, or at least a member of Furia to face. Yeah, there you have it. Sam with a pretty sweet shot onto Art.
But look at the setup, right? This is the round that the Daps went back in because, you know, okay, there is still a B player in this case, but Furia have 3 players inside of A, pushing and fighting, really wanting to take a battle against Gen.G, but Gen.G just aren't giving up anything. They're just holding for over-aggression. When and who will that over-aggression come from? It's the question. Yuri's holding, Son goes into it. Oh, one by one they go, and Kusta's eventually going to trade, but it comes at a cost, and there's another man here they might not expect. Kusta has the bomb in his hands, and now the bomb on the ground. Henny looking for more, traded by Bentek. Keserato tagged through a smoke. Bentek hasn't heard it. He should have heard it, and he's looking back for it. He does do the damage, down to 10, but it's still around for Gen.G.
Speaking of things that might sound alarming, Cloud9 are about to win the series potentially here over Liquid. 15-13 in our 3rd, 4th place decider.
Dear, oh dear.
Good riddance, Liquid.
Not over yet, Trace. Not over yet.
You're right, it's not. But
full money.
With Cloud9 having picked up the round prior, see what they've got to offer here. Trades are coming through.
Let's cast 2 games at once.
I mean, we could do that. We could just sit here and take it in, too.
It's on a pause, luckily, our matchup.
In that case, yeah, take it away.
This is actually a big round, yeah. Leech coming in for a retake here. There's no X-ray, but we're going to figure it out towards the sandbags. And Orb gets a kill. It's going to be OC and Twist now alone. A 1v3. Bomb planted, and Orb still up in the post plant. Good luck. There are tagged players, but this is not going to be an easy one. First contact bound with a repeats in, and that's Cloud9. They're doing it. 16-13. They come 3rd place in the road to Rio, above Team Liquid.
Boy. Liquid are going to be scratching their heads after that one. Perhaps a little bit of a North America maulding, good old-fashioned maulding in sight tonight.
Maulding in NA, we'll have to see.
I'd rather, I guess, it is what it is.
Let's see what Vinny can get done from this position. Falling off of that contact, and he has some off this pixel. Oh, they're ready for it. That's a great shot, though. But Ted dead immediately. No chance to respond. Henny also with the AWP finds another. So 5 on 3. Blink and you miss it. Gen.G have got to fight up against everything here for Furia. Dabs has taken the A site. How's this happen? How's he swapped positions with the players that push down? Dabs killing the players in the back line. He's got Yuri looking the wrong way, but now the Orb's trained on him, and Art's still pushed down on ramp. This is a mess. This is calamity, and Art might be able to close this round right here, right now. Trying to drop the bomb. He's got to fight. He's done damage. Automatics gone, dead in the water, and Dabs, oh dear, it's a conga line of death on the other side. He is going to walk right into it. This is such a weird game. This is... I'm not sure how Dabs finds that timing. He must have walked up ramp when Art walked down shore.
Yeah, disaster strikes, and it comes from Art once again with his aggression. There was definitely, you know, like a way in which that could have gone in favour of Gen G, but it very much relied on Art getting dealt with by Buntet on that first peek into ramp, and that kill just doesn't materialise. The whole round falls apart on the back of it. And a third map of Inferno looking more likely than ever here. Furia really stepping it up on Vertigo, bringing the heat. This is an anti-eco round for them, one that they're looking to put to bed pretty quickly. Already sitting a man up, the firepower in their favour, the manpower now as well. Not really much of a chance for Gen G in this round, but can they surprise us?
Probably not. Not with pistols. Let's be realistic, not optimistic.
Alright, fine. You got me.
Kusta's full of grenades. That's something in this round. But that's probably the only thing. And he's dropped a man in middle. It's down to the A-men.
And the aiming of the A-men.
Nice.
Perhaps we just say amen.
The G team.
Speaking of G's, shout out to all the mothers out there on this Mother's Day in America. North America even. I'm not even sure what all countries that encompasses, but the original G's. Henny got AWP for you guys, and Yuri's going to mop the rest of this round up with pretty relative ease. And we're going to see 14 for Furia. They might be pushing us to that third of Inferno. But here we go. We got a buy and a timeout coming in for Gen G. What's going to be cooking up in the Gen G kitchen?
Yeah, I would kind of love to see them try like a similar thing to what Furia did with it, where, you know, you do just fake this this map out and kind of like play with the information you give the way of Furia, right? I think Gen G, they've had some decent times over towards the B bomb site, and I think, you know, if you play around with the fact that Furia are going to be very, very antsy about this A site, obviously you're going to have to show some presence over at ramp early on, right? That's one thing that I think you have to give credit to Art on, is that he's very methodical in clearing this side of the map every round. You know, he's going to be going back towards ramp. He's going to be getting the information if you aren't there. So you will need to show a bit of a hand there in the beginning of things, and then maybe look to switch things up and come in with a bit of a fake.
Yeah, that one really nice round Gen G had was the one where Dabs rotated all the way around. I'd love to see something like that in the mid round for Gen G. Just leaving A after you force the full rotate. Not enough teams do that in this game. Art is really blinded, but he's got his support in the form of Yuri getting a kill from above. Dabs trades, but he is gone straight after. Henny with the AWP. It's a triple setup on this A site. And left, right, good night. Gen G in a 2-on-4. And Yuri using the spot against them as well. Gen G made a lot of rounds happen with this position. Yuri wants to do it as well. 28 kills to his name. This guy is absolutely owning on Gen G right now. And they've just got to go back. What else do they have? Kusta's up on B, but this time Keserato's actually there. He's not left this site open. Kusta's going to try and win the fight, and he falls, leaving Automatic in the clutch.
This is the nice map point in the way of Fury. I'm not going to come through. Henny with a nice little deeg shot over the top of Sandbag solidifies map point for Fury. And now just one round away from locking in at this Inferno map as our third and final decider. And this is kind of what we expected in this series. Fury are certainly delivering in the latter stages of this game. This CT side has been damn near flawless from them. 2 rounds is all that Gen G have been able to muster since moving into the T half of play. And this investment to try and keep the dream alive is really not what you'd want. They're going to try a B play, and they do get some results on the back of it. Som getting out through mid in the meantime does get cut down by Henny on this rotation, but the B site belongs to Gen G. All going to culminate in a retake over here. One plant found, and a long flank getting attempted from Art, but he's being very sneaky on this approach, and this is going to take him a while to get into position. He's got a lot of angles that he's got to clear out first. So this is really going to suck any momentum out of this retake for Furia. Going to be a slow builder and then very explosive towards the end of this round as they try and get back into this site. And boy, they do. Fury in with the opener. Automatic does remove one, and Buntet, his attention gets peeled away from the ramp just for a moment. That's when Art tries to move in, but with no kills getting offered up, he knows all he can do is save. 11 on the board for Gen G. A B-site play does yield them the results they were hoping for.
Yeah, Furia weren't getting any fights towards CT or scaffolding, so they assumed that, or I at least think Art assumed that Gen G must have been fighting towards the B ramp side of things. That wasn't the case, and Art's trying to come in as the last man, but right as Buntet, who is on that position, hears the footsteps, he just tucks really safely, and Gen G play a 2-on-1 and just don't give it away to Art. He's not gifted a kill, and the time is too low. Has to save his gun. 29 on Yuri, 27 on Henny. These guys have been tanks for Furia, looking to take it over the line. Gen G have 4 more opportunities or 4 more rounds to find, rather. They mess up any of them, and we're going to a third. No room for error here, and Yuri, well, he's not got room to stand tall, because that's spammed the smoke. Art has gotten aggressive, not to the best of his ability, though, but Tet finds him. Another 5 on 3 here for Gen G. Early kills towards the A side of things. Furia still have 2 orbs, though.
Yeah, this, every round going forward, it's Gen G that have their backs against the wall. At least they've made it easier on themselves in this round by eliminating 2 players of Furia.
Yeah, Kusta's been waiting down here at B this whole time, so I think the game plan for Gen G is to come back towards this side of the map. Or at the very, very least, have that as an option, right? If Kusta goes running in and uncovers that there are 2 players here for Furia, I imagine Gen G just go back to A. He only ever sees 1, though. And so that's going to spur Gen G on. Furia, they're 1 step ahead. They've seen this from Gen G before, so they're already here at the B bomb site. But Som and Keserato is so close to one another. Keserato darts through the smoke. Good for the no-scope. Henny dropping another. Nearly as well off the back of the B hole, but not quite. 12 on the board now for Gen G.
Okay.
And the money for Furia has been broken down, so a 13th could be loaded in the chamber here for the Gen G squad.
Oh dear.
Furia gonna attempt the force buy. Art's gone for an AWP. He had a bit more money, so he can bring that out. The rest of the guys gonna keep this money in the bank account so they can invest in the future.
See, for sure, they can win this round, but I always wonder why teams do this when you can just you can buy a pistol armor, you can hold off the AWP for your next rifle round, because now they're not going to have an AWP when they buy after this round, and Art's going to be on a pistol. Now, let's see if he makes it worth it, right? If he gets 2-3 kills here, he can win this round off for Furia, and they've already traded 1 for 1 with low health on Daps, so the value is there. The value is the potential of winning the round, but it feels like more often than not, you're not going to win a round with an AWP and 4 pistols. Art, though, he feels like maybe he can take matters into his own hands, but if he pushes, Kusta is in the offest of angles. He should have this kill. Art's checking it. Oh my, Art is ready for any position. Doesn't matter where you sit, where you stand, you cannot escape him. Art's gone back towards B. That's where the execute is. Don't tell me this solo AWP is going to win the round and the map for Furia. There's an AWP posted. Art avoids it. Vinny takes a bullet, and oh dear, Daps is low as well. He's been finished off. There's a winnable round in the hands of Furia. Deagles can provide safety here, and Art's got another kill. He's on 4. The hero AWP, and Buntet in a 1-on-2 to save the day, to keep this one going for Gen G. It's not happening. Art's found the AWP ace. He is on his own, and he's made it happen here for Furia. That is why you buy the AWP on an eco.
Good riddance. Gen G falter. They fumble the map pick of Furia. It's Vertigo. They go the way of the Brazilians, 16-12. We go to a break. We come back. We break it all down, and we do it all over again. Finding out who wins this ESL 1 Road to Rio North American side on Inferno. We will be right back in just a few moments.
strapped to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the
Well, it would appear as though Furia have been to hell and back, but they closed this one out 16-12, as in the first map of the series, 16-6. So, just to keep things on an even level playing field around here, we're going to go to that third and final of Inferno. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Road to Rio, North America for everyone. This is the grand final. We've already seen Liquid lose to Cloud9 in that third, fourth place decider, and boy, that one's going to be a bitter pill to swallow. But for Gen G, couldn't get it going here on Vertigo, and I think that's the story that we're going to see.
Yeah, and now this really sets the series up, right? Because we have Inferno as the third map, and if we look at this between both teams, this is the most played map for both these rosters. They've both played it 11 times this year. They've both won it 7 times. Similar opposition as well. We actually did see one of those wins for Gen G over Furio in the grand final of Anaheim back a few months ago. That was an overtime affair as well. So we've had kind of 2 more one-sided games. I wouldn't say that Vertigo game was a stomp by any means, but it did seem like Furio were in control. And now I think it's where things start to level up, right? Where you know, both teams are going to take it the distance. I think we got a real banging third map on our hands, Trace.
Yeah, we definitely have the distance on our hands, that third map being Inferno. But just to kind of tie up some loose ends here, Harry, what really sticks out to you about Vertigo and what we just witnessed?
Oh man, well, like for me, it solidifies that this is still a really good map for Furia, right? Like, to go from having a bit of a struggle time in the beginning, right, not the strongest of starts, to then just bouncing back and looking like they were never even out of control of the game to begin with, right? Like, usually when you have those comebacks start to creep on in, it's not uncommon for like Gen G to slip a few rounds into the net that maybe they shouldn't have gotten away with, and that just didn't really feel like it happened here for Furia once they got that ball rolling. I think as well, right, some of the adjustments that we had, some of like the problem solving displayed by Furia for some of like the things that Gen G were doing that were working was great, right? Like, it felt like it took them a few rounds at the beginning of the half to piece together, you know what, we can play around with these really fast rotations. We can use that to our advantage, and they did that over in the T half really well. Then moving into the CT side, man, they just dominated. They dropped, what, 3 rounds or something ridiculous in that entire, 4 rounds rather, in the entire second half. So, yeah, man, Furia, they hit the ground running, and I think as well, the fact that you've got 3 players up at the top of the board just stepping up in spades, right? Art had a great game. Henny had a fantastic game. Kesarato up there as well. That's like a trifecta that you don't want stepping up, and they are stepping up right now for Furia. So I think it sets us up really nicely for this third map, right? If we can have the same players showing face that were on train for Gen G, and we're still keeping that momentum forward into Vertigo, combined with these now, this kind of trifecta over on this side of Furia finding success, then yeah, Inferno, I think it's going to be a banging map, and I think this is going to be the one that you don't want to miss.
We're going to have it here for you when we come back from a break, because we do have to do these things, and then when we come back, we get to decide who's won the ESL 1 Road to Rio North American side of things, at least in this iteration of it. We're going to be going to that break. We come back, we have Inferno, and that is a Trace Saranthus guarantee.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. It's the soul in me and the heart I am for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Tired to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
ESL 1 Road to Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
We're so close, yet so far from wrapping up this series. One more map here between Furia and Jin Ji in this grand final, and it's going to be settled on Inferno. And I just need to say, whoop, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Road to Rio. My name is Trace. I have Harry and Hugo, and these guys, they're ready to talk some counter too. Isn't that right, fellas?
Damn right, Trace. I think this one's going to be cool, and I think one of the reasons that is the case is we've seen this game become more T-sided over time, especially with the Krieg, and even more so moving away from that, it's still held true. That's definitely true for this map. Both these teams are better on the T-side of Inferno, and that's a bit of a rarity to see in 2020.
Well, the important part, the very pivotal part of what you just said is the fact that we decide sides here in this final map, on this third map of the series, with a knife round. So let's just go ahead and play that out, see how it goes, how important that T-side is. That's something to talk about, Harry.
Yeah, you know, this knife round actually going to carry a little bit of weight, and it will be Gen G picking that up. They get a choice of where they start, so we'll find that out in due course. But yeah, you know, we've already seen these two teams go head-to-head before. You brought up Anaheim earlier on. That was where we got to see these guys face each other on LAN. That ended 2-0 in favor of Gen G, and that was on the back of a stellar performance from Som. He stepped up hugely back at Anaheim. And Trace, I see you making faces. What kind of news are you going to deliver my way?
I'm just thinking about everything that you guys just said about how pivotal this T-side is. Gen G, win the knife round, they opt for CT.
Yeah, no, but that's standard, right? We always see teams pick CT side, and I don't think that's really a surprise. Even on Vertigo, it's just definitely T-sided right now. Most teams pick CT side to start. Even teams that pick them or that really like the map, like Fury, you still see them picking CT from time to time. So that's not really a surprise. You usually like to get it out of the way, and you also like to get a feel as to the pace that your opponents are setting and seeing what their T side is all about, so you can use some of the things against them.
Well,
right?
not to mention, right, like on either side of the coin, if you go into like your T half with a huge advantage, that's great because you're the team setting the pace, right, and you're deciding when and where these engagements come in and things like that, and that kind of carries over even if you've fallen behind, right? Like, you know, you can still kind of try to re-energize yourself. You're no longer having to play reactively to what your opponent is doing, and the ball's kind of in your court, but wait a moment, what does that mean, Trace?
I think it means it's time to start the last map of the grand final. That's right. If you're sitting at home, I'd say get out of your chair, but you can clap as you sit down. That's completely okay, too. I'm sure you've got this open on multiple browsers. You got a scorebox going on one, you got the game going on the other, and for us, it's all centered. It's all focused right here on this last map of the series between Gen G and Furia in a grand final nonetheless. We're going to be kicking it off here with a pistol round. Furia starting on the T side after losing the knife.
Gonna head up over here towards Banana early on. Utility getting thrown in to allow Yuri to push on up. That will bait an early smoke out from Som over at the top of B. And that smoke is very, very early in getting dropped. Now, he only does it because of those flashes going into top Banana. He imagined that Furia were deeper than they actually were. And that was the only bit of utility that Gen G had. So they're really going to feel the lack of that smoke when this play looks to come in. Furia, they baited it out. And now they run in towards this B bomb site. They get it under their hand instantly. Now, Vinny does have this bomb. He's very aggressive in CT. This smoke that goes deep within CT, something that we see Furia do quite a lot, and it really does hamstring these retakes. I love this smoke. It's so much better for when you're defending this site in a post plant than throwing the standard one for the CT cross, because suddenly you can't even get into ruins, and that's, you know, the kind of upside to having that smoke down as a CT versus this smoke that Furia plays.
You really can't even find that fight there with that smoke down, except for now that the time has elapsed, the smoke is gone. It's Kusta and company trying to get back in the site. Tim Taz not going to be able to do it. And now to 1-on-2. Kusta, he's not going to do it either. Furia pick up a pistol. Now, I think some people may just forget where Kusta came from. So let's just give a brief synopsis of Kenneth Suin's entire life. Born June 3rd, 1990. I'm kidding. We're not going to do all that. But we can say something along the lines of this is a guy that used to play for CLG. He's even donned the Liquid banner. Once upon a time, found himself on Ghost Gaming. Even a little bit of time in Cloud9. But overall, this is a player that's been around for some time as well.
Yeah, very experienced one, right, in North America, and I think a very useful one inside of this team. There's so much firepower, and I think Kusa's a really good player to slot around that, right? He's not, you know, going to be the star of your roster, but he certainly can frag and, you know, do the supportive elements as well. That round was a round of bad timing for Gen G, right? Trying to put that boost up in CT as Furia rushed, and Daps has to fall off, and they get caught out and spawn. Not the pistol Gen G wanted, and, well, that's not what Automatic wanted either, but Art's going to deliver it anyway. Fast play up long. He gets himself into the spawn. Som hears this, but this shotgun is perfect for the range. But as shotguns sometimes are, inconsistency. 80 damage down to 12 on Art. Okay, so Art's going to start to push up lane, and he's killed 2. So A's open, and Kusta is too far away to have any impact into this round.
Yeah, the best he can do is save this Mag 7, and that's never ideal, but that's all he's going to get out of the round with. It's a flawless round for Furia, in spite of pretty much everyone being low on HP. This Force-Spy not able to find success over in the Gen G camp, and so Furia getting these conversions on the board, looking to go 3-0 up before all is said and done, and this first rifle round gets bored through by Gen G.
There's the lead locked in from Furia, 2-0, and even with the damage done, they keep 5 alive, and that's got to feel pretty good. They're looking to build up this money nice and early. Furia, I think they're a very good team on this map. Even, you know, we talk about T-side aggression. I think their CT-side aggression is something that is unprecedented as well. They love pushing mid on the pistol rounds, flanking banana plays. They love even getting aggressive with rifle rounds, right? Like having an AWP, holding the mid-cross, putting Art on the bench so he can fight ult, stuff like that. You know, things that Gen G won't expect. So we'll see if that happens. Obviously, the second half right now, we know Furia are going to be pushing. That's what they should be doing on this T-side. So up banana they go into the 4-man stack, but it is only pistols.
Oh, Henny.
What?
Impressively done, actually, to not find a kill there. And should get traded by Art. He's actually called for reinforcements, but luckily enough, Yuri is not in a sparing mood. He does shut down the players at banana. There is still Daps back in the bomb site. Furia being very, very careful, leaving absolutely no stone unturned as they look to continue this conquest at banana. And Daps is hearing all of this gunfire coming his way. Kusta might begin a rotation round sometime soon. Yeah, Daps, what can he do? A USP, that's all he's got. The best he can really do here for Gen G is try and be a nuisance, just try and buy time, and that Molotov forces him out into the open. Great demonstration of good utility usage here from Furia. They use all these Molotovs so well. They clear out banana with them, they clear him out from new box, and they finish off Kusta to boot. So 3 on the board now for Furia.
Quick succession, too. Now we're going to see the AWP come out in the hands of Automatic. Where will he elect to go with it? Got a couple options here on CT side of Inferno, that is.
Furia no AWP in sight, but that's to be expected, especially early game, right? They love testing the limits and getting away with some of these faster rounds. Good grenades on the top of B find significant damage to Kusta, but no kill. And a rotate comes off the back of Daps. He will go all the way round. A nice counter grenade coming down banana and landing in the feet of Art. Som is trapped, and they're going to push that smoke. His smoke doesn't hit them, he doesn't hear it, and he tries to escape. As that molly lands, it won't be good for him. Then he finds a kill. Furia, if they commit into B, if they rush the site right now with these smokes and flashes, they can just win the round instantly because there's only one man here, at least inside, that's Kusta. Molotov will buy him time though. Now Furia know there's someone at least pushed into the site. They're going to try and molly this position, send him back towards new box. Barely any utility left for Furia. They need the kills, and K-Saranto's got 1. Daps might even run for the save right here. Look at the mini-map. Look at the rest of Gen G. They're still sitting on Porch, and there's no way they're winning this round. So Furia, a 4th on the board, and a runaway for Daps. He's got to hold on to his gun.
Yeah, Gen G gets smoked multiple times in this round. I'm not just talking about the players in the server. I'm talking about that B side. Re-smoke from Furia. They're able to just walk right on in after using their utility.
Yeah, this utility usage from Furia is getting me worried for Gen G, man. Like, these Molotovs especially, time and time again, using them to such good effect, right? They force That commitment from Som behind the sandbags, they isolate a kill there, they immediately commit to B, and one of the things that was so cool is once they knew where Kusta was at oranges, they had 2 Molotovs left, they throw a Molotov at oranges, they know that's going to force Kusta to reposition, and well, where's the most likely spot for him to go next? Oh, it's over behind quad, so they also throw a Molotov over to land there, and as a result, Kusta, he's trying to run to safety, he's got to run through 2 Molotovs, he gets caught out in the open, and the whole round falls apart on the back of it. This is a really, really dominant looking start from Furia, and if they can keep this appearance up, then my goodness, you do not envy Gen G in this position whatsoever.
You can keep your appearance up to date too. Going where, Harry?
That'd be shop.esl gaming.
Yes, .com at the end too, if you just really wanted to finish that one out. That is where you can go to pick up some cool threads. I think we're featuring some of those on our desk right now, actually. So, in the meantime, Furia, they've got their bling on and certainly look to keep it that way with 4 on the board now with the weapon still in the hands of Gen G. Automatic saves off from the last round, but currently in agent school.
Triple B for Gen G, throwing all these grenades once again. Fury are actually going to try and beat it. Art has gone through these smokes. There's a dangerous play, boosting up K-Serata, but he just gets his head removed. They now know Art's here as well. Close corner grenades, puts Art low, and an AWP can finish the job, but that's actually back on A, so can't wallbang him. Talking of which, they are going to be able to flash this position. Automatic on the corner. Kusta again went to fight down Banana. He takes significant damage, but a 5-on-3 has put Furia double down into this A site. The missed jump on the porch. Bentet knows they're close as well. And Furia, desperate times here. They've got no more grenades, but a single smoke on Vinny.
Would have been cool. I do love the idea. Bentet now has all the information that he needs. And now it's just going to be the dismantling of what's left of this Furia hit on the A site. Daps from the cubby. Both Furia and Art are very, very low. 50 seconds on the clock. Pop Flash is going to come in for Daps. He's not going to peek off the back of it. His automatic is ready for the trade regardless. And doing that, Yuri knows that he can kind of seek out and find that last kill in the Daps, but ultimately it's Gen G that finds the whole round. 1 for Gen G.
Decisions like that is why I love Daps as in-game leader, right? Like he's just so patient. He's not gonna give that kill away. He just waits for automatic to come. Even the pop flash that he could have peaked with, he didn't, and he's just wasting Furia's round time down to the point where Yuri has to save. So yeah, automatic having his teammate covered. Daps swings, he dies, but it's not really a worry for Gen G. They've got a first round on the board with 4 alive. Orb even kept on as well, and automatic has been quite the player with that as well. So there it is.
I always think it's so sick whenever you get players like Daps, right? Like where you know, you kind of know that they're not like on the same mechanical skill as a lot of the other aimers in the game, but it's the decision making that really makes him stand out. You know, like you've had to use your brain power as opposed to your like muscle memory to rise to the top, and that's pretty cool. You know, like you're not just hinging on having the fastest reactions in the world, it's all about your read on the game. And that one there, yeah, you're bang on. Daps plays that perfectly. He's just being a nuisance. You know, Furia physically can't win unless they deal with him in that little position, and in trying to do so, they get snuffed out of the round. So, once again, aggression down Banana here for Gen G, being a lot more proactive on this side of the map, right? No longer relinquishing this Banana control to Furia. And that's something I really think that you can't afford to do, especially not early on. Kusta tries to go aggressive and will come out on the worst side of it. K-Serata barreling through that smoke lays him to rest. In the meantime, the rest of Furia get out over in the top of mid, looking like they want to try and split this B bomb site. Vinny shutting down another now. As all these smokes are going in, someone will have to go back and get that bomb. But Automatic is getting pinched. They're on either side, and he's still alive, still fighting. Automatic putting up a real hold at this B bomb site, and tucked in the corner is Yuri. Swinging on wide, deals with Automatic, and now Bentet and Daps in a 2-on-4 might just have to save, and that's if Yuri lets them. relentless in his pursuit in through CT, securing a double. Daps has been spotted and will get dealt with as well. 5 on the board for Furia.
I love that. Automatic, he even goes back to check, he even looks for a second player, but the guy he killed was actually Vinny, not the first man he saw, and Vinny was the person to find a kill earlier in the round, so as far as Automatic is aware, he's killed the guy who was chasing him. But no, there were 2 chasing him, and a second man hit him around the corner. Good patience from Yuri. He has been pivotal for Furia in the road to Rio, yesterday and today especially. Putting them 5-1 up right now in the 3rd map of this grand final. Gen G have bought up, but only off of what little they have in terms of loss bonus. It's going to be an orb. It's going to be a couple of them, in fact, and not much utility. This is, you know, you've got the firepower, you've got the weaponry here, and that's what you're relying on if you're Gen G. You don't have those Molotovs, though, to stall out Furia, and with some of these B hits, I think that's the biggest problem. If Furia set this precedent of just going, yeah, every time you give us top banana, and every time we look into it, we're just going to exec B and win the round, because your defensive players can't win their fights and can't get multi-kills, and then you can't retake with a 2-man disadvantage. So that's all that Fury have really been doing, and it's working out, right? This time not even needing to wrap Archway. They're just going to go for a 4-man banana assault. The AWP is here in the hands of Som, and Kusa's got a Molotov, so this is decent for Gen G. How much fight can they put up?
Oh, well, we do get to see one of these AWPs chiming in, Som making its presence known, but the rest of Furia are in these smokes, trying to get into the site. This will leave Kusta going unchecked, and now he makes his position known with the UMP, goes on a bit of a killing spree. Rotations coming in for Gen G, and that bomb won't get planted anytime soon. 30 seconds left on the clock. At some point it's got to, but with no smoke for CT, this is a really rough position to be in, especially with Quesarato, the man in the bomb site, with 12 points of health. Henny is looking for any way to help his teammate out of danger here. And it's just a standoff at the B bomb site. Who breaks first? The answer gonna be Henny.
Oh dear.
Quesarato is at real risk of going down after time here. Now the money's still fine for Furia. It's not the end of the world. And he will get away, just about able to hold on to that AK. A second on the board for Gen G though. The B site holds its own. That double setup right, the AWP removing one, drawing the attention away. Kusta hiding in this smoke. Securing these 2 kills turns the whole round on its head. And so finally they answer the call at B.
And of the top-rated players here via HLTV.org, the top-rated players for this North American side, 5 Brazilians right in a row. Quesarato, KNG, Yuri, Fallen, and then Henny. So of those 5, 3 featured in the server. Quesarato showed us time and time again what he's capable of. This is a man that a lot of players within the community itself have even come out and said, hey, this guy, one of the most versatile.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And we mentioned this the other day, but it's still standing tall, so I'll say it again. Out of the top 8, one of them is American. So that's kind of funny, right? The imports, the South Americans ruling North American region, and of course Calix and me who were there as well from Europe. Now, Gen G win that important round where they were on the back foot in terms of economy. They're going to start to push. Kusa loves getting aggressive in Banana, and he often gets a kill from it. Art's going to die in this instance. They can just fall off now, go for a rotation. Som holding B on his own, and he has utility as well, so Kusa can afford to fully rotate. Som has smoked deep B, and he can jump up on top of the half wall if he wants. Waiting for maybe a flashbang. It is common to see teams flash through this Banana smoke. Furia actually looking to do exactly that. Quesarato lining up the flash, and there it goes. Som with a shot, he can fall back. Only with a flashbang here, that's not the best stall utility, so he's going to go back inside of the site and call for a rotation. Daps is coming, but again, no smoke for him. So Fury, if they want this B site, they can just execute.
So they're going to wait it out a little bit, go with a second wave. Here comes a smoke to isolate Som, trying to keep him out of the fight as long as possible. Real quick on this AWP currently, and that's going to prove to be a threat for the side of Furia. 3 deep, trying to take the B site. Daps gets just straight up owned at the tree. There's no way around that one. And he's going to get one for himself. Now we got a 3v3 inside of the B site. And the rotation's going to come in through CT spawn for Gen G.
Well, this is it. Kit's available as well. Gen.G have to move fast. The Molotov is down. It's actually missed. Henny's not going to get mollied. It's actually towards the back of the site, so he can stand tall on the orange position, dropping some. That might even just call the bail for Gen.G. They might just want to leave with whatever they've got right now, because Furia still have 3 up. Henny looking for another fight, gets dropped, but the time it's ticked away. There's no kills presenting themselves, and now Furia just going to hunt down Gen.G as they try and escape, try and fail. Bentet, though, nice kills in the back line, but it's going to be meaningless. He dies as well. Furia find a 6th round, more be executed. That was a 3-on-5. Right there is the problem inside of B, right? Furia, Gen.G, they don't have any grenades to stop them. They don't have a molly, they don't have a smoke, and Furia, all they do is smoke off the exits, Molotov the back positions, take the site, trade effectively, I say. They don't even trade, they just get the entries, and Gen.G can't retake because Furia are tucked in tight. Really good round from them.
Gen.G are in a very rough spot now, right? Like, you think about how this lack of utility has been a real reoccurring problem. Well, it's not going to get better anytime soon for the Gen.G side, right? As long as they keep getting these little one-and-done rounds here and there as well, it's a problem that doesn't really look to fix itself here for Gen.G until they start chaining some rounds together. In this round here, it's a very dismal buy. A couple of MP9s, some rifles, and a little sprinkling of utility on top for some extra flavor, but is it going to be enough to put a stop to the Spice Kings in the side of Furia? They are really bringing the heat right now. And that's the thing, right? Like, they keep on exploiting B, and this is where, like, Gen.G could risk overcompensating for that at some point. Like, it's not like they've been doing it out of spawn, right? It has been these kind of slow approaches ending in a B-side play. They really whittle this utility down across the entire map. And for Gen.G, sadly, the solution isn't as simple as just playing an extra man over towards that B bomb site, because the moment you do, Furia will be aware of that fact, it feels like, with how much probing they've been doing at these other bomb sites. That's a nice little opener for Automatic to find. Does deal with Vinny over in alt mid, and at that point, he now gets the information that mid is clear, and maybe that leads to an extra rotation. You already see Buntet kind of leaning that way, right? He's moved over towards long, he's taken up this position. Automatic's going to keep on aggressing, and at this point, it's kind of his prerogative if he wants to go any further. I imagine he will with this utility going into the B bomb site, and now the rotation should be looking to come through. Kusta with a great hold there, the MP9 doing the damage, the M4 to pepper them and finish the round off. Henny all alone, he's spotted, he's caught out in the open. He thought he was crawling into pool, but that is not the case. He gets stuck on the wall. 3 on the board for Gen.G as they finally put another one up on this CT side.
And that's a great way of getting a round done on B without that utility, without those Molotovs and smokes, right? Som and Kusta, they pop flash through the smoke. Kusta gets a lot of damage off, but mostly it's a distraction. Fury are looking right at him, and while they are, Som gets 2 of the kills. Kusta's traded, and Som closes the round on his own. So really good work from the 2 inside of B. Another mid-push from Daps. He is hungry for kills. He's beaten Fury to the punch, but they have seen him here. Oh dear, flashbangs from his team as well, coming in from the top of B. Daps is running into spawn. Maybe not the play, as 3 players from Fury still sit on the ramp. Luckily, they're only on eco. And Automatic will make quick work of a couple. Not the 3rd, though. Yuri with a chance in this round. There's an M4 in front of him if he wants it. Right now, he doesn't want to walk into mid and get offered up, so he's going to go elsewhere. And yeah, Bentet overplays his hand here in ult. There could be a kill for Yuri, or at bare minimum, he could sneak past him. Bentet has pushed very deep, and Yuri going ult here might cause Gen.G to be a little worried. I think Bentet's finally realised what's going on. And Yuri, little does he know, he does not need to be patient here. Oh dear. Oh no.
This could get weird.
Yeah.
And it likely will.
Yeah, not ready for Buntet there. Why would you be? Gen.G 4 on the board as they deal with that investment from Furia. Only the pistols, obviously. They get that one swept under the rug. And there is a bit of an investment in this round from the Furia side. It might just be another one of these hero buys. It's Henny this time to try and don it. And you know, while the AWP was enough for Art back on Vertigo, a hero AKing around with just pistols, you're expecting Henny to deliver a hell of a lot here. and he will deliver a hell of a lot to open the round up. I've learned a lesson from Hugo in questioning these force fires from Furia, and maybe it's something that shouldn't get done. Let's see if Henny can surprise us. And amongst all of this, Kusta has aggressed down through Banana, and just like that, the shroud has been torn out of Furia's hands. Daps trying to help out from the short side, but it's been Tet to finish the job. Deals with Serato, 5-6 now, and an investment about to come through from Furia. It will be lacking a little, though, as a result of that hero AK buy in the last.
Kusta's push there through Banana just really does solidify it. He gets that intel, he just sees on the radar, it's very populated. There's a lot of red dots towards the top and middle. Perhaps, just maybe, I'll push Banana, and that was the death-dealing blow, if you will, the final blow. But Furia call a timeout on the back of that. They've got just one left. Of course, we do know that coaches can talk. Everybody can really talk. We're playing online, of course.
Well, Henny's had to take a bit of a beating as he's on a deagle here. That was, of course, him buying the AK in the previous round, and you know this is the drawback of doing that. Obviously, if you win those rounds, you don't have to worry about the downsides. But here they are playing as day. Luckily, Furia have no fear, regardless of the weaponry in their hands. They're going to move up middle, taking Banana as well. That's a deep grenade. I was going to get flashed through this smoke. Kusta's in the car. Oh, there's a messy one. Kusta has to jump, and he's getting fired back out by Serato. He won't escape. Probably would have been safer just to run away, but it's now going to be a trade for Furia. And Yuri hits a timing. He's found himself up archway. Daps is waiting. He's got a spray. Does get away into the library as well. Actually, stays in the smoke. He's expecting a bit of a push through, and he's read this one right. And he's coming, and Daps has stopped him. Molly hits him in the face, though, and the bullets will follow. Daps does everything he needs to do, though, to set his team up for this round. Serato getting the bomb out of spawn, and Furia heading towards A.
This leaves Gen.G in a little bit of a peculiar situation. They have to spread out kind of thin across the map, and then for Furia, it's going to be a group-up scenario. Bintet flashes off towards Arch so they can take a peek in the form of Som. Little does Bintet know. They're rounding out the site right now. They're already passing the hay cart, and it's just Serato in a 1v3.
Yeah, a lot on his plate here for Serato. Will get wrapped in through long, but Tet just being a nuisance down in the pit. Gen.G, great round from them there, and Daps taking a page out of the Furia strat book, hanging around that smoke, waiting for the aggression on through. And that's the thing, you know, like if you kind of figure and you kind of know that Furia are maybe going to give you that kill, makes a lot of sense, and Daps just reaps the reward of these smoke pushes from Furia to get this game all tied up. There's another hero AK out in this round, this time on the back of Art. He was able to deliver an ace to take Vertigo in favour of Furia. Is he going to be able to do the same here with an AK?
That was obscene, wasn't it? That, you know, just the idea that he could do that in a full eco round. Still reeling from it a map later. Automatic waiting, and Fury about to pop. That's a good flash. It catches him and pushes him back. They do have the middle area, but there's a little more to take, and into the orb they go. That's the second line of defense. He's got a spray, but he'll only get 1.5. Luckily, Vintet's there to peek port side, and he gets 3. So it's a quick anti-eco here for Gen.G. Vinny actually has got himself an AWP from that frag, down to 2. Going back for the bomb, but Gen.G are everywhere else. He's actually going to throw it out the map. Fantastic work from Vinny. Denying the money for Gen.G, and they're not rich, so that's actually going to have resounding implications or consequences. Some can buy an AWP, but he's the only player able to. Vinny's dead in the water. But yeah, obviously now more money after they win the round, so it's not going to be a problem for Gen.G, but that is still 5k that could have consequences if Furia win this round.
Especially for the string of rounds that Gen.G have on their backs now. They've been walking with this half for just a little while now. I'm going to take a look at the round timeline. It's going to be 5 in a row after Furia win the first 4. And the third and final map here on a grand final at that.
The old ult flash, but automatic will see nothing.
It's a big old mid-play from Furia, really picking up the pace here in round 14. This shot from Automatic goes back in and hits it the second time around. Now, there is a man who's been able to slip by, and these players inside of the site are going to have to be prepared to deal with that. Vinny trying to get up, trying to get Vision into the pit, but Daps sends him packing. Kusta wrapping in through short side, and now it's only Kesarato left. He will deal with the first man, but the trade is instantaneous from Buntet. And Gen G 8-6, taking a 6th round in a row here. Really coming alive in the second, well, I was going to say the second half of this first half, but that would be like the second quarter of play, maybe. I don't even know.
Furia have moved away from these B plays, and I think that's one of the biggest problems, right? Like, once Gen G won that round with Kusta and Som flashing and fighting with the SMGs, Furia have actually not really been keen in that B bomb side. They've had it a couple of times, but I think that could be the solution going back to it at the end of the half to find a 7th here. They're trading out guns, they're trying to give up a pistol, as Kesarato was left with nothing. But in that time, it's given Gen G the room to throw utility back down Banana. It doesn't matter, Furia aren't scared. They are going to flash right through. There's an early rotate out in the form of Dabs. He's going to hang around now as A has been silent with that mid-smoke. Oh dear, double rotate would be a risk. So Som is not doing it. He's actually throwing a smoke, but they burst in with a pop flash contact play for Furia again. These have been so good for them, but Som sprays down through the smoke.
Yeah, they're going to boost Daps up. He's going to have a shot here to have on Henny. Can't seem to land it necessarily. And it's Som who goes down eventually, one of the mainstays of what this B defense was. Now that the bomb's planted, Furia find themselves in a position where they actually have control.
Yeah, a lot of utility here on Buntet though, and that's going to be key for Gen G. And a lot of these retakes at B, they've had nothing to try and force these engagements, but finally they do. That Molotov's going to go in and clears out quad now. These other two players are close, and the flashbang is stellar. Vinny trying to re-peek on the back of it, but he gets shut down. It falls to Henny with 4 points of health at Banana. They're not able to find it, but Daps is on the defuse, and it's 9 on the board for Gen G at the end of this first half. This grand final series is set to culminate here in just a moment, so stick around because you do not want to miss it.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Same, and as long as you are mine, come on and run away, we wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach
reach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
After a string of rounds from the Gen G side, 7 to be exact, they finish out the half, and it makes it even more so competitive. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Road to Rio, where Gen G find themselves up 9-6 currently over Furia. We switch over for the last half of play in this grand final. We've gone all 3 maps the full distance, if you will. A lot of energy being expelled around here from both sides. Gen G and Furia want to pick up these RMR points. Now, it's important to note that even if they don't win, they are not out of running for qualifying for said major. Here we go. Dash up close and personal, making it uncomfortable here on a B fight, but it's Bentet with the kills, and that's going to force Vinny back into the site.
Yeah, Vinny's got a lot to answer for here in this round. It all rests on his shoulders and how successful he is in this position, and he gets dealt with almost immediately. Keserato and Yuri left in this one, 2v4. The bomb plant now coming through a little bit later into the round, and that at least allows Furia to be here, knocking on the door of Gen G. Yuri, out from Banana. Keserato, good for 1, but he is traded, and there's the repeat from Automatic. Gen G, they lock in a pistol round. They reach double digits, 10-6 now, and maybe more on the horizon. Furia, are they going to decide to force buy into this one, or are they going to focus on getting these rifles out as fast as they can?
Gen G, this is in the palm of their hand right now. 3rd map of the series, the momentum in their favour. 8 rounds in a row if we count that first half as well, and a pistol to follow. Let's see if they can find the conversions. Furia is so good at these force buys. Deeg armor, some util, grenades down B, but Gen G are moving past them and fast at that through the molly. Kusta's there, smoke down in spawn. Actually not going to come through as a grenade, rather trying to do damage. Furious smoke off the B entrance. You'll notice they have 4 smokes in their repertoire, looking to play the delay as they want to throw one of these in every time they think Gen G are about to commit. Not too early, but also not too late, because Gen G, they can find a timing where they pop. So Furia need to be very careful with how they throw these smokes, and you see Gen G are looking for that contact play right now. They're going to beat the smoke, it goes down, but Kusa's already in. They're trying to play around this, and it does not go well. Finding that frag, it's a triple B setup for Furia inside of this site, and so Gen G will go elsewhere.
Kusta go brrr.
And at this point, right, if you're Gen G, you know what the game plan is here for Fury. You saw those smokes go in, and so you know they were looking to go for this delay play. A nice Deeg shot from Yuri, but is it going to be enough to hold on to this A-bomb site? He will get dealt with. It's a 2-on-2, narrowly so. As the kills go left and right, Vinny trying to push up through this long smoke, has wrapped past the players in the site. But Daps has his teammates back, and he just might have a handle on this round. Art left in it in a 1v2. Bomb plant now getting punched in by Buntet, and Daps holds his own down in the pit. It got a bit dicey in the beginning, but Gen G are able to weather that storm. They pick up the pace. They realise, right, once they see those smokes falling at B, they know that it's that attempt at the smoke delay play. So from that point onwards, they move very, very quickly. They don't give any time for Furia to get usage out of these smokes that they'd invested in.
And it's important Gen G move fast in that round because Furia had such a quick flank, right? Obviously they knew after Kusta died that Gen G had bailed because no one followed. So Furia actually ran down Banana to hunt them. Gen G beat them to the punch though. They get the plant, and it will be another round on the board. 11-6, a full eco now. Well, it's got that hero M4 as he often has it in these rounds. I think that the AWP closer on Vertigo really has motivated Art to just buy up whenever his team are on eco. And the value is that Keserato's now got a gun. He's got no armor, of course, but he's got a weapon. And they're going to double boost at the back of B. This is a great headshot angle for Keserato, and considering he doesn't have armor, this is a really good call.
It's about the best you can hope for out of the situation, considering they also already find themselves very low. Keserato on 45 HP. So put the armor aside. He's already very low. He's going to hold on to them 4. That's going to be just enough to keep Gen G from barreling into the site itself.
He's a bullet away from death, and that's not just the health, it's also the angle. The only place they can see is his face, and now let's see if he can face these T's as they run into the site. Serato ready to peek off the back of Sound, and he's got a couple mowing them down off this M4. Bomb has been dropped. There's plenty of time for Gen G, but they need to rig Serato off the back of this site. They know there are 2, and automatic deals them both. A third man behind the coffin smoke. The plant is required here. That smoke comes down, but the coffins want fades, and now cover needs to be found. Kusa needs to make sure automatic isn't peaked while planting. Oh, and that's exactly what happens. He's peaked while planting.
Oh my goodness.
Dear oh dear. They did run through the CT smoke, but that's got to be something you're going to be aware of, right? That's the only way you can lose the round pretty much if you're Gen G if that happens. And well, that happens. Great mode out for Serato though. That is the key. He does so much damage off of that boost.
Yeah, that's wild, and that just might be enough to save the day for Furia and give them a lifeline in this series, yeah.
I'm going to butt in quickly because remember, that was a full eco from Furia with 1 rifle. Again, they win that round. Like, the amount of conversions that they get off the back of a hero gun with 4 USPs, armorless, is insane. Arc closes Vertigo with an AWP, and then, you know, even though he dies immediately in that round, that 1M4 wins Furia the round. It's excellent.
Yeah, Gen G have tried to go in with an investment of their own, right? Trying to best Furia at their own game. But that's a hard task. Automatic looking to get stuck in. Spots Serato. Flashes go over. Oh, Serato dinked the second time around, so he's not going to go back to that anytime soon. Bomber's rotated down towards the bottom of T-Ramp. That's currently on the back of Daps. And while Automatic is firing these shots off, Kusta is trying to gain a foothold over in the apartments. Now, Furia, looking like they've already read this well, they start to rotate Art away from B to play this speedway position. He can keep an eye on a long wrap from there, and he's also available to help at the A-bomb site that much faster if needed. Gen G not being very discreet in their movements, and so Art has left Speedway, rejoining his teammates over inside of the site. A missed shot from Henny, and Yuri hidden in this pit smoke. Here's a mop-up. Kusta trying to do what he can, but ultimately it's not going to be enough. Furia 8 on the board. They break apart that attempted buy from Gen G, and are now set up to make this game even closer as the money has run out for the Gen G side.
Oh dear, that's where things can get really scary here for Gen G, and it's all off the back of an eco win, right? Obviously, Gen G still found the second round of the half when Furia forced with Deagle armor, but it's the eco that's the problem, and that puts Gen G on eco a round earlier than maybe it would have otherwise. So, flashbang for Automatic, that's all they've got. And imagine a quick round as well. Yuri's going to nade second. Oh, that's a fantastic grenade. Good damage on these armorless players. That's actually going to stall Gen G out as well as they're Molotov'd. Look at the stack right now. 4 on A. Vinny's got full control over Banana. He's seen nothing all round long, so no reason to not stack A right now. Yuri spotting one in the apartments. Gen G are going to burst through this mid-smoke.
Oh, and these Glocks could get deadly, but luckily enough, Art, also armed with only a pistol, is holding down the short side, because why not? Why isn't that what Art's doing? Oh, through the smoke, Vinny deletes Automatic and even follows up. Buntek gets removed shortly thereafter. 9 on the board for Furia, still clawing their way back into this game yet. Gen G, they've got another investment. They have themselves a chance. This round could be quite the turning point in this matchup, because it kind of decides whether or not this streak from Furia is maintained, or if Gen G can get a handle back on the economy and back on this game as a result. With a couple of players falling in that round, the reinvestments have come in. You would still have 3 players that are fine for Furia. But it just decides whether or not it's going to feel like a real grind for Gen G if they want to keep this lead up, or if they can pave a bit of an easier path. The flashes are good over towards Banana, but Serato is even better. Deals with Som on that peak, and now that Furia have a man advantage, the pressure is off. They can just fall back and hold this passive lie inside of the bomb site.
God, there's nothing worse than getting pop flashed at the top of B You know, you don't know if you're going to get pushed or not, but Tet spams out of fear. Oh, block smoke there. It will still land on the front of the site as intended, but it actually pushes out the Molotov thrown from spawn by Vinny. It's a weird one. It lets, of course, Gen G walk up close and even boost on top of Blue if they want, but CT is open right now, yet to be smoked. They're going to battle towards it. Vinny is scoped in. A nice angle, but here comes a util. Smoke will be late, but they've already crossed to the pool, and Automatic has taken down Art. Caserato won't hold on much longer either, and Vinny, he's trying to stop the plant, but it's behind the blue box. He can't get a kill. Might have to be a save for Furia if a kill doesn't present itself to them. And it won't. Oh! Dabs! The floor is lava right now, but even so, maybe it's better to burn. Luckily, won't be a kill back in for the round for Furia, and Gen G are going to convert the post plant. Their first T-side round since the streak that Furia have gone on of 3. And only 4 more to find for the Gen G esports side.
Gen G needed that one. Kind of stopped the equalization that was Furia running it back on him on that CT side. Make sure you don't tune out as soon as the game ends. We will have the opportunity to talk to a player from the winning team, as well as a special little video treat for you there at the very end of the day. Anywho, tactical timeout. Last one for Furia. That's a 0 out of 4. That means 4 timeouts have been used total. And now the nitty-gritty begins. Starting to get to those rounds where for Furia, you just don't have too many more to work with, but they have shown that they can put CT rounds on the board.
Yeah, but this is why, you know, we were just saying that round there was so important, and now you see the full scope as to why, right? Like, even with those 3 players surviving, when those reinvestments comes through, it completely bottoms out the bank accounts for Furia. And so this round is the one where, you know, they either get broken and 13 goes in favor of Gen G, and suddenly if you're Furia, this game, this grand final, runs the risk of just slipping through your fingers on the back of having no money. And on top of that, it might even force Furia to have to be a bit more conservative, right? Like, cause suddenly you can't be attempting these 3-on-3 retakes or 3-on-4 retakes when your money is hanging in the balance. Ooh. A fast play from Gen G, maybe not the order of the day, as Yuri rises to the occasion. My word, Daps will come in with a trade, but it's a huge 3-for-1 down here towards short side. Henny looking every which way, and that's going to lead to him getting dealt with somehow. This round has just been so fast, so hectic, so back and forth. We're into a 2-on-2. You thought Yuri had done enough, but now it hangs in the balance with Art and Caserato to try and keep Furia in this one. They're grouped up over towards short side. Art rings in with the ult. They know he's here. That Molotov is going to slow this down, and they tried to smoke it. It's gone too deep. It didn't put the Molotov out, and that is the decision to save for Furia. They back out, they give this round up. 13 on the board for Gen G, and nothing for Furia to really build off of. At least with holding these 2 rifles forward, a bit more money on Henny. There's a chance at a buy, but I don't even know if you'd want to take it. Like, with how Furia have been playing and the scoreline we're at, I could totally see them going for it, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, if you go for that and you take that gamble and you take the buy here and now in round 23, it's not going to be available to you if you don't pick it up. And so
this is a nice middle ground, though. You know, some pistols, some utility, still enough to stall out the round and give time for these rifles to rotate. That's the aim, right? You want the guns to be the ones winning this round for Furia. I mean, the pistols, if they can do it, sure, but you're not going to be leaning on that. Art getting aggressive, going full nifty here. Pushing into ult, but this has been heard. Kusa knows there's a scope in this position. There's no way he should or would move into this angle.
You don't even want to shoulder that. It's just a little too risky. Or you could just do that and own Art in his place. Vinny's going to try to recover it. He's going to see that. Kusa gets a visual on that recovery. Now Vinny just needs to back away. He drops a Molotov there towards the boiler room. But Kusa has it pressed up all the way. Meanwhile, on the B site is the hit and the bomb. 2 on 3 in the B site.
Kusta's died on A meanwhile, so it's all down to this play. That last player on A can rotate round if needed. Gen G fighting tooth and nail. They've lost the bomb. They've got to kill, but there's still one more man at the back of the site. Yuri has not been cleared up. He's got 2 to his name, 22 in the game. How many more? He's climbed above. Oh, no one's looking. He's got the info on Dabs. He sees him in the pit, but he doesn't want to fire. Player below him, and Yuri, oh, missed shot. He's gonna get one, but he gets traded. That could have been the round there for Furia on this eco, but now it's Dabs on his own. A one-on-one. Vinny with the orb. No kit, no util, no armor. Daps is waiting.
Yeah, and of all the most inopportune places for the bomb to have gone down, Daps now just holding his ground. Vinny wants to test the water, and Daps with the shot on the AK. Thinking his lucky stars, that one goes his way. Of course, you can't really expect that player to be standing there. So, unfortunate turn of events. Furia, though, need to begin to bounce back. This is getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yuri, I mean, he almost won that entire round off of the info that he got right. He sees Dabs, he takes a shot below, he wanted to flick back, but he missed that one tap and had to go back for the spray. Dear, oh dear. Great round from Gen G, though, always coming out on top despite these really, you know, close positions that Furia keep putting us into. Even when they have pistols and 2 guns, they always make it competitive. Oh no, damage done up B. Vinny's down to 14, and Tet's looking to finish the job, but it's R on the repeat, and so that damage goes nowhere. Down to 60, not a worry. Furia get all the kills, and they leave the B bomb site. They are gambling with the game, with the grand final. Gen G are clearing out Banana. Furia telling them, go ahead, we think it's going to be A. And they may have thought wrong.
And I can guarantee you Ben Tet did not realize that second player was going to switch out. So the call gets made that, you know, hey, I've heard a guy here. So he looks to spray down the guy at the car, formerly known as car at the top of Banana, and it's just a totally different dude.
They're about to peek mid. Furia about to have all the info in this entire round. The short smoke went down for Gen G, and it's a fake. And so Furia have read this. Not only can they flank, but they can go back standard through CT to the site. And they're beating Gen G to B right now. This flank is going to be so quick. Gen G are going to plant, and they're instantly going to get shot in the back.
No one's even considering it either for Gen G. No one is holding on to this wrap from R, and that leads to Automatic's demise. That bomb is even dropped down in pool. Automatic was the man with it. This round might just fall apart now for Gen G. 3 players at Banana, grouped up for Furia. The bomb down in their sights. No smokes, just these flashes for Gen G to try and save this round on the back of. And it's the fact that they just don't know the numbers that surely is going to cause the problems. Kusta in a 1v1, but this is a very winnable 1v1. Somehow, some way, the bomb has been retrieved. Very little time on the clock. Kusta sticks it. He actually gets the bomb down. Vinny tried to play with the timings, and now he's left himself in the 1v1. Kusta's given time to reposition, and Vinny, he's got to land the instant shot, or else this round will elude Furia. Kusta holds the line, and Gen G match and series point at 15-9. No money for Furia. Gen G might be about to walk away with this one under their belt.
Oh, that's so sad for Furia. They definitely overplay their hand once they get that bomb down. They really try and fight for it. That's a nice try in the clutch to give up the plant to play for the retake, but Kusta, the experience shines through. He plays that round perfectly to the second with the bomb plant, and even flashing to cover it as well, so Furia couldn't catch him while going for it. Gen G, one more. That's all they need, and Furia have a low economy. Not that like that's ever stopped them before, though. We've seen Furia do more with less, so never count them out of a round. Right now, though, Gen G are in full control. Vinny has found a kill right down Banana. That was spamming through the wood of the car into Bentet. Been getting a bit beaten up towards the B side of things has Bentet. Art's going to get grenaded. Furia still hold this advantage, but they don't hold the weapon. Banana's been conceded, and Yuri's going to get aggressive. He drops a bomb in. Oh, trade attempted. Kusta with a whiff spray does finish off the job, and he can go back for that bomb as well. Gen G, if they group B right now, that's a recipe for disaster for Furia. The one smoke is here on Vinny, but just the one man.
Look at him not immediately dropping it. Really is playing with fire. But there's the smoke. Vinny dropping a flash out in front of him. A little bit of a panic spray there. Does a considerable amount of damage on Akusta. Brings him down to 12. And that might just be enough for Gen G to reconsider.
Yeah, they're still toying with this idea. They're still playing with it. Now, this double stack at B is afforded for this entire round, and that is thanks to Henny with this very advanced position down through mid. And so even as Gen G head back, they send automatic into this B bomb site looking for kills, looking to try and gain a foothold, but that's not where this bomb looked like it was going to end up. However, with automatic delivering that kill, suddenly it comes back to Banana, back to B. All the pressure's on Queserato, and he offers up the first, but the trade is in for Kusta. Henny, it looked like his position was going to seal the deal in this round, and now it does fall to him, but in a 1v2 retake of this B bomb site, he does have HP, he does have a nade, a Molotov retrieved as well. Kusta sneaks through that smoke and gets into CT. Henny, this is going to be a very hard retake. This crossfire between automatic and Kusta might be enough. Creeping on in, Henny looking for these openers, and that nade might deal with one of these players. A bit of damage onto automatic. He swings, but Henny offered up the kill, not ready for the CT man. Kusta solidifies it. It's 16 on the board for Gen G, and they take this grand final over Furia. They get the job done. They weather the storm, and they best the Brazilians here in a tense 3-map series. They win out the road to Rio NA Division. Gen G take a bow, and all of you watching at home, join us after a quick break, or we'll be back to break this down, talk about the madness we just witnessed, as well as speak to Gen G firsthand, so don't go anywhere.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls, and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing bees on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready,
Welcome back, everybody. We have a victor, and it's Gen.G Esports for the ESL1 Road to Rio, North America. The first of many, but of course, for Gen.G, this is going to taste very, very sweet. Almost as sweet as a Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, which is what I have for you. The power plays right here, right now. We're going to begin to break them down quick, fast, and in a hurry. To do that, I've got Harry and Hugo with me, as they have been for the entirety, pretty much of their lives, I think, at this point. I think we were all, like, right here a little bit. So, let's just kind of skip around all the lottie-dottie, and let's just jump right into our power plays. Our first one's going to be here with Yuri, and this is Yuri doing what Yuri does, a 3v5, 4K on an eco.
Yeah, you know, we're going to get this one loaded up, and how could you forget it? Train might feel like it was a while ago now, but this was stellar. He gets this round locked in for Furia. We also had Vinny stealing a bit of his limelight there with the R8, but the main focus is on Yuri. He was able to get that one on the board. Now, sadly, they weren't able to win the series, but individually, and in the individuals of Furia, really were shining through.
Yeah, they have shown us a lot of promise throughout the duration of this bracket, but it's only right that we go and give our victors a nomination here in this Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. So roll that beautiful Kusta footage.
Yeah, B-side train right now. Kusta, he stops the bomb. Actually, sorry, gets it right after the plant comes in and just cleans up Fury on the retake. Even goes up the ladder to close out the round. This is a nice one from Kusta. I think he had a really, really good series today. He looked really, really good on that B-side, stalling things out on Inferno as well. And yeah, more Kusta for me.
Yes, more Kusta for me, but I'd also have a side of automatic. Moreover, a side arm on automatic. With this USP, he finds 3 on a hold here. Really well done, clean stuff from automatic, and he was a nuisance throughout this A site on Vertigo, which does seem like so long ago, but it ultimately wasn't. I got just one more nomination for you guys. One more power play, and this one, I think, Harry, you're going to enjoy it. It's a hero ace from Art.
Oh man, it's this one. Lucky. Okay, so the context on this round is Furia have no money apart from Art. He buys this AWP with pistols around him, and then he goes on to ace the round to secure the victory on Vertigo for Furia. This was mind-blowing. Like, these hero weapons, they normally find some impact if the team goes on to win the round, but very rarely do they find all the impact, which was the case here for Art. This was stellar, everything about it. That third shot onto Daps, disgusting. He doesn't even know what hit him. Automatic didn't know either. And in the end, well, Art does go on to win the round and secure this map for Furia. What a fashion to do it.
That was a big one as well, because I feel like Gen.G were warming back into that. They were getting a few rounds on the board. They were looking like overtime was on the card, so Art winning that eco was a huge one for Furia.
Yes, it was. And of course, we want you to participate in our poll by heading over to @ESLCS. Get your votes in on the poll that was posted for your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. We're going to review that footage one more time towards the end of this segment. But for the time being, we got to keep the show on the road. That Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, it's been a staple of this ESL1 Road to Rio, and it doesn't look to stop today. So make sure you get over there and get your votes right on in. So, what else do we have to talk about, guys? I mean, if we wipe all of that away, I guess the only thing left to do, really, is to talk to the side of Gen.G. And I'm pretty sure that Daps, a man of many words and a lot of energy, is ready to talk to us. What's up, Damien?
Hey, I'm doing great, Trace. How are you?
Not bad, man.
Calm.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it cool up here, kind of like you, man. I'm kind of inspired by you in a way.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, let's keep down the path right here. Let's talk about coming into today and just the matchup that you had at hand. You saw last night Furia beating up on Liquid, a little bit of a back and forth. What did you think of that game before you got into today?
I was kind of surprised a little bit, but I think Furia recently has been playing really well, and Liquid not so much, so it was kind of a 50-50 match in my opinion.
Daps, talking about Vertigo, right? It may seem a long time ago now, and you guys did lose that map, but, you know, when you think of Fury on Vertigo, you think of Art and his very aggressive pushes at the start of the round. We actually saw Som shutting him down round after round on CT, coming up that short position. How much of your game plan was based around stopping Art on these heroic, you know, spawn pushes? Because he's always a nuisance on Vertigo.
Honestly, we didn't have that much of a game plan going into Vertigo in terms of them. We were more so focusing on ourselves. But yeah, I mean, no, that wasn't really part of our game plan.
Well, yeah, so to tie on to that, to talk about your own game plan then on Vertigo, right? We the game versus Cloud9 the other day, where we saw them win 9 T rounds in a row to close it out on that A site with a lot of executes. We saw you guys struggling with the retakes there. You had really good retakes today versus Furia on that A site. So what were the changes you made, you know, coming into today as opposed to that Cloud9 game? Did you learn a lot from that demo, perhaps?
Not like, yeah, we talked about the reasons we lost to Cloud9, but I think we just individually aren't that comfortable on Vertigo yet.
Yeah.
It's a map we haven't put as much time to as other maps, which clearly shows, and we just need to keep going in on that map because we suck on it, to be honest.
Hey, man, you have this sort of reality about you. I really do love your gravity, Daps, but I do need to also ask, your gravity doesn't affect a player like Sam. We know him as a young player. He was an up-and-coming player. Now I'd like to say he's really entrenched. What do you think about his play style overall? He seems like he's always in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay.
Thank you. Outstanding interview by Daps, of course. No. I'm kidding. What do you think?
No. Yeah, I mean, he's a really selfless player, and he definitely puts a lot of time in on the team to make sure he keeps a good form. Obviously, he hasn't hit his Anaheim form, which is insane, but I think our team's slowly transitioning into online play, and it's getting better and better.
So one last question I'm going to have for you, Daps, on our way out, and obviously congratulations for winning the RTR for North America. On the other side of it, I want to know if we are inside of your man cave right now, inside of this interview. Is that where you are right now in this moment?
Yeah, I didn't. Since the coronavirus stuff happened, I kind of didn't have time to move back into a new apartment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just sort of in like a storage room right now.
Cool. So like a straight up storage unit. Maybe like you guys rented that out, and that's kind of cool, I guess. Daps, maybe I'll come by and hang out sometime.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Hey man, it's always good to talk to you. I wish we had a little bit more time. We got to do this whole closing the show thing up here, and I'm sure you guys want to go take a breather on your end. Anything you want to say out there to the Gen G fans?
Thanks for supporting us, as always, and thank you to our sponsors.
Wow, Daps, he's such a class act. Love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Daps, for your time. We'll be seeing you around, I'm sure of it. Gen G looking to stay right where they are.
Yeah, and I mean, after performances like that, like who can doubt that, right? You know, Gen G, they rise through the ranks, they top the group, they defeat Cloud9 in a rematch that they lost in the group stage, they go on to beat Fury in the grand final. What a storyline for this team, and I'm sure they've got leaps and bounds and new heights to reach, especially when we get back into land play.
Especially then. Let's go ahead and take a look at the one thing that separates us from the end of the broadcast today. That's going to be that Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, baby. And guess what? The polls are in. The numbers are up. The statistics have been crunched. And by that, I mean all the votes have been tallied and accounted for, minus the hanging Chad. So what does it read, fellas?
Yeah, you know, it's perhaps a little bit unsurprising. It's that art hero AWP ace, and I can't wait to roll this one back. I feel like the only way to really appreciate this is to see it in its entirety, because my word, it was incredible. Like, when you take in the context that this was the only gun in this round for Furia, Gen G were getting back into the swing of things, we're starting to make this game feel competitive, and suddenly Art just comes out with this real balls to the wall AWP investment and shuts it all down. He looked great today, and you know, it must be heartbreaking that they didn't manage to take this one over the line for Furia, especially how they looked throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs, only dropping 2 maps but never a series here in the road to Rio, and it falls apart for them right at the very end. But at the very least, they can take some solace in the fact that Art came in here with a stellar play that I'm sure everyone, especially Gen G, is sure to remember.
And again, on the bright side for Fury, right, okay, yes, they don't win RTR, but this team has really impressed us in 2020, and I think they've risen up the ranks well and truly in the North American region. Multiple BO3s over Liquid, not even competitive ones at that as well. So Furia, the rest of 2020 has a lot in store for this team.
And I don't even know if we even really got the chance to talk about what we just saw with the kill on Dakusta. Like, that one alone takes a lot of patience and a lot of situational awareness to even consider that Kusta could just be lurking and hanging around in T-spawns. Wild stuff here, and moreover, wild scenes from the side of Art. But with that said, of course, this is your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, and I'm pretty sure that that is going to be the end of that. Art and company were unable to do it, and it is Gen G that actually tallied up here, Harry.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I do think we have to end this by saying that obviously for the side of Furia, this doesn't mean they're not going to reach the major. They still come second. They get 1,500 RMR points. Gen G, they get 100 400 more. They're up on 1,600 in the group for finishing in first place. And obviously that is going to matter a hell of a lot. This is the first of 3 stops that will be coming up to decide who gets a spot at that coveted Rio Major. So holding on to as many points as you can is going to prove paramount here.
Yeah, that's what everybody's got their eyes on. And for us, we want to avert your eyes and your attention, your gaze, over here to something that our friend Paula, and I say our friend, I don't think any of us have ever even met this person, but nonetheless, our friend Paula continues to construct beautifully crafted videos featuring some of our highest and lowest points here on the
Mainly
desk.
just lowest.
Mainly just lowest. And honestly, when you take a gander at this one, when you take a peek at this one, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. In the meantime, I want to leave you with this. If you're out there, if you're at home, if you're alone, if you find yourself just trying to struggle through these times right here, right now, don't worry. We got your back, and that means that we will be back, not tomorrow, but the day after, with some more ESL 1 Road to Rio. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. This was the conclusion of the North American component, and boy, we can't wait to pick back up with these brackets for Europe. We'll be back a little bit later in about 2 days-ish. See you there.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. I'm all your lover. Are we going solo? Or is it polo? My face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Spur my man. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My bread ain't neck, but I slowly curse. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. I'm all your lover. Are we going solo? Or is it polo? My face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over.
I'm very ready to party.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Say yes.
No.
Yes.
No,
I
because
agree.
Henry, we would
That's,
not be doing anything if he does that.
Guilty.
I'm going to say
So-
no. As the responsible one, I'm going to say no, because I don't really get that whole
Do you
culture.
think? All right. Well, I could if I wanted to, but I won't because Chad, my dad's told me I can't.
It's
so.
still not 8 p.m. yet, boys. We're getting close now. 40 more minutes, and then you can undo all the buttons. Just keep the nipples.
I can't wait.
Keep the nipples under wrap. We're about to have some fun. This is fun. We know what to do. We changed the tone, right?
We go to the sit down.
The sit down tone. I have a story to do with. I have a numb tongue.
What about your favorite textures? Like when you lick concrete, does it feel different? My
Concrete.
favorite textures are concrete.
You're ruining my story, Henry.
Sorry, I was smuggling around.
I didn't realise. Oh, hello.
Okay.
This is
Smiley
rushception, isn't it? Look how many rushes
Yeah,
right
Jesus.
now are on the set.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Maybe we start a party during the break because that's where we're headed now. Let's get this party started. Yeah, get us in.
We're here to break down right here. My name, that's not important. But what is important is me, I'm just a little blinged out. Dollar bills, y'all.
I spent 10 grand on this.
Whoa! That is real big money right there. Bling, bling, y'all.
Yes, indeed, Trey.
We look damn good, but I look at Hugo.
I just can't take him seriously, man.
You guys cool, or are you taking what I'm saying any more seriously, or do you think it's a little bit more slanderous?
Anything he says with this look going on.
I just gotta get that vibe from him. I'm sorry, it's still a very serious affair around here. Sorry.
My therapist doesn't know what's going on. I don't either. I feel like I'm the only professional on this desk at times.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Hugo.
We got a lot in common, man. You know, we haven't been bald for at least 20 years. We, of course, have a fine mullet of hair.
Hugo, it just looks like you're ready to sell me something.
Actually really suits Hugo.
You know, I got some stuff in here, dude. If you want to buy, I'm selling.
Have we said anything about doing anything illegal?
Not me, Tracy.
We'll talk about that one after the cameras are off.
To get my knee. Die with the god! You want to hit this? On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Last year, we took 2 lucky winners on a trip to Berlin and gave them the experience of a lifetime. This year, we can take you for a trip to Rio. Take part in a series of GG.bet contests for a chance to win awesome prizes and a trip to Rio. See details on the website.